Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The narrative of the story begins with the image of an old man and a woman who use their magic, and the sound of the voice of an unknown person who said that it was Yen Shishkin and Cherdian Sokolova. Visualizing a guy creating fireworks, someone noticed that his name was Cromwell Stinwit. Between the woman and the man there was a magic book. Their names were Dmitry Kashin and Martha Parjarich. Showing us a vortex of magic that sucked in objects in the area, the plot explained that these were all great wizards who left a mark on the history of magic. The teacher gave instructions to the girl reading the book, while the author said that the students studied the theories they had created. Visualizing various magic grimoires and other mechanical contraptions, the plot said that even those who did not follow a special path studied their history and achievements. Showing a blob of light blue energy, he shouted that the great people who raised the status of the empire by just existing for hundreds of years and people were called heroes of the empire. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story was transferred to the library of the Imperial House of the Liedemid Academy, where the students were. The guys sat at the table and read books. They say that these characters are just worthless. Other wizards searched the shelves for suitable grimoires, while some talked about heroes, sages, and a milestone in the history of magic, stating that they were all talentless idiots. The girl was taking a book from the library shelf while the voice of an unknown person sounded, asking how difficult it was to put them in the position of archmages, and how much he had spent studying these idiots. Through the shelf with books, another rack was visible. In the middle of ordinary books, an unknown dark grimoire stood on it, while some person said that there was nothing to be done about it. Exuding a faint white light, the magic book said that it didn't matter now, except that there was something else. Remembering how a person takes a step on a pedestrian crossing, the protagonist reflected that there is a thing that he remembers well. Turning to the side, the man noticed a car approaching him, and realized that he had been hit by a truck. A moment later, everything around was stained with blood, and the narrator of the story explained that then he opened his eyes again. Visualizing in his head the image of a dark book surrounded by magic, the protagonist stated that he had become a magical book in another world, and it was a grimoire containing a great deal of magical knowledge. Lying on the table among the other books, the dark grimoire mused that it had been confusing at first, and yet he found something to do in this world, asking what kind of nonsense it was to transform from a human into a paper medium. Then memories of images of great wizards popped up in his head, each of whom used this very grimoire, and he reasoned that he was engaged in the education of wizards in this world. Visualizing how a person opens a magic book, the protagonist reasoned that it was not difficult to raise an outstanding wizard, because he only needed to open it. When a huge amount of magic burst out in the direction of the student, Grimoire noticed that then they gained knowledge just by reading. Then, this wizard with the grimoire in his hands went out to fight against the demonic snake. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed towards him. Holding out his hand in front of him, the sorcerer activated the magic circle using a fireball. Immediately afterward, he released a fiery attack forward. Looking admiringly ahead, the man asked how he felt, whether he had done a good job. After hitting its apprentice, the dark book called him an idiot. Holding the grimoire in his hands, the guy begged for forgiveness, and the grimoire said that magic should not be allowed to flow in this way. Remembering another person who had used blue flames, the dark book mused that no matter what, the theory and knowledge were written on his body, and asked him how many times to tell him so that he would finally understand. Imagining the girl releasing the purple mist in his mind, Grimoire thought that he could understand it instinctively, and admired that she really had no talent. Analyzing how people worship a dark book with a crown on its head, she reasoned that after raising countless disciples over thousands of years, he had finally found peace. As he continued to sit on the shelf in the library, Grimoire wondered why he was rotting in such a place right now. Remembering how previous wizards had died, the magic book thought that every time the owner died. As the crown slowly evaporated, Grimoire wondered what was the point of repeating everything in a circle. Sitting on a shelf among the many other books in the library, the dark book stated that it had been 300 years since he had raised the last wizard and wanted to raise a sorcerer again, so he asked someone to read it. Silence reigned around him as Grimoire continued to shout for someone to read him. Suddenly, a guy walked past a shelf of books. Holding a huge number of different books in his hands, he was going to see what was there. Looking away, the student of the academy said that the librarian had told him about something. Looking in front of him with interest, the guy with glasses assumed that it seemed to be somewhere out there. Noticing how he suddenly turned to the side, the dark book asked if it was a person in the corner. When the wizard was almost past, Grimoire began to call out to him. After a moment, the guy with glasses just left, and the magic book thought that, of course, he did not hear. Suddenly, someone picked up the grimoire as he mused that his voice was only heard by those who had made a pact or had contact with him, and there was no way that the boy would be able to hear his screams. Holding a dark book in his hands, the guy with glasses was very surprised, assuming that some sounds were coming from there. He then looked at this magic tome seriously. Being in the wizard's hands, Grimoire was very surprised, thought that now was not the time, and he needed to control his voice. A moment later, the guy with glasses was very dumbfounded when the book spoke. Looking around in fright, the wizard asked who it was and where the sound was coming from. Then he would look down when the magic book said he was there. Being in the hands of a young wizard, he gave his name. They say that he is a legendary magic book. Looking dumbfounded at the magic tome, the bespectacled guy couldn't believe that the book could speak as long as he asked to hurry up and open it. A moment later, a bright light struck the wizard directly in the face. When he opened the grimoire, pages began to pour out of it. Looking at the huge number of memories from his life, the guy with glasses heard the black book say that from a disciple to a low-ranking wizard and in addition to a middle-rank and high-ranking wizard, he would be able to become great. Suddenly sitting on the floor in surprise, the sorcerer asked what it was. Beaming in his arms, Grimoire explained that what he had seen was just what he would know when he joined him. Being in the hands of his new master, the magical tome told that through him his magical talents would blossom, and he would go down in history as a great archmage. After that, dark energy began to emanate from the grimoire, and he thought that of course it was all nonsense. Seeing that the bespectacled guy seemed to beam with joy, the black book thought that this guy didn't seem to have any potential, and it was just empty words to get him to read, but it wasn't a lie, which could make him an archmage. Holding a magical tome in his hands, the sorcerer said that he was very delighted. Sitting on the floor, he suddenly asked what if he didn't want to become a magus. Hearing this, Grimoire was greatly taken aback and asked again. Then he began to worry, telling the guy that he needed to think again, because only he could make him such a great archmage. After hearing this, the guy in glasses explained that he still did not want to, because he had a different goal. Imagining in his head the image of himself in armor, the sorcerer concluded that he wanted to become a knight. Hearing this, Grimoire stared at his new master in silence. Looking forward, the black book asked what his name was, to which he was told that he was Chaina Yanswelia. A moment later, the bespectacled boy clutched the magic tome in his hands and asked how he knew this when he said that he needed to be listened to, that he was better at wielding magic than a sword, because he had been watching him all this time while he was wondering what they were seeing. They had just met. Imagining an adult Chaina who uses both sword and sorcery in his mind, Grimoire claimed to have been watching the swordsman mage for a long time. Standing in front of its new master, the black book asked how about a swordsman mage, using a sword in one hand and magic in the other. Hearing this, the wizard suddenly thought about the swordsman mage. With a big smile, Chaina said it sounded awesome, and the magic tome said it was very good. In the wizard's hands, Grimoire explained that now he needed to open him, and he would make him a legendary mage, or rather a swordsman mage. Immediately after that, the guy with glasses opened the black book. A huge amount of yellow energy instantly burst out from within. Then an unknown sign appeared above Chaina's head. At the same time, this symbol was transferred to the dark book, and the grimoire explained that it gave the right to teach the owner. The same sign appeared on the hand of the guy in glasses, while the magic tome said that it represented a bond that remained until the owner died. Standing opposite his new master, Grimoire realized that 300 years of lonely waiting were over, and the education of his wizard began again. Suddenly closing, the black book said that everything was ready. Looking happily in front of him, Chaina thought that his tone of speech had changed, and the magic Kalian continued to rejoice. Then the guy with glasses looked puzzled in front of him as Grimoire announced that he was finally leaving this bookshelf of the library. A moment later, the magic tome froze in place in surprise when its new owner explained that he had thought again, and now did not want to be a mage. Awkwardly scratching his head, the sorcerer declared that he was actually from the knight's family, and did not want to be kicked out of there, so he asked for forgiveness. After a moment, he was very surprised when Grimoire said that there was nothing wrong with it. Suddenly angry, the black book asked if he really wanted to run away and why he was doing it, wondering if he was afraid of his father, and that he would be punished for studying magic, to which he received a positive answer. Looking at his new master with displeasure, the magic tome stated that if he learned magic from him, he would be 10 times stronger than his father, and if someone tried to hit him, then only one spell would be used, and Chaina did not understand why he should attack his father. Looking puzzled at the grimoire in his hands, the bespectacled guy explained that his father was not the kind of person who could be convinced, and he reflected that 300 years had passed. Imagining a pool of blood in his head, the black book wondered if the long wait had been in vain. Pointing his finger upwards, the wizard asked to be allowed to introduce another student of the academy, and asked that he could sign a new contract. Trembling with displeasure, Grimoire explained that he could not do it, much to the surprise of his new master. The black book was then very angry, saying that there was no way he could do it, because once a contract was made, a new one could not be made until the owner died. Hearing this, Chaina was very frightened, and the magic tome asked why he was saying this right now, because in this case it was better not to sign the contract. Very worried, the guy with glasses noticed that he was really sorry, and Grimoire asked if he really thought that apologies were not enough, because a guy like him would definitely become a knight. Suddenly, even more upset, the wizard said that he was really sorry and thought badly, so he really asked for forgiveness. After that, Chaina became angry. With displeasure, pointing his finger at the black book, the guy in glasses called him crazy and asked how he dared to insult him. Grabbing the magic tome with his own hands, the wizard concluded that he had literally imposed this contract on him, and even a piece of paper did not dare to scold the knight. He then put the grimoire back on the shelf, saying that he had had enough. Turning away from him in displeasure, Chaina asked if he was saying that he had been lying on the bookshelf for 300 years, and remarked that it was a good thing, because since he had lived so long, he could wait for him to die. Looking at the guy in glasses who was leaving, the Black Book said that he could not do this to him, and he wished him to stay happily, because he would find the next owner only after his death. Remaining lying in the middle of the books, the magical tomes thought that he needed to calm down and use his power. Activating a yellow magic circle, Grimoire ordered them to stop, noticing that he was saying this by the power of his power, and Chaina asked what was happening. Continuing to stand in the middle of other books about magic and magic tomes, he reasoned that this was the end, because his power did not work, and then now he would have to wait for this bastard to die. Trying to get out of the shelf in the library, Grimoire concluded that this would not work, and wished him just death. Leaning forward a little, the Black Book told him to kill himself against the wall. Watching his new master simply walk away, the magic tome wished the coward dead. Suddenly, a guy with glasses slipped on a piece of paper. Then he began to fall to the floor. Standing on the bookshelf, Grimoire silently watched what was happening. At the same moment, a pool of blood appeared on the floor among the leaves, which greatly surprised the Black Book. After falling, Chaina began to bleed, and when he saw this magical tome, he was very surprised. Remembering the moment when a certain girl found a dead guy with glasses, Grimoire reflected that it took half a day to find the guy's body. Remembering the pieces of paper stained with his blood, the Black Book reasoned that the body had been quickly carried away, and late in the evening the library became quiet. Then the narration of the story is transferred to the moment when the clock showed late night. The magic tome continued to sit on the shelf in the library, saying that he wondered if he could finally escape from this boring place. Thinking back to the image of a broadly smiling Shane, he thought that he certainly felt sorry for the guy who died at such a young age, but had waited 300 years himself. Sighing heavily, Grimoire remarked that the owner was finally dead, so he would soon find a new one. Imagining in his mind the people in the study of the magnificent palace, the Black Book wondered where he was teleporting this time. Visualizing a dark basement with rats, the magic tome thought that it could be a slum in a stinking underground passage. Remembering the busy street of the city, Grimoire suggested that he could also have ended up on a shabby bookshelf in the street market. At that time the clock struck midnight, and the Black Book noticed that he wished this place were better than there. Suddenly someone took a step forward in the deserted library. Shuddering sharply from the footsteps he heard, the magic tome was greatly surprised. Looking at the entrance, to which the red carpet led, Grimoire wondered who could have come at such a late hour. Then, his attention was riveted on the front door, and he thought it wasn't the sound of a key. At this time, someone was trying to pick the lock that hung on the door of the library. On the shelf between the books, Grimoire thought that someone was trying to get inside, and thought it was a thief, although not all of them know how to use lockpicks. A moment later, the front door to the library was open. An unknown girl in a school uniform came inside. The man in the robe opened the front door, and the magic tome who saw it asked if it was a cadet of the academy. Being in the middle of a huge number of other books about magic, he wondered if it was really the academy that taught some idiots, because he, the future indecisive, decided to become a thief. At this time, the girl was walking through the library, looking around, and the Black Book thought that in any case, no one sneaks in at such an hour just for fun. The intruder continued to pass by the shelves of books, and the magical tome wondered what he was looking for. Watching the academy student looking through all the shelves of magical treatises, Grimoire realized that she needed some kind of book. Standing in the same place, the Black Book suddenly realized something. Looking discontentedly in front of her, the girl in the robe asked where it was. With a sharp start, the magic tome suggested that perhaps she was looking for him. Suddenly, Grimoire looked at the clock, which had almost struck 12 at night, and realized that in 1 minute he would be transported to another place. Immediately afterward, the Black Book began to shout that he was there. At that moment, the academy student reached for another book on the shelf, and Grimoire continued to call her to him. Suddenly, a voice came to the girl turned to the bookshelf, calling him there. The student of the academy stared seriously in front of her, as the Black Book continued to beg for her. Suddenly, the intruder turned back, and the magic tome asked to be read. At the same moment, the student of the academy noticed the grimoire standing in the middle of the other magic books. Then the girl looked in front of her in admiration. After that, she took a confident step forward. Still in the same place, the Black Book said that it was doing everything right. Noticing that the student of the academy was stretching her hand in his direction, the magic tome stated that he just needed to open it as soon as possible. A moment later, midnight struck on the clock. At the same time, the thief stared in front of her, puzzled, and Grimoire reflected that it had been 300 years since he had been sent to the Imperial Academy. Suddenly, a magic mark appeared on the hand of the academy student, and the Black Book thought that to be more precise, it had been there for 109,561 days. When the girl in the robe opened the magic tome, he reasoned that it was the first time he had signed a second contract in the same place. The story takes place in the building of the Imperial Academy late at night. The student of the academy sighed with relief, sitting on the floor. She held the grimoire in her hands. Imagining in her mind the huge number of people on the territory of the academy during the night, the girl reflected that she had made her way there without being detected by a magical surveillance device. Suddenly, the grimoire began to glow with a bright glow. Noticing this, the student of the Imperial Academy looked in surprise. A moment later, the silhouette of a guy with black hair appeared from the black book. Looking forward, he asked the little one what her name was. Looking in front of her, the girl with gray hair said that her name was Riley. Folding her hands to her chest, the book boy asked what her last name was, and the student of the academy replied that she had no last name. Looking at Riley's surprise, the protagonist noticed that it was okay then. Suddenly approaching her, Grimoire asked how she knew that he was in the library, since it seemed that she knew that after that day he would disappear. Remembering how the girl with gray hair turned around sharply, as if she heard something, the book boy asked if she had heard his voice. Imagining in his head a person who seemed to be struck by lightning, the protagonist reflected that his voice had found its owner, or that it was telepathy that could only be heard by those who came into contact with him, and conditionally a creature sensitive to magic, such as a dragon or spirit. Looking at the academy student holding the black book in her hands, Grimoire couldn't believe that she was able to sense the complex magic wave. A moment later, he was very surprised when he received an answer from his new owner that she did not know. Suddenly glancing at the magic tome in her hands, the gray-haired girl explained that she had just heard a voice. Then she remembered noticing something in the crowd of dumbfounded classmates, and told her that she was wandering around when she heard that there had been an accident in the library, and heard the mages chatting about it while they said that she was curious if she could escape from this boring place, and the sky was definitely angry. At the same moment, the student of the academy looked in surprise in front of her. Thinking about everything he had heard, Grimoire wondered if she had just heard him, and it was complete nonsense. Imagining several dragons flying through the sky in his mind, the book boy thought that something might happen. Visualizing fairies flying near plants, the protagonist wondered what would happen if the child was born with mana comparable to the level of a dragon or spirit. Looking away, the protagonist thought that this was quite realistic. Looking at Riley, who was surrounded by a huge amount of yellow energy, Grimoire mused that among humans, the probability is extremely small because there are people with crazy talent and huge potential. At this time, the girl with gray hair and concentrated her energy in her hands, and the book guy wondered what if she just had talent and crazy potential. Imagining in his head the images of the great wizards of past generations, the protagonist reasoned about the students he raised. Visualizing the other guys using great magic with him, Grimoire thought that the greatest archmage might be born among them. Poking his finger on the nose of the student of the academy, the book guy said that he understood everything, and was also going to introduce himself. With a smug expression on his face, the protagonist called himself the Great Grimoire, and was going to make a great wizard out of her. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transported to the moment when a girl with gray hair tried to light a candle. Looking back, the protagonist would say that this was the dorm she lived in and the room had 5 beds, but she was the only one there, and Riley would tell her that because it was a vacation, the rest of the neighbors had gone home, while he asked why she hadn't left. Closing her eyes, the student of the academy clarified that she had not spoken, and stated that she had no family and no surname. Hearing this, Grimoire silently looked in front of him, thinking that in this world, even commoners have surnames, and the fact that she doesn't have one is too sad. Glancing sharply to the side, Riley heard the book guy ask if she could tell more about herself, because as the person who would teach her, he needed to learn everything. Imagining in her head how she looks at different people with her own eyes, the girl with gray hair said that she was just learning to distinguish good from bad. Pulling out a bag of money from a person's pocket, the student of the academy added that she was a member of the Thieves Guild and didn't even have a name, so she was simply called Tool Number 2. Being among the adults from the same guild, Riley stated that the child who came first was number 1, and she was number 2, and he was a boy in the same position as her, so they were just tools to them. Remembering opening the chest in the dungeon, the gray-haired girl concluded that she was just going with the flow. Then she visualized running on the roof of the building. Imagining in her head how she was given a pitiful few coins for the work done, the student of the academy said that she lived every day following orders. Folding her arms to her chest, Riley clarified if it was true that the Thieves Guild was a bad place. Remembering how many evil people were around her, the girl with gray hair stated that at some point their looks began to seem strange. Visualizing several corpses lying on the ground, the student of the academy said that she killed several people so that they would not even think of threatening her. Imagining the hands of dead people bleeding in her head, Riley added that no matter how hard she tried, they didn't learn anything. Remembering how she left a trail of blood-stained feet behind her, the girl with gray hair asked what was left for her, so she ran away from the guild. Then an image of her running forward appeared in her head. Resting his head on his arm, Grimoire noticed that it was obvious what had happened next. Immediately afterward, he imagined in his head Riley's encounter with the sorceress from the academy and stated that while walking, she had accidentally met a high-ranking wizard, and he must have recognized her talent, so he signed up for the academy, to which he received a positive response. Remembering how she had picked the lock of the library that very night, the book boy mused that it was because she was from the Thieves Guild. Visualizing a girl with gray hair looking around among the bookshelves, the protagonist reasoned that this was why she managed to sneak into the library. Suddenly thinking, Grimoire noticed that she was a special student, and asked if she had been bullied at the academy too, and Riley replied that it wasn't much in the beginning, but that was fine. Looking puzzled in front of him, the book boy heard his new owner say that a friend named Michael from the Baylor family helped her, and then wondered if there really was such a family, saying that he understood everything. Stretching out his hand in the direction of the student of the academy, the protagonist declared that he hoped they would get along, and was going to raise a great wizard in her who would go down in history. Looking at him happily, Riley said that she was glad to meet him, too, when suddenly someone began to break down the door and asked if they would open it for her. At the same moment, the guys looked in surprise in that direction, when suddenly someone asked if she knew where they had slept the night before because of her. Looking at his new landlady in puzzlement, Grimoire clarified that she seemed to have said that her neighbors had gone home for the holidays, and that she had simply remained silent, while someone unknown asked why the door was locked in the first place, and called her bad words. Looking menacingly at the girl with gray hair, the book guy asked if she was being bullied, to which he received a positive answer, and wondered if it was Michael, and the student of the academy explained that she had lied. A moment later, 3 girls burst into the room. Immediately after this, the narratives of the story are transferred to the Imperial Academy, when the sun has already risen. Riley lay on the ground beaten, Grimoire asking if she was okay. Rising abruptly from the floor, the gray-haired girl explained that everything was fine, and remarked that it was very nice to get from God's dandelions, and the book boy asked her not to forget who she was, and asked why she didn't just use blows at all, to which she replied that they were all nobles, and if she started a fight, she would be expelled. Looking down, the protagonist concluded that if she was already studying at the academy, then she would not have enough time to study with him. At this time, the student of the Imperial Academy lowered her head, and Grimoire asked how she was going to learn magic if these children interfered with her. Suddenly he raised his head. Riley asked what she should do then, and the book guy explained that there were 2 options. Folding his arms to his chest, the protagonist said that she would be able to endure further and learn magic from him, or she could drop out of the academy. Looking at him after what she had heard, the girl with the gray hair noticed that there was no good option there, and Grimoire explained that it was a matter of choice. Imagining magic chains in his head, the book boy mused that she had to choose a life of bullying, but with a guarantee of a future in the academy, or freedom in uncertainty. At this time, the student of the academy silently lowered her gaze down. She then looked seriously in front of her, about to say something. Immediately after this, the story is transferred to the moment when the guys were walking along the corridor. With his hands folded at his chest, the protagonist said that the exit process took less than 3 minutes, and Riley explained that you just need to fill out the paperwork. Remembering how she tried to ask a passerby if he really did not see the guidebook, the girl with gray hair clarified that it was true that only she could see the appearance of the grimoire. Being behind her back, the protagonist explained that this is just a skin for communicating with the owner, because his main appearance is this book. Throwing his hands behind his head, Grimoire remarked that it was still sad, and his new mistress asked what it was, to which he replied that she could enjoy many privileges at the Light Miz Academy. Imagining a huge number of different legendary artifacts in his head, the book guy reflected that these special things are signs for winning tournaments held annually. Visualizing many different potions in different flasks, the protagonist reasoned that things like reagents, which are given to students with excellent grades, can also be obtained only there. Looking in surprise, Riley asked why he was talking about it now, because he should have said it earlier. Grimoire grinned mischievously, asking if she suddenly regretted dropping out, and the girl with gray hair explained that this was not the case at all. Pointing her finger to the side, the student of the academy declared that the Letami's warehouse was on the other side of the main entrance, so she had to go back, and the book boy asked what she was talking about. Looking ahead in surprise, Riley asked if he didn't want to steal the artifacts and reagents. Hearing this, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Pointing her hand to the side, the gray-haired girl asked if he meant to say that if she combined her talent with the grimoire's teachings, she would achieve a huge stature, which she received a positive answer and clarified that if she stayed at the academy, wouldn't she get all these things? Suddenly, very happy, the student of the academy declared that it turned out that this was not stealing, but getting what she deserved, and Grimoire thought that there was something strange in her way of thinking. Immediately after that, the stories are transported to an abandoned tunnel where the guys were, and Grimoire asked how to find this emergency exit, to which Riley replied that everything had a novelty. Suddenly, the guys noticed something in front. Looking at the road that led in 2 different directions, the girl with gray hair noticed that they had stumbled upon a fork in the road, and the book boy asked if she knew the way, to which he received a negative answer. Pointing his finger upwards, the protagonist was about to teach her some techniques, much to the surprise of the academy student. Imagining people standing behind a sorceress using magic in his head, Grimoire would say that it was a wayfinding spell, and Riley would notice that they had been taught it at the academy while he was asking to be shown to him. Immediately afterward, the gray-haired girl closed her eyes. Then, she began to collect blue energy from the area. After a moment, she managed to gather it in her hands. Channeling her internal energy forward, the academy's student used the Pathfinder skill. At the same time, the blue energy was rapidly making its way along different paths. She immediately found traps on the way. Then, a beam of blue energy rushed past the trap with stakes in the ground. While the pathfinding magic was exploring the dungeon located in this dungeon, Riley said that there are about 3 traps on the left path, and the road on the right is a dead end, so you need to go to the left. Continuing to use her search magic, the gray-haired girl asked how he felt, and the book guy replied that it wasn't bad, but there were some things that could be done better. Coming closer to his student, the protagonist concluded that all this was too boring and ineffective. Pointing his finger upwards, Grimoire explained that there was no need to obey the rules set by fools and fallen spirits, because it was much higher than that, and one had to try a different method. He then reached for Riley's hand, saying that you shouldn't just let the manga go in one direction. Spreading her arms to the sides, the protagonist stated that it was necessary to distribute her. Then the energy of the blue color began to gather in one place. Raising her hands above her head, the girl with gray hair listened to her teacher, who told her to spray magic power. Looking in awe at the blue energy that was floating around, Riley heard Grimoire asking her to focus, because this was just the beginning. When a few small beams hit the wall, the book boy said that he needed to direct his attention to each magical particle. Immediately after that, small particles fell on the leaves of plants, and the protagonist noticed that they needed to be tracked one by one. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl closed her eyes and concentrated. She then visualized a huge magic circle of blue energy around her. Looking in surprise in front of her, the student of the academy declared that she saw. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to a ship that sails on the sea. In a small bag, there was a huge number of different legendary artifacts. Looking at his apprentice, Grimoire noticed that it was an excellent job, and she asked if it was true. Looking into the distance from the side of the ship, the book guy stated that it was very good for the first time, and it was time to say goodbye to this place. The protagonist then abruptly turned to the side, musing that he had been in the Letami's library for almost 300 years and couldn't believe that he had finally made it out of this horrible place. At the same time, Grimoire glanced at Riley, who was standing next to him. Smiling a little, the book guy stated that they needed to clarify one thing, which greatly surprised the girl with gray hair. Directing his serious gaze forward, the protagonist addressed her by name. Remembering how a student of the academy sneaked into the library late at night, Grimoire said that she risked her life to find him. Visualizing them interacting within the walls of the Imperial Academy, the book guy added that she had dropped out of an elite school to learn magic from him. Looking at Riley's calm expression, the protagonist asked what her true purpose was. Immediately after that, the narrative of the story is transferred to the forest, which was shrouded in red particles. Several flame balls were rapidly heading forward. At this time, the whole city was engulfed in bright flames. There were people in the buildings who were very frightened. The sorcerer used a magic circle and incinerated people around while others asked for salvation. At the same time, 2 children quickly ran down the street of the burning city. Little Riley looked back, frightened. Her gaze was fixed on the man standing in the flames that told her to be faster. Stretching out her hand in his direction, the girl with gray hair heard him begging her to run faster. Looking at the academy student with a serious expression, Grimoire asked why she wanted to learn magic from him. Upon hearing such a question, Riley looked away and simply remained silent. A moment later, the book guy was surprised when the girl with the gray hair revealed that she had a goal that she wanted to achieve by becoming stronger. When the student of the academy looked menacingly to the side, the protagonist suggested that usually those who want to gain power through magic are hungry for revenge. After his words, Riley lowered her head down, saying that it was true. Looking at her, Grimoire wondered to whom and how she wanted revenge, and realized that he would like to ask more specifically. Sighing heavily, the book guy reasoned that it was unpleasant to tell others about the tragedy he had experienced. Visualizing a girl with gray hair, behind whom she stood from childhood, the protagonist thought that even more so if she had such a dark past. Grimoire was clasping his arms and thinking that it had been less than a day since they had met, and that they were getting to know each other better when Riley asked if he would say something to her. Looking at her in surprise after what he heard, the book guy asked what it was about, and the girl with gray hair said that he also had some kind of purpose. Looking at the protagonist standing in front of her, the student of the academy spoke about the goal of raising people like her. Immediately afterward, Grimoire remembered the image of the guy who used blue flames, and pondered the reason why he raised wizards. Visualizing the girl exuding a purple mist, the book guy wondered why he was generously imparting knowledge to them. He then visualized people in robes who were using violet dark energy. At the same time, the protagonist looked menacingly in front of him. Riley was looking at him waiting, when suddenly he asked what the difference was. With a crazy look on his face, the book guy explained that he was doing it all just for fun. Sighing heavily, he suggested that she only think about what a pleasure it was to live in a book, and he just existed together, which could raise wizards. Immediately after this, the narration of the story is transferred to a room in the tavern. As she sat on the bed, Riley remarked that she had inadvertently expelled herself from the academy and asked what they were going to do now, and Grimoire asked if she had a letter of recommendation from the professor, to which he received a positive answer. Immediately afterward, the gray-haired girl reached into her bag as the book guy asked to get it for him. Then the former student of the academy silently stared at the roll of paper. The protagonist looked thoughtfully in front of him as his apprentice told him that there was a letter of recommendation from the magical tower of Orontes. Looking up, Grimoire wondered where it was, Imagining several different castles and towers in his head, the book guy reflected that he would like to have a letter from one of the 5 main magic towers of the empire, or at least a real magic tower. Visualizing other magical structures, the protagonist reasoned that what he did not know was what was created in the 300 years while he was locked in the library. Imagining a man using a magic circle with people standing behind him, Grimoire stated that the magic tower is a place where wizards can make connections. Visualizing a huge number of magic towers, he noticed that an archmage was a position that could not be achieved through skill alone. The book guy then imagined them upside down, adding that there was no better place than a magic tower to develop political status. Raising his hand to his face in displeasure, Grimoire asked what the name was, which he had never heard of. Looking at her teacher in surprise, Riley turned to him. With a look of incomprehension in her eyes, the gray-haired girl asked if the magical tower of Orontes wasn't one of the 5 main towers. Immediately after this, the narrations of the story are transferred to the moment when the magic book was lying on the table. Sitting at the table, the former student of the academy stated that in order to learn about the magical tower of Orontes, you first need to know the owner and founder of the tower, Jan Orontes. Showing a picture of the old man in the book, Riley noticed that it was him. Pointing his finger forward, Grimoire asked why a portrait of a man shortly before his death was included in this book. Because it was necessary to show his best times, and a girl with gray hair explained that at this age he became great. Hearing this, the book guy looked at his student in surprise. She explained that Jan Orontes was 40 years old when this portrait was painted. Looking dumbfounded at Riley sitting in front, the protagonist asked if he had died early, and she said that he was still alive while he noticed that it said that the portrait was painted 300 years ago, and the girl confirmed it. Looking down at the book, Grimoire asked if he was a half-elf, to which the answer was no, and remarked that it was therefore impossible for a half-elf to look like that, while a former student of the academy said that it was rude. Imagining an old man using magic in her head, Riley revealed that in any case, although he was only a high-ranking wizard, it was believed that Jan Orontes had left behind achievements that went beyond the archmage. Visualizing the wizards who were studying the magic circles he had drawn, the gray-haired girl was telling her that society was actually debating whether or not to give him the title of Great Wizard, and it could be said that he had single-handedly raised the status of the Tower of Orontes. Looking in front of him in surprise after all he had heard, Grimoire noticed that although it still did not make sense, he thought about 300 years. Remembering being on the shelf among the books in the library of the Imperial Academy, the Black Book mused that someone would say that it was a long time, and it seemed to him that he was stuck there for eternity. With a serious expression, the book guy mused that, however, this was not enough time to change the magic towers of the Empire, and something must have happened that he didn't know about. The protagonist then noticed the lines in the book that the immortality that all who wished to continue living without becoming undead dreamed of was created by Martha Pargerich, the teacher of Jan Orontes and one of the great mages of the Empire, and during his lifetime. After reading this, Grimoire looked ahead in surprise. Imagining the flow of various magical symbols in his head, the book boy reflected that Jan Orontes had reached a state of immortality, and was an archmage who had raised the status of the Empire for hundreds of years. Visualizing the image of a broadly smiling woman, the protagonist reasoned that he was fulfilling the wishes of his teacher Martha. Grimoire silently stared at his student, who was very surprised. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to the moment when the guys were walking along the street of the city. In front of them was a huge ship. The narration of the story took place near the pier of the city. Holding the black book in her hands, she declared that it was the imperial capital, and Grimoire asked if it was the first time she had seen her, while she replied that it was the first time she had been there since she had left the Thieves' Guild. The gray-haired girl stared admiringly in front of her as the book boy asked if he wanted to look around since they were there. A moment later, the famous unicorn kebab appeared in the hands of the protagonist's student. Picking up a few skewers of meat, Riley noticed that it tasted different, as expected, and couldn't believe that they were selling divine beast meat, while Grimoire remarked that it was no different from lamb kebab, and that was just the name. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl was greatly startled. After a moment she drooped, saying that since it was a unicorn kebab, she really thought that there was meat of this animal, and the protagonist asked what kind of nonsense it was. Holding skewers with kebab in her hands, the protagonist's student said that she felt deceived and now wanted to return the money, and he said that she should just eat it. Immediately afterward, Riley would put all the meat in her mouth at the same time. As she chewed her food, the gray-haired girl noticed something in her teacher. Then she looked sharply to the side. In front of the children were statues of great sorcerers made of stone. Raising her head up slightly, the protagonist's apprentice stated that they were 5 great wizards and learned that they were geniuses, extremely talented and passionate about magic. Smiling broadly, Grimoire remarked that they were not geniuses at all, and they were all just idiots. When Riley looked in his direction in surprise, the book guy added that they were all the ones who didn't give up. Looking at the statue of a girl with a book in her hands, the protagonist asked again what she wanted to know, what his goals were in raising wizards, to which he received a positive answer. Looking at the statue of the old man, Grimoire explained that he wanted to raise ordinary people into great wizards. Looking happily in front of him, the book guy told that he took revenge on those people who turned him into a pile of papers. With a big smile on his face, the protagonist added that his students had worked very hard for this. Recalling his communication with a female sorceress, Grimoire said that Martha also tried to create a resurrection ritual for him, but she failed. Folding his arms to his chest, the book boy noticed that, as far as he remembered, she had no students. Looking at her teacher, Riley asked if Ian Orantes had lied, to which she received a positive answer. Holding out his fist in her direction, the protagonist invited her to go to the tower together. With a visibly angry expression on his face, Grimoire stated that he could not forgive the guy who pretended to be his student's student. Hearing this, the girl with gray hair closed her eyes and offered to swear to each other. Slamming her fists with her master, Riley stated that she would take revenge on Jan Orantes for him, and in return asked for help in getting revenge on her. After her words, the protagonist smiled broadly. Then, the black book in her hands uttered the words that she was making her promise. Looking at the statues of great wizards made of stone, Grimoire reflected on what he and his apprentice had promised to avenge each other that day. As he slammed his fist against Riley's, the book boy noticed that this was how their story began. Remembering sitting on a shelf among the other books in the library, Grimoire mused that it happened to him about 5 years after he was reincarnated as a book. Visualizing a boy running away with a black book in his hands, the ancient tome revealed that the one who stole it from a dilapidated store was Faendal, a boy who wandered the slums and survived day by day. Smiling broadly, the boy asked what about the word grimoire, the oldest word for knowledge. Sitting next to him, the book guy asked to be called that, and his owner stated that he didn't like the basis of everything, and would still call him grimoire. The boy smiled broadly, calling him by name, and the protagonist mused that this was his first owner. Grimoire stared at his new master in silence. With a slight grin, the book boy reflected that he had been confused since he had only recently become a book. Immediately afterward, he began to laugh along with his master, thinking that Faendal was like a light, and he wanted to thank him for that. Putting his hands in front of him, the boy asked if he was doing the right thing, because he himself did not feel anything. Pointing at him with his finger, the protagonist said that he just needed to wait a little, and he noticed that he felt some kind of tickling sensation, while he explained that he needed to slowly direct this energy to his heart. As the blue energy hovered around the boy, he noticed that it seemed to be working, but it hurt a little, and Grimoire said that was it, and he should try to hold on to it a little longer. At the same moment, Faendal was concentrating a small ball of blue energy in his hands, saying that he was getting a little hot. Turning away with dissatisfaction, the book guy noticed that he thought that the knowledge would be transferred, but how much could be tolerated, and asked just to continue. At that moment, the boy writhed in pain, saying that he had become very hot. Grimoire looked dumbfounded in front of him, telling him not to hurry, because if he did so, it would be bad. A moment later, Faendal began to bleed. The book boy stared dumbfounded in front of him, smeared with blood. He was standing near a puddle of red liquid and could not find the right words. Lowering his head down, the protagonist called out to Faendal. Immediately after this, the stories are transferred to a cart that is driving in the middle of the forest. Inside it was Grimoire, who was looking out the window. With his arms folded at his chest, he suddenly called out to Riley. Hearing this, the girl with gray hair looked in surprise in front of her. At the same moment, the book guy noticed that a cabman was also present with them. As the magical symbols on the protagonist's apprentice's hands began to sparkle, he reflected that now that the power of connection had appeared, he and Riley understood each other better. Unleashing her yellow magic, the gray-haired girl called out to Grimoire by name, and he reasoned that if they added a little voice with magical power, they would gain telepathy. Throwing his hands behind his head, the book guy assumed that, probably, no one in this world would think of cooking and eating a unicorn kebab, and his student offered a bet, to which he immediately agreed. After a moment, Grimoire froze in surprise. Looking at Riley walking beside him, the book guy remarked that he shouldn't do this, and said that she had caught him. Looking at the protagonist sitting in front, the gray-haired girl asked the master why he hadn't taught her this simple technique earlier, and he thought that it was a rather convenient ability. Averting his gaze to the side, Grimoire, after a short pause, declared that he did not know. Remembering the student shyly calling him by his name, the book boy reasoned that, to be honest, he thought she looked pretty cute when she whispered it. With his hands folded to his chest, the protagonist knew that if he told her, she would get angry, so he would remain silent. Suddenly, Riley looked at him menacingly, explaining that, after all, the power of the connection allowed her to feel true feelings. Abruptly raising his hand up, Grimoire asked to listen to the fact that if the Tower of Magic of Orantes was one of the 5 main towers, then there would be a selection test, so it should not be taken lightly, and Riley asked why, to which she was told that the top 5 magic towers did not need candidates like them. While the girl with gray hair silently looked in front of her and listened, the book guy added that they needed ready-made and proven masters. Imagining a huge number of different magic towers in his head, the protagonist reflected that the selection tests are a place of strict meritocracy. Visualizing his apprentice around a large number of other people, Grimoire thought that in order for her to be selected to participate in the Magic Tower of Orantes, she would have to defeat countless wizards and demonstrate her powers. Spreading his hands to the sides, the book boy noticed that, of course, ordinary wizards spend their entire lives preparing for this test. Imagining tombstones in his head, the protagonist added that it is not for nothing that this place is called the Cemetery of Promising Players. Pulling his hand aside, Grégoire announced that they were going to take the tests later that year, much to Riley's surprise. Looking away in puzzlement, the gray-haired girl asked if she really needed to grow to the point where she could compete with mid-rank and high-ranking wizards in 6 months, and she knew that it was impossible. Pointing his finger at her, the protagonist stated that it was possible, and promised her. With a self-confident expression on his face, Grimoire remarked that she would be able to pass this test with him in just 6 months of preparation. Smiling broadly, the book boy declared that he had prepared something for her. Immediately after this, the stories are transported to the moment when night had already fallen, and the cart was still driving along the road. Holding the reins in his hands, the cabman begged the gentleman's forgiveness, asking if this was the right place. Turning sharply back, Grimoire declared that this was a suitable place, so he could leave. Hearing this, the cabman drove back in his cart. Being in the middle of the road in the forest, the book guy stated that this was where she would train for 6 months, starting today. Looking ahead seriously, the protagonist added that his former apprentice still lived there, and Riley asked if he was a former apprentice of the grimoire, if he wasn't over 300 years old, and didn't believe he was still alive. Pointing his finger upwards, the protagonist declared that he was neither alive nor dead. Hearing this, the girl with gray hair looked away in surprise. In the middle of the graveyard, Grimoire claimed that among his students there was one who had turned into a lich. Suddenly, the skeleton monster stared menacingly in front of him and just remained silent. At this time, the book boy pointed his finger upwards and said that only a great magus could become a lich, and this disciple had been an archmage in life. Looking around, the protagonist's student asked where he was, because there were only trees, and he replied that he did not know either, and she had to find him herself, because it was a kind of test. Looking at her teacher puzzled, Riley was surprised that this was a test. Grinning smugly, Grimoire said that people who couldn't find him were incapable of learning magic, and the girl with the gray hair was just silent. Immediately afterward, the protagonist's apprentice took a step forward. With his hands on his belt, the book boy asked that she knew how to find something, and Riley concentrated the blue energy in her hands, giving a positive answer. Watching how the girl with gray hair used the skill of finding the way, dividing magic into several branches, the protagonist said that he needed to find the lich's hideout in this forest, and this was the first point of training. A moment later, the blue color energy hit the magic circle. Then, she found these same purple-colored magic circles around many times. With a puzzled expression on her face, Riley continued to use magic, saying that there were a lot of disturbing spells in there, and it was really terrifying. With a big smile on his face, watching the purple magic circles, Grimoire mused that it was a barrier, an illusion, and a magical distortion. Watching his apprentice, who explored each of these circles of magic with the help of search magic, the book boy reasoned that in addition, hundreds of complex techniques affect the senses. Suddenly, the gray-haired girl looked up in surprise when she heard the voice of an unknown person who was addressing the golden-eyed girl, noticing that she was very proud. The skeleton monster with a smirk on his face stated that, however, it had taken even an intermediate wizard half a year to find his hideout, and asked if she had decided that a mere apprentice could find him so easily. Hearing his words, Riley looked away happily. Folding his arms to his chest, the protagonist noticed that it was not surprising that she was so proud. As he watched the blue energy scan all the purple magic circles, Grimoire mused that Riley had an affinity for mana, and when the blue beam approached the lich, the book boy thought that it had a legendary level of mana handling. Riley instantly found herself in front of her opponent, saying that she had found him. With his mouth wide open in surprise, the skeleton monster asked how she had done it, and asked her to wait. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl stared at him in surprise as the lich remarked that it had been a long time since he had spoken, so his throat was tickling. He then crouched and began to cough, noticing that it was normal after that, and the protagonist's apprentice watched in silence. Suddenly, the skeleton monster, looking away, asked how she found it, as it usually takes about 2 years, and Grimoire noticed that the fastest record was 4 months. Imagining in his head how his apprentice used the magic of searching, the book boy mused that, however, Riley had overcome the barrier in less than 10 minutes, overcoming the retreat of the magical power that interfered with the search for the way. At this time, the gray-haired girl stared seriously in front of her, while the lich assumed that perhaps she had tracked his spells, and the protagonist reasoned that this method was available to people with excellent sensitivity to mana. With a straight face, Riley answered yes, and the skeleton monster called her a monster. Immediately after this story, they are transported to the moment when the lich led the guys through the dungeons next to the demonic horse. Glancing to the side, Grimoire noticed the Cerberus there, and wondered that he still had strange hobbies. Turning back, the book boy asked if this could even be called a shelter, and the skeleton monster explained that his room was over there in front. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the lich took a cup of tea in his hand. At this time, Riley looked away with displeasure and just kept silent. Noticing this, Grimoire pointed his finger at the apprentice and called out to the lich, saying that he had to hide this energy, as his charges felt uncomfortable. With a guilty expression on his face, the skeleton monster begged for forgiveness, explaining that he just hadn't seen anyone for a long time. Then he clapped his hands, and the book boy reflected that he had transmitted the laws of heaven and had been cursed by the gods. Looking at the lich as he removed his dark energy, the protagonist reasoned that he had no choice but to accept the magical energy of black magic, and was a creature that defied death, while he asked if everything that he had received a positive answer to was now normal. Looking confidently in front of her, Grimoire asked if she understood why she had left the lich to raise a new apprentice. Riley replied that she seemed to understand. Imagining in his head a huge number of different living dead, the book guy reflected on the evil god worshippers and necromancers. Visualizing a woman using dark red energy, the protagonist reasoned that there are also dark magicians and even a guild of thieves that buys illegal materials from these guys. Imagining the flag fluttering in the wind, Grimoire thought that moreover, there was an inquisition to punish them, and that all evil deeds were punishable. Sitting at the table with the others, the book boy would notice that it wasn't that important now, and ask how he was doing and if anything had happened, and the lich would say that nothing had happened to him, and had not left this area for 2,000 years since he became an undead. Hearing this, the protagonist was very dumbfounded, noting that he had barely survived 300 years, and here we are talking about 2,000, and the skeleton monster noticed that he was worried that something important had happened, since he did not return for so long. Pointing his finger upwards, the lich claimed that he had studied necromancy, black magic, curses, and occasionally met apprentices brought by the master, noticing that time flew so fast, and about 5 years ago he had met adventurers who had found out about him and invaded the hideout. Looking in surprise at the skeleton monster sitting in front, the protagonist asked if the travelers had invaded him, and he gave a positive answer. Imagining a magic circle in his head that emitted blue energy, the lich said that he didn't even know how they found it, and that he must have been lucky. Because of the dark magical energy, they thought it was a dungeon. Spilling tea through his mouth on his chest, the skeleton monster stated that as soon as they saw him, they attacked, so he had no choice but to fight, and Grimoire noticed that he had spilled everything. Looking at his acquaintance, the book boy asked what had happened to these seekers, and he replied that he had a shortage of workers, so he made them his slaves. Pointing his finger forward, he added that they were right there. At this time, a skeleton in armor was pouring tea for the guys, and Leech asked to get acquainted with him. They say that this is Jeremy, his right hand. After everything they had heard, the guys looked in front of them dumbfounded. Suddenly angry, the protagonist claimed that it was a death knight, and he said that he was just a seeker. Spreading his hands to the sides, Grimoire asked how he could become a death knight if he was a mere seeker, and Riley told the teacher that he was kind of weird, while he wondered if she knew him. Looking at the beautiful blade, the girl with gray hair told that Jeremy was wearing a cherished sword, and a golden lion was engraved on the handle. Looking at the skeleton knight, the protagonist's apprentice stated that he was at the head of the Inquisition and, as far as she understood, went missing during a raid 5 years ago, and they are still looking for him, and he turns out to be there. Hearing this, Grimoire looked at his former apprentice with displeasure, and he explained that he did not know and simply defeated the seekers who invaded his hideout. Then the lich raised his hands up, and the book boy mused that dark magic only slightly affected the minds of the skeletons at first, and he had often visited them to check on them before, and it seemed that after 300 years of his absence, the reins had loosened. All this the protagonist suddenly drooped. Bringing a cup of tea to his mouth, the skeleton monster would say that he had come there with a disciple and ask if there was any special reason. At this time, Riley looked away, and Grimoire stated that this child could learn a lot from him, because she was very capable, and the lich agreed with that. Directing his serious gaze forward, the book boy asked if he remembered the last student he had brought. They said it was Martha Partridge. His former student asked if it was the girl with silver hair, to which he was told that they had something in common. Holding a mug of tea in his hands, the lich said that it turned out that there was a swindler posing as a student of Martha Partridge, and he was going to the magic tower to take revenge on this swindler. With an air full of seriousness, the protagonist gave a positive answer. As he poured himself more tea, the skeleton monster asked why he had to go to the magical tower of Orontes and run into trouble. Imagining other magic towers in his mind, the fox wondered if it would be better to just go to another magic tower and take control of it, as well as go instead of the 5 magic towers similar to the existing ones that were supplanted by Orontes. With a serious expression on his face, Grimoire noted that, of course, this was a simpler and more rational way, but it did not suit them. With a snide grin, the book guy said that it was better to slowly destroy everything from the inside, because it was the most fun. Startled with fright after hearing this, the lich called him strange. The protagonist stated that they told him about it. At the same time, the skeleton monster pointed his finger forward, asking Riley what she thought, because if she followed her teacher, she would be in danger. With a thumbs up, the gray-haired girl said she thought it was fun and exciting, and the lich would notice that she was also a pervert and suggest that she just practice. The protagonist's student looked in surprise in front of her, asked if they were going to study there. Standing in the middle of a huge magic circle, the skeleton monster asked if the flow of magical power was strange, and explained that it was a space that he had been creating with great effort for a long time together with his master, and Grimoire reflected that there was 6 months left before the selection exam, and his apprentice had too little time to catch up with the middle-class wizard. At this time, Riley stared in surprise in front of her, as the book guy reasoned that this also applied to geniuses like her. Looking at the huge magic circles made of yellow energy, the protagonist wondered what if they had 4 times more time, for example, about 2 years. Stretching out her hand towards the magic circles, the protagonist's student noticed that this is an incredible space. Pointing his finger smugly upwards, the Lich and Grimoire said in one voice that it was very difficult to create. Continuing to point his finger up, the book guy noticed that it had 2 advantages over other wizards. Visualizing the image of his apprentice against the background of a magic circle, the protagonist said that she has excellent physical abilities due to her membership in the Thieves' Guild and an innate superior kinship with mana. Smiling broadly, Grimoire said that from now on, they would only focus on these 2 points and only one spell. Gathering a huge amount of blue energy in his hand, the book guy was going to show something, and the skeleton monster asked if it wasn't a spell that dispels other magic, and noticed that this magic destroys the enemy's attacks without the need for defense, which he received confirmation of. Imagining the fireballs heading towards Riley, the protagonist mused that Dispel was a spell that dispels magic. Visualizing how a girl with gray hair destroyed them with a wave of her hand, Grimoire said that it turned out to be a ball that flew in her direction could be scattered into the smallest particles. Hugging his student, the book boy asked if she now understood why he offered to practice this spell, and she gave a positive answer. Immediately afterward, she would concentrate a huge amount of blue energy in her hand and say that in the selection test, he proposed to use dispels to prevent the enemy from using magic. Striking a person's projection with her fist, Riley added that later she should use her physical strength for hand-to-hand combat. By giving his thumbs up, the protagonist concluded that this was what he meant. Looking menacingly in front of him, Grimoire added that it didn't matter if the opponent was of a higher level than her or not, because all he had to do was block the flow of magic, and the Lich noticed that it was a disgrace. Looking at his former student smugly, the book guy said that this was the only way to deal with the mages on trial, so he had to do them a favor, and the skeleton monster agreed to it. Raising her hand in surprise, the girl with gray hair asked them to stop. At the same moment, the Lich began to release its internal energy, and the protagonist's apprentice asked him to wait. Looking frightened at the skeleton monster that was enveloping itself in purple energy, Riley asked if she should just do it right away, since they didn't say anything about Dispel, and he explained that she had to learn it in Latimida, to which she replied that it was strong magic and you wouldn't learn until you were in the 3rd year. Directing the dark green energy towards the girl with the gray hair, the Lich said that the better. As the protagonist's apprentice stared in front of her, unaware of anything, the skeleton monster concluded that a couple of times were usually enough to learn. Grimoire suddenly thought, and just remained silent. The Lich also stared silently in front of him. Next to Riley, who was lying unconscious on the floor, the book boy asked what it was true that punches somehow increased skill, and his former student confirmed these words. Looking down, the protagonist wondered why her progress was standing still, and the Lich did not even know what to answer. Then, he remembered directing his green flames forward. Noticing this, the girl with gray hair suddenly became alert. After that, she moved her leg to the side. Suddenly, the protagonist's apprentice began to run away from the Lich's attack, which surprised him greatly, and he said that she had been running for an hour. The boys looked at the exhausted Riley, wondering if there must be something wrong with their teaching method. Remembering how the girl with gray hair had snuck into the library, Grimoire reflected that it had been 3 days since he had met her. Imagining his student with a lump on her head in his head, the book guy reasoned that very little time had passed, but he understood a lot about her. Watching Riley get up from the ground, the protagonist wondered that she was very reluctant to reveal her weaknesses, because she has a strong aversion to failure. Visualizing the girl with gray hair as a child, when she opened a locked chest, Grimoire thought that it was because when she was in the Thieves' Guild, she had no right to fail the mission, and probably felt the same pressure now. Looking menacingly in front of him, the book boy assumed that there might be something else. As his apprentice stared at the protagonist in admiration, he thought that she might be afraid of failure, so running away seemed to be the only way out. Using telepathic magic on him, Riley claimed that he was wrong. Looking in surprise in front of her, the gray-haired girl explained that she was just running away because she was afraid it would hurt if she was hit by magic, and the Lich asked the teacher if it was true. Closing his eyes, the protagonist remained silent and thought that perhaps this was so. Looking thoughtfully at Riley, who was sitting in the front, Grimoire asked what was happening. She did not understand the method, to which he received a positive answer. Imagining a cloud of pink energy with a huge number of different symbols in his head, the guidebook told that you need to know how to recognize an opponent's spell, how to get to the source of the spell, and how to delve into this technique. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, the protagonist asked if detailed steps were needed, and was going to tell something. Looking happily at the girl with gray hair, Grimoire noticed that he had already told her everything she needed, so she had to think again. At the same moment, the skeleton monster gathered green energy in its hand. The Lich then channeled his power forward, and the book boy told him that she had just panicked for fear of getting hit, but now she could think about it calmly. Hearing this, Riley stretched out her hand towards the green energy. Suddenly, she managed to touch it. Looking puzzled at the cloud of green energy, the girl with gray hair asked if they were really saying that they had already told her everything she needed, to which she received a positive answer. Grimoire stared menacingly in front of him and heard his apprentice explain that the only thing he had taught her was pathfinding and telepathy, and therefore wanted to say that she needed to apply this knowledge. Looking sharply to the side, Riley said that she understood everything and would not ask any more questions. After her words, the book boy tilted his head slightly to the side, and his student noticed that she would do something. Then she remembered how the protagonist, pointing his finger up, said that there was no need to obey the rules set by fools and fallen spirits, because she was much higher than that, and she had to try a different method. Immediately afterward, Riley placed her hand on the blob of green energy, saying that as the teacher had advised, she would forge her own path. Closing her eyes, the girl with gray hair was thinking about a magic chain that looked like a maze. After a moment, she opened her eyes abruptly, used to search for the way. At the same moment, the protagonist's apprentice directed her magical architecture forward. At the same time, memories arose in her head of the protagonist smiling smugly smiling, and Riley realized that they had already gone through the maze twice. Remembering how they came to the cemetery, the girl with gray hair mused that they had been in the underground passage of the Themis, and now in the Lich's hideout. Suddenly, the black book opened, and Grimoire said that now they would try to apply these methods one by one. Immediately afterward, Riley stared at the blob of green energy, puzzled. At the same moment, the girl with gray hair looked menacingly in front of her, thinking that she had to do everything secretly so that others would not notice. Then flashbacks arose in her mind of riding in a wagon and communicating through telepathy, wondering how this skill was used for secret communication. A moment later, the clot of green energy was completely destroyed. Stretching out her hand towards the skeleton monster, the protagonist's apprentice leveled its magic. Putting his hand on her shoulder after all that had happened, Grimoire congratulated her on her success. Looking at her trembling hand, Riley asked how much time had passed, and the book guy replied that it was only 4 hours. Suddenly closing her eyes, the girl with gray hair stated that then in reality only 1 hour had passed, to which she received a negative answer. Pointing his finger forward, the protagonist stated that 4 hours had passed outside, and she had been fighting this magical sphere for 16 hours. After hearing this, his student's legs suddenly buckled. Immediately afterward, Riley fell to her knees, saying that time really flies, and her teacher remarked that there would be more of this in the future. Suddenly, Grimoire was surprised when the girl with the gray hair said that there was nothing wrong with it. Looking away happily, Riley noticed that she thought she had figured it out now. With a big smile on his face, the book boy remarked that he was very happy if that was the case. As the plants began to bloom outside the Lich's hideout, the gray-haired girl mused that time was flying at breakneck speed. At the same time, she again tried to neutralize the magic of the green color, thinking that the seasons were changing. At this time, people in the city were walking along the street under the scorching sun. The protagonist's student fought against Jeremy. Imagining in her head how people read ads from the magic tower, Riley thought that September had come and a cool autumn when the sun began to set early. At this moment, the girl with gray hair was defending herself from the monsters that were heading towards her. On the city wall, there was an announcement guiding the selection test in the 5 magic towers, and the protagonist's apprentice thought that it was the season of qualifying tests to drink in magic towers. At this time, Riley encountered the energy of the green color. The Lich was very surprised as he looked ahead. With her hands outstretched in front of her, the gray-haired girl easily destroyed his magic. Folding his arms to his chest, Grimoire declared that it was perfect and without a single mistake, reflecting that 6 months of training that felt like 2 years had finally come to an end. Looking smugly in front of him, the book guy thought that she could now handle any mid-level magus, and his apprentice asked if it was true. Walking through the skeleton monster's hideout, the protagonist stated that then they would finish for today, and the Lich noticed that they had done a good job, so he would tell Jeremy to prepare a delicious dinner. Looking at the broadly smiling skeleton monster, Grimoire said that he was also a good fellow. Suddenly, Riley saw a piece of paper flying in her direction, and the book guy was noticing that it would be worth working on the attack a little more, and there would be candy. The protagonist then looked at the piece of paper in his apprentice's hands and asked what it was. After reading the contents of the paper, the children saw that this was the 12th volume of the Lich's plan for world domination, where the first step was to create a Death Knight, and the second was to teach a chimera who wielded magic. Seeing this, the guys looked dumbfounded in front of them and just kept silent. Then, they looked at the skeleton monster standing behind them with displeasure. At the same time, the Lich looked away guiltily when the Grimoire asked what it was and whether he had tried to take over the world while he was gone, and if he had gone completely mad, because he wasn't trying to destroy everything around him. With his mouth wide open, the skeleton monster shouted that he was going to conquer the world and just wanted to take over the small city in the east and make it his kingdom. Hitting himself on the head with his hand, the protagonist could not believe in the truth of his words. Looking puzzled in front of him, the Lich asked if someone like him could not have such ambitions, and Grimoire replied that he was afraid, but sooner or later he would cause more problems, although he had already done a good job. At this moment, the skeleton monster was awkwardly scratching its head, and the book guy was asking what it was and why it reacted so much to simple words. Suddenly, the Lich became very worried and noticed, which did not cause any problems at all. At this time, All the trees in the forest were covered in snow outside, and the protagonist mused that around this time, the Lich came up with a plan to conquer even there, in the north of the empire. Silhouettes of people could be seen ahead, while Grimoire reasoned that there were those who were preparing another conspiracy. In the snowy terrain there was a girl with black hair, who was humming a melody. Imagining the snowy terrain in his mind, Grimoire thought that this was the north of the empire, the road leading to Wilhelm, the city of wizards. Silhouettes of people could be seen on the road. The men looked at the girl walking in front, telling the boss that she was over there. The aristocrat smiled broadly while the robbers noticed that her outfit looked quite expensive. With a snide grin, the bandit assumed that she seemed to be quite weak and completely careless, as well as completely defenseless. Pulling an arrow on his bow, a man declared that one could not walk alone along this path. At this time, the girl with black hair stood with her back to them and did not suspect anything. A moment later, the robber shot an arrow from his bow and wished her death. The shell was quickly heading towards the smiling aristocrat. At the same moment, an arrow pierced her stomach. The girl with black hair fell to the ground and bled. Noticing this, the bandits came out to her, telling the boss that it was a great shot. Having taken all the jewelry from her, the bandits were happy that she had so many expensive things. Watching his allies from the sidelines, the robed guy noticed that these were things that were not found in most dungeons. Smiling broadly, the gray-haired guy was holding the jewelry in his hands, saying that it was a great find, when suddenly the subordinate called out to the boss. Turning sharply back, the leader of the bandits said that he was busy and asked what was there, and his ally noticed that he should take a look at it after all. Suddenly, the same girl with black hair that they had just killed appeared in front of them. She briefly stared in front of her with a crazy expression on her face. Seeing her, the leader of the gang was very stunned and asked what it was. His subordinates looked at the place where her corpse had just been, and said that the treasure had also disappeared along with the body. At the same time, the girl with black hair closed her eyes. The guys realized that she was a magician. Immediately afterward, the bandits drew their blades when their leader announced that everyone needed to raise their swords immediately. Pulling the string of his bow, the man with the gray hair declared that they would win, because there were more of them. At the same moment, the aristocrat grinned mischievously. The bandit leader was aiming his bow at her, saying that she was just a fragile little lady. A moment later, she struck him, cutting off his hands. After the incident, the man with gray hair trembled in pain and screamed loudly. His limbs lay in front of him in the snow, as he continued to scream loudly in pain. Trembling in fright, the leader of the robbers could not believe what was happening. At this time, the sorceress looked at him furiously, saying that they had crossed the path of the mage, and they had to pay for it. The old man with the white beard looked in front of him as he spoke of this. Leaning on his cane, the wizard noticed that this was the work of a magician, and, it seemed, there was a fight with bandits. In front of him lay the corpses of the same robbers who had attacked the girl. Thrusting his cane into the body of the bandit leader, the old man noticed that the battle had taken place about 5 hours ago, and it would be more correct to call it a one-sided massacre rather than a fight. Looking in his direction, the cabman asked what they should do, and the man with the white hair replied that he should just ignore it and walk by, because all he had to do was tell him as soon as he got back to town. Holding his back, the old man noticed that as long as he was there would be no problems, and the driver of the cart agreed with him, saying that he would trust only him. Then a man with white hair sat inside the cart. Suddenly, he saw something in front. Riley sat across from him, looking out the window. Suddenly she looked away in surprise when she was called out and asked why she needed to go to Wilhelm. Looking at the old man sitting in front, the gray-haired girl explained that she planned to pass the selection exam for the 5 great towers. Looking seriously ahead, the white-haired man declared that she was just going to certain death, and asked if she had heard anything about the tragedy, since all kinds of wizards flock to the selection tests. Imagining a person using magic circles in his head, the old man said that there are madmen who think that exams are a legitimate place to kill. Visualizing a woman with a magic wand in her hand, he added that she must have the skills to protect herself if life is to end. Placing his hands on the cane, the white-haired man stated that it was commendable that she had risen to such a rank at such a young age, but the magic tower selection test was more than she could imagine, and asked how about further education at the school located in Wilhelm, and the protagonist's student only remained silent. With a serious expression on her face, Riley said that she thanked her for the sincere advice, but she had already made up her mind. Hearing this, the old man looked at her silently. Suddenly waving his head, he thought that it seemed that this year would take another capable magus with it. At this time, a girl with gray hair was watching a man with white hair inhaling heavily. Being in the hands of his apprentice, Grimoire asked what the old man was talking about, and she sarcastically told him. Immediately after that, the stories are transported to the moment when Riley found herself with the book guy in the middle of a busy city and noticed that it was very cool there, because it was the first time she saw such a developed city, and he thought that this is Wilhelm, a cold city where it snows all year round, and this is the center of magical engineering. In this very city, there was a large amount of snow on the street. At that time, magical airships were flying across the sky. Suddenly, there was an explosion in one of the houses, and a person nearby asked what was the matter, to which he received the answer that it was Roy who was conducting his experiments again. Looking around, the protagonist said that although the view had changed, the atmosphere was still the same, and asked if his student had found her way. As she continued to look at the map in her hands, Riley replied that she didn't know at all, and Grimoire pointed out that it was bad because the city had changed so much that even he couldn't get his bearings. At this time, someone was watching the guys from around the corner, while the book guy asked why the map did not show the location of the tests. At the same time, the girl with gray hair unleashed her inner blue energy using the pathfinding skill. A moment later, a beam of blue energy swept through all the streets of the city. Fixing her gaze on the map of the area, the protagonist's student explained that there are 10 places that are supposedly management offices, and all the buildings are relatively clean, and the access of the general public is controlled. But the problem is that it could be a branch of the school or a medium-sized research laboratory. Grimoire then thought of the image of an old man who had said that he had seen many wizards like them, and that at first they all said they could do it, and he himself said that if he had known it would be so, he would have followed the old man. Looking at her master, Riley said that she should have stayed close to this wizard even if she had to endure his grumbling a little, and she realized that Grimoire didn't really seem to know where to go. As an unknown person appeared behind the guys, the book guy asked what anyone knew that the city had changed so much in 300 years, and his student wondered if he really thought that nothing would change there. Suddenly, this same stranger came up to the guys and greeted them, assuming that they were there for the first time. Looking at him menacingly, the protagonist reflected that he had a loose cape, and he was clearly a local, and a hazy trail of magical energy was flying around. With a big smile on his face, the young man with the brown hair told him that it was difficult for people who came to Wilhelm for the first time to find their way, and Grimoire was aware that he was a novice mage. Then the voice of an unknown person spread through the street of the city, explaining that finding a way there was useless, because the residual magical energy obtained as a result of experiments and research interfered with the search for the way. Looking at him after what she had heard, the girl with gray hair asked if there was any other way, and he replied that he did not even know. Pointing his finger at himself smugly, the brown-haired guy claimed that one way to ask for help from a handsome man. Calmly watching him, the protagonist's student wondered what to do, and her teacher replied that he did not know, and asked her to decide for herself. Getting closer to the stranger, Riley asked for help, and he agreed, asking where the little lady was going, to which he was told that she needed to go to the testing control office. Pointing his fingers to the side, the brown-haired guy claimed that he knew where it was and asked if the lady was also planning to pass the screening test, and she answered positively, to which he remarked that it was amazing at her young age, because he still had a long way to go. Then the voice of an unknown person spread through the area, asking for an explanation. Since it was her first time in Wilhelm, he asked that it was a large city, and it was divided into several districts. Slowly walking down the street of the city, the guy with the brown hair was telling that this was how the Union of Organizations was created, and he runs the magic towers, when suddenly Riley asked him to stop. Standing behind him, the gray-haired girl asked how long it would take. Smiling broadly, the stranger explained that it was still about 15 minutes to the management office from there. A moment later, he was greatly stunned when the protagonist's student stated that she was not talking about it. Pointing her finger at the stranger, Riley explained that she was talking about the spell he had used on her. Standing in front of the guy with the brown hair, the girl noticed that he was talking about a spell he had cast on her some time ago. With a displeased expression on his face, the stranger asked when she had noticed. Remembering his smiling greeting with her, Riley said what she had noticed from the beginning. Visualizing the unknown man pointing his finger at himself, saying that there was a way to know the way if she asked him for help, the gray-haired girl explained that from the moment they met, he had placed a strange emphasis on words. With an innocent expression on her face, the protagonist's apprentice asked if he was using intonation and putting magic into his words, thinking that this was the first step in casting a spell. At the same moment, the brown-haired guy was smiling silently, and Riley was asking if it wasn't so, while Grimoire mused that this man had bewitched his apprentice using a charm. Suddenly, the unknown person raised his head up and laughed. Looking at the girl with gray hair standing in front, the guy wondered if she really knew everything, but still followed him while she gave a positive answer, and then he asked why. Watching his apprentice from the sidelines, the book boy thought that the spell had something to do with paralysis, and if everything worked out, then everything would be very bad with her. Imagining in his head how unknown hands reach out to Riley, the protagonist reasoned that she was paralyzed and then sold to dark magicians or slavers. Looking menacingly to the side, Grimoire thought that this was a common sight in Wilhelm, since the victims were usually children like Riley. Then, the words sounded in his mind that nevertheless, the reason why they followed this man was different. With a smug grin, the book guy concluded that even if she fought him, who would win, and the gray-haired girl at this time stated that he didn't look like someone who could do harm. Hearing this, the unknown man gritted his teeth in displeasure. Scratching his head, the brown-haired guy suggested that she must be too arrogant because she had reached the lowest rank at such a young age, and said that he would teach the arrogant little wizard a painful lesson today. Pointing his finger at the protagonist's apprentice, the unknown person asked if she didn't know that even among a low rank, there could be a huge difference in strength. Looking admiringly in front of him, the protagonist noticed that this was true, and it turned out that Riley was the sky, and he was the Earth. With her serious gaze forward, the gray-haired girl asked if she was the first to be kidnapped, to which she was told that she was the 13th or so. Pointing smugly at himself, the guy with brown hair stated that everyone fell in love with his smile and thought he looked good, and the protagonist's student noticed that he had kidnapped quite a few people. After hearing the words of praise for herself, Riley looked ahead in surprise, and her opponent said that he often heard that he looked like he could easily bring women to tears. At this time, Grimoire was giving him the middle finger, and the girl with the gray hair noticed that this was indeed the case. As if sparkling with self-confidence, the unknown assumes that they must be waiting for them at night. A moment later, he was very angry when the protagonist's apprentice remarked that if he were brought in, it would be impossible not to cry. Unleashing her orange-colored flames, the brown-haired guy called her a bad word. He then gathered the fire energy in his hand. A moment later, a weapon blade began to appear from the flames. Then the unknown created a spear of fire in front of him and used the awakening properties. At this time, Riley stared at him as he used fire. Looking thoughtfully in front of him, Grimoire said that this guy was a beginner, but he had good control of his strength. When the young man with the brown hair swung his war spear, noticing this, the book guy smirked, remarking that it was perfect to practice. Throwing his weapon forward, the unknown wished the girl death. At this time, the protagonist's apprentice was just standing still. There was a huge amount of flame around her, and Riley continued to be unfazed. Suddenly, a blue energy appeared in front of her. With her eyes wide open, the gray-haired girl activated her accelerated thinking. At the same moment, the protagonist remembered who used lich magic. Visualizing his apprentice deactivating the skeleton monster's attack, Grimoire mused that by training with him, her mental acuity had surpassed that of a human. Imagining a brain shrouded in green energy in his head, the book boy thought that this happened when she sent magical power to the brain. At this time, the fiery spear almost approached Riley, who still hadn't moved. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to the magic circles at the tip of the weapon. The girl with gray hair looked seriously in front of her. Then, a strange energy suddenly appeared in her hand. After that, the protagonist's apprentice stretched out her hand in the direction of flame magic. At the same time, the guy with gray hair looked dumbfounded in front of him. Watching Riley unleash blue energy, an unknown person asked what she was doing, and she replied that no one knew. Gathering a sphere of blue energy in her hand, the gray-haired girl asked if this was the difference between heaven and earth that he was talking about. Watching the magic blob in his apprentice's hand, Grimoire mused that her attack was different from that guy's, and it was a simple mass of magic power, with no spinning or special technique. After a moment, Riley unleashed her power. At the same time, a huge ball of blue energy headed forward. Noticing this, the brown-haired guy was very frightened. The protagonist mused that she was doing everything too quickly. A moment later, a sphere of blue energy hit the guy's opponent directly, and Grimoire was aware that it was a true magic bullet. After taking damage, a guy with brown hair expectorates blood. Standing in front of the wounded enemy, the protagonist's student noticed that thanks to him, she had learned a valuable lesson, so it was worth repaying him. Looking serious ahead, Riley said that the fact that he had a high level of magic didn't solve all problems, and the outcome of the competition could be completely different depending on the talent. Watching the bleeding man, the girl with gray hair suggested that perhaps he had already died. Suddenly, the protagonist's apprentice glanced at her master, who was sighing heavily. Looking dumbfounded in front of him, the book boy asked if she had killed him, and Riley replied that she could say so, while he explained that he didn't want to make a problem out of it, but they really did kill him. Watching the angels who began to bury the deceased, the protagonist told him to be reborn as soon as possible. Grimoire said with a frightened look on his face that they had come there to gain experience, but that it couldn't end like this, and he mused that despite his sincere wishes, he hadn't come back to life. At that time, a magical airship flew over the city. Approaching the entrance of a building in the city, Riley assumed that the last 10th building was the management office, and Grimoire noticed that they were really unlucky. Imagining a student in his head who was concentrating energy around her, the book boy reasoned that they had first searched for a path to 10 places that were supposed to be control centers. Remembering how the girl with gray hair came to different people and asked about the management office, and you were told that they didn't know anything about it, so she could leave, the book guy thought that, however, oddly enough, no one knew about the location of the office. Looking at the sign that said it was the Magic Tower Selection Test Management Office, the protagonist mused that he had no choice but to inspect the entire building before they could still find the right one. With his hands folded to his chest, Grimoire reasoned that he couldn't believe that Riley hadn't noticed such a sign, and even if he was looking for a way, it wasn't on the maps and was quite difficult to find. Suddenly, the book boy looked in front of him, dumbfounded, thought that the locations were being deliberately hidden, and asked Riley if she remembered the locations of the buildings they had already visited. Fixing her gaze on the map, the girl with gray hair said that everyone remembers, and they are all marked there, and the protagonist asked to mark this building. Connecting the dots on her map, the protagonist's student claimed that it was an inverted pentagram, which was a magic circle. Smiling at the map, Grimoire noticed that they were just bastards. Noticing a huge number of blue magic circles in the sky, the book guy claimed that they were using the entire Wilhelm as a magic circle, and special buildings were placed in each location and a magic formation was activated. Imagining magic circles of different colors in his head, the protagonist reflected that the magic barrier, stealth, hallucinations, illusions are spells designed to confuse visitors in some way. Continuing to look at the map of the city in surprise, Riley asked why this was done at all. Her teacher replied that he did not know, and there was only one way to find out. Opening the front door to the main test office, Grimoire clarified that this was not the case. A moment later, the guys found themselves in a room where a girl with red hair was sitting at the table. Noticing the arrival of the guests, she immediately looked in their direction. With a snide grin on her face, the girl with red hair congratulated her on passing the first stage of testing. Suddenly, a blue magic mark appeared on Riley's hand, and the examiner explained that it was a token confirming that she was a candidate for testing. Holding several cards in her hands, the girl with red hair stated that if she presented it, she would be able to use Wilhelm's services for free, and there was still a week before the next test, and in the meantime she could rest, to which the girl with gray hair agreed. Looking at the cards in her hands, the protagonist's apprentice clarified that it turned out that they managed to overcome the first test, and thought it was too easy to begin with, and Grimoire noted that although it was problematic to visit all 10 buildings, it was not too difficult, and mused that this could only be said because Riley was good at finding the way. Remembering his apprentice searching for a path on a map of the city, the protagonist mused that it was not on the map and not easy to find even through Pathfinder, and there were 10 locations that were supposedly management offices. Then he imagined several magic circles of blue color in his head, thought that it was all part of the same whole. Visualizing the busy Wilhelm Street, Grimoire realized that it was all part of the ordeal. Recalling the image of the smiling manager explaining that the test control office was the last to appear after all 9 locations had been found, the book guy mused that she had already mentioned something about it. With a thoughtful expression on his face, the protagonist reflected that he needed to overcome various obstacles, track down 9 locations and find the final control location. Imagining in his head the people who couldn't find the main test control office, Grimoire reasoned that this search for the control office must be a living hell for other wizards, but for Riley, it was different. Suddenly, a girl with red hair looking in front of her noticed something. At the same moment, the girl with gray hair was turning back when she was called by name. With a smile on her face, the manager told me to avoid conflicts with other test participants if possible, until the next test. Hearing her, the protagonist's apprentice nodded her head silently. Immediately afterward, the story shifts to the moment when the guys were walking down the street, and Riley asked what it meant, and Grimoire explained that it was nothing. Spreading his hands to the sides, the book guy said that sometimes there are idiots on the way, and they argue recklessly to find out the level of other participants before the tests, so he thinks that this was done so that such people do not cause problems. Looking back at her teacher, the girl with gray hair assumed that it had nothing to do with her, and he remarked that it had nothing to do with it, and some might ignore her warnings and start a fight. Suddenly, the protagonist's apprentice froze in place in surprise. Turning towards Grimoire, she called out to him, and he noticed that he knew everything. Standing in the middle of a busy street in the city of Wilhelm, the book boy mused that right now a precise aura was directed at Riley. Imagining the corpses of robbers lying on the ground in her head, the girl with gray hair noticed that this was a familiar magical power. With a menacing expression on her face, the protagonist's apprentice explained that this was also magic, what she felt from the corpses she saw along the way. Looking back, Grimoire declared that the culprit in all murders was the one from whom such a murderous intent came. Immediately afterward, the gray-haired girl would release her blue energy when she received an order to track him down. Then, the protagonist's apprentice used pathfinding throughout the city, and the book guy mused that this was another use of the skill. As the blue energy swept past a huge number of people, the protagonist reasoned that it was time to abandon his vision and look at the world using only magical power. Suddenly, the pathfinding skill noticed an unknown person standing around the corner of the building. At the same moment, Riley looked menacingly away. Turning back, the girl with gray hair said that this person was there. Among the crowd was an unknown man in a red robe. Calmly looking in front of her, the protagonist's student asked what to do, and her teacher asked what she thought, whether she could win, to which she gave a positive answer. Suddenly, Riley saw a bright flash of red in front of her as Grimoire told her to wait and prepare her defense as best she could. At this moment, a cloud of red energy appeared in front of the girl with gray hair. She stared at him dumbfounded, wondering what she needed to scatter or tilt her head and dodge, realizing that it was too fast and her brain would be pierced before she could try anything. A moment later, the protagonist's apprentice gathered blue energy in her hand and used a double spell, realizing that she would have to sacrifice something. Analyzing the red energy with her magic circle, Riley thought that it would quickly collapse. Well, at least she would be able to avoid the blow, and at the same time prepare a magic rocket. Concentrating a sphere of blue energy in her hand, the gray-haired girl thought that her opponent expected her to just defend herself while she struck herself. As she continued to study the realm of red energy, the protagonist's apprentice thought of the space to attack. Riley blocked the enemy's attack and stared in front of her, dumbfounded. Watching the other magus who enveloped his entire body in red energy, the gray-haired girl mused that there was no breach in his defenses. Looking at the sphere of red energy in fright, the protagonist's apprentice asked if it was impenetrable. At the same moment, the red energy collided with a blue-colored magic barrier. A moment later, she shattered the defenses and pierced the head of the protagonist's apprentice. At the same moment, there was a pool of blood near her feet. The magic tome was also lying on the ground, sprinkled with blood. At this time, the red-robed girl smiled broadly. After a moment, Riley screamed dumbfounded. She was standing in the middle of a huge crowd of people with a frightened expression on her face. Then the girl with gray hair began to look around and ask what it was. Leaning closer to her, the girl in black and red explained that it was a mental battle. Imagining the image of a wary Riley in his head, Grimoire reflected that a mental battle is a simulation that takes place with special concentration, and first you need to find an opponent. Remembering how the blue energy caught up with the girl in black and red clothes, the book guy reasoned that after that, he needed to raise a murderous intent. By visualizing his apprentice blocking a sphere of red energy, the protagonist knew that in the end, he had to think about the answer, and this is all a common misconception. At the same moment, a girl in black and red clothes was taking off her hood. Leaning closer to Riley, she asked if she had just seen death. The gray-haired girl's gaze was immediately attracted by the mark on her hand. Looking seriously in front of him, Grimoire said that it was an inverted pentagram pattern, which meant the selection of test participants, and thought that he hadn't even heard the collision avoidance warning. Imagining in his head a sorceress with black hair who kills robbers, the book boy reasoned that this was a terrible scene of a mad killer, of whom only traces remained. Looking warily in front of him, the protagonist told Riley to be careful with her. Looking at the girl with a crazy smile on her face, Grimoire added that she was some kind of psychopath, and mused that there were no normal people among those who had been using magic as a murder weapon for a long time. Then the narrative of the story is transferred to the moment when the witch was sitting in a restaurant and asked what was delicious. A girl with gray hair eating meat with 2 forks said that it was really delicious. With a big smile on her face, the black-haired girl noticed that this was the best restaurant in Wilhelm, and even the lords of the 5 magic towers would come after passing the selection test, and she didn't have to answer, so she could eat, because she was going to pay for everything. Looking at her, Riley asked if it was true, and the girl with the black hair gave a positive answer, explaining that she was rude, so she had to pay. After hearing this, the girl with gray hair seemed to sparkle with joy. At the same moment, Grimoire looked in displeasure in front of him, while his student said that she liked her, and he explained that he asked not to be friends with her. Continuing to eat different dishes, Riley said that there were no bad people among those who bought her food, and the book guy asked if she really tasted so good that he received a positive answer. Holding a fork with a piece of meat in her hands, the gray-haired girl added that this was because in the musty cave of the Lich, she always had bad food for him, and the protagonist noticed that he would be disappointed to hear this. Imagining a skeleton monster in his head that cooks food, Grimoire reflected that he had worked hard, cooked for Riley, and the dishes had just the perfect combination of ingredients, so they must have been generously infused with rare magical herbs. A moment later, the Lich was greatly taken aback when the protagonist's apprentice asked what to do if it didn't taste good, and Grimoire said it was cruel. Looking sharply at the sorceress in black and red clothes, the book boy noticed that there was something more important now. With a joyful expression on her face, Rebecca Duncan said her name and asked to be called that for convenience. Smiling mischievously, the girl with black hair asked to be taken care of, and the protagonist mused that an abnormal killer is a big problem. When Riley got up from the table, she noticed that they had a good meal and expressed her gratitude, and Rebecca said that she shouldn't be thanked, because she was glad that she liked it. Looking at the broadly smiling sorceress with black hair, Grimoire mused that this sorceress's name was Rebecca Duncan, and at the age of 27, she had reached an advanced level and had come to Wilhelm for testing. Pointing a finger at her cheek, the girl with black hair said that there was no need to thank so much, because everything was not so simple. Showing her mark as a participant, Rebecca stated that everything was free there. As Riley recalled her meeting with the examiner, the black-haired girl asked if she hadn't heard it from the manager. Showing the children her hand, Rebecca told them that some objects can be used for free just by showing it. Showing the cook her mark of a participant, the girl with black hair noticed that this restaurant was no exception, and she was more naive than she thought. At this time, the girl with gray hair was looking in front of her, puzzled, while her new friend stated that she had a very strange expression on her face and apologized for it. Looking away, Grimoire mused that she hadn't figured it out yet. Seeing his apprentice staring emotionlessly forward, the book boy reasoned that when she had such a blank stare, it meant that she was very angry. At this time, the street lights and those who were there were shining brightly. Taking Riley's hand, Rebecca asked what she was going to do now and where to sleep, and she replied that she planned to just find something nearby. Abruptly pulling her hand to the side, the black-haired girl stated that this was not allowed, and even in the objects that checked the 5 magic towers, there was a difference in levels, so she had to give her a map and a list. Pointing her finger at a location on a map of the city, Rebecca explained that this was also a good thing. Imagining in her head the joyful people who were in the hotel, the girl with black hair stated that the best place was the Sky Whale Hotel. Pointing her finger up, she added that it was quiet because it was well soundproofed, the host was pleasant, and the food was the best. With a joyful expression on her face, Rebecca noticed that it was also possible to come to this cafe, and Riley suddenly thought about it. Giving her a map with a few marked places on it, the girl with the black hair concluded that this would be enough. Taking the map of the city in her hands, the girl with gray hair asked if she was not going with them, and her new friend explained that she wanted to stay with an acquaintance from Wilhelm. Rebecca then silently watched as the protagonist's apprentice studied the map. Abruptly, as if glowing with joy, the girl with black hair asked if Riley also wanted to stay at his house, and Riley gave a negative answer while she wondered if she was really so categorically refusing. At this time, Grimoire stared in displeasure in front of him and just remained silent, while Rebecca noticed that she was just asking. Watching the embarrassed sorceress, the book reflected that, given years of life experience, he could say that it was sincere, and if Riley had accepted the offer, she would have taken her to her home. Looking emotionlessly in front of her, the girl with gray hair asked her teacher why she was so interested in her and what the reason was, and he replied that he did not know, and he did not understand the thoughts of the young murderer. Looking at Riley staring menacingly in front of her, Grimoire guessed that she must have been surprised that such a rookie had managed to pass the first stage of the entrance test, and was probably wondering what skills his student had. Looking at her teacher with displeasure, the girl with gray hair noticed that she spoke well for someone who allegedly did not know, and he explained that this was just guesswork. Suddenly looking at his student, the protagonist clarified that she really wanted to say that he was just crazy, to which she gave a negative answer. At this time, Rebecca walked slowly forward down the street. Turning sharply back, she said that then she should go and rest, and noticed that they would meet at the next test. Hearing this, Grimoire silently followed her with his eyes. Remembering the image of a sorceress using evil red energy, the book boy noticed that it was unusual to see the smile of a ruthless killer. Imagining in his head a girl with black hair, who stood near many corpses, the protagonist thought that she had brutally dealt with the bandits. Looking in front of him, Grimoire told Riley to exchange a few more words before they parted, and Riley immediately agreed. Glancing happily at her new friend, the girl with gray hair told her that they would see each other again, and she agreed to this. Suddenly looking in surprise in front of her, Rebecca heard the protagonist's apprentice state that the next time they met, she hoped they could fight together. Holding the black book in her hands, Riley remarked that she didn't need to use illusory magic to scare her. Hearing this, the black-haired girl was very dumbfounded. Looking at the protagonist's apprentice standing in front, Rebecca asked about illusory magic, to which she received a positive answer. Imagining his apprentice bleeding to death in his head, Grimoire mused that an illusory battle had taken place during their first encounter with her. Visualizing the moment when the black-haired girl walked up to Riley and told her everything, the book guy reasoned that she had faced death and returned to the real world again. Imagining the manifestation of the wizard's brain, the protagonist said that Rebecca said that this phenomenon is called mental battle, and it really exists. Looking at her new friend, Riley asked why she had put spells on her. Looking at her puzzled, the black-haired girl noticed that she was an amazing girl and asked how she knew it, since it seemed that only high-level magi could catch a spell. At this time, Grimoire, folding his arms to his chest, stated that since ancient times, there has been only one way to detect an illusion, and that is confidence in. Looking at the dumbfounded Rebecca, the girl with gray hair explained that she would never die at the hands of an inept woman. Hearing this, the black-haired girl clenched her hand into a fist of displeasure. At the same time, the book guy visualized the magical flow of blue energy, talking about the amount of magical powers that could be handled at the same time, precise control, and the power of the magic flow. Imagining the continuation of this flow of energy in his head, the protagonist reasoned about the speed of casting spells and that each time the rank increases, abilities increase. Surrounded by a huge number of blue magic circles, Grimoire stated that sometimes the difference in skills was not so easy to overcome, no matter what tricks were used, and the difference in levels was absolute, and that was a fact in the wizarding world. With a snide grin, the bookboy noticed that it was different with Riley. Taking a confident step forward, the girl with gray hair declared that they had already heard this today, and now the one who said it was lying in Wilhelm's alley. Pointing her finger at herself, the protagonist's student noticed that he also had a hole in his chest. Hearing all this, Rebecca looked at her dumbfounded, while Grimoire mused that Riley knew how to fight back against a strong opponent, and it had happened several times before. Imagining in his head how the skeleton monster uses its magic, the book boy reasoned that it was during a battle with a lich. Then he recalled how his student neutralized the enemy's attack with her forces. Visualizing Riley fighting against monsters, the protagonist thought that she also killed the chimera in the hideout. Imagining in his mind the inhabitant of Wilhelm whom they had recently met and killed, Grimoire mused that there had also been today's battle. At the same moment, Rebecca suddenly laughed, saying that if she wanted, she could attack, and the girl with gray hair noticed that she was ready for anything. Glancing at her, the black-haired girl asked her to be quiet and asked if she was thinking, didn't understand her intentions, and explained that if she ignored the manager's warnings for no reason, she would be disqualified. Looking at her, the protagonist's student stated that it was a lie, and it seemed that she was running out of fear, and Rebecca offered to meet during the test. With a smug look on her face, the black-haired girl remarked that it would be a lot of fun, because she had met a few weirdos before the selection test, and Riley said that she had fun too, because she had given her a lot of useful information. Enveloping herself in the energy of the pink color, Rebecca asked to take care of herself before the start of testing. Suddenly evaporating in the pink smoke left in front of the guys, she finally said that she had fun today. Looking admiringly in front of her, the girl with gray hair noticed that it was indeed a clone. Suddenly glancing at her, Grimoire assumed that the real body must be on the other side of the city, and his student had said that it was an excellent technique. Imagining Rebecca sitting with them at dinner in his mind, the book boy mused that there was a strange flow of magical energy that couldn't flow in ordinary living beings, and if it wasn't for such a high sensitivity to mana, they wouldn't have noticed anything. As she walked slowly down the street, Riley said that she understood everything now, and Grimoire asked what she meant, while Grimoire replied that the reason why Rebecca was interested in her was clear. Imagining a girl with black hair walking beside her, the protagonist's apprentice revealed that she was just curious and waited until she realized that it was just a clone. Visualizing Rebecca turning back, Riley added that she wanted to see her expression and the mystery was waiting to be caught, so perhaps it was the flow of magical energy that sometimes became stronger. Looking dumbfounded at the girl with gray hair, the protagonist asked why she needed it, and she replied that it was fun, while he wondered why. Suddenly, as if beaming with joy, the protagonist's apprentice stated that she enjoyed the thrill of being caught, and it was probably quite fun. Looking emotionlessly in front of him, Grimoire said that it was so surprising that she knew the innermost thoughts of such a crazy girl, and it was really cool, and Riley noticed that of course it was, and mused that he had completely lost sight of what was happening. Closing one of her eyes, Rebecca was telling the baby to wake up, because she was a wizard of the highest rank. Spreading her hands to the sides, the girl with black hair declared that she was only a beginner, just stepping on a lower rank. At this time, the gray-haired girl silently watched her as her new friend added that there was a difference between the two that could not be described in words. A young man is holding a questionnaire in his hands. He studies the information about the participants in the selection, and says that, as Senbei said, there are a lot of especially interesting personalities this year. He is sitting at a desk in the library, and a question comes from the glowing magic ball. As far as he has already looked, the man replied that before the second son of the Stingwood family, the ball was asked again that this feeling must be new. He replied that it was true, and that he could not believe that the student he was teaching was already on his way to the selection test, and that it seems that only yesterday they met in the mansion. The teacher brings the questionnaire closer to her face, and the girl from the ball says that you need to discard the memories for a moment and move on to the next chapter, that the most interesting thing remains. The teacher looks carefully at the sheet and asks if it is true. He shifts his astonished gaze to the questionnaire. The mentor looks at the photo and asks that it is a low-ranking member. He brings the questionnaire closer to his face, and the voice from the ball asks that it is fun, and says that the participant wanted to pass the qualifying round as soon as possible, and he replies that this is arrogant, and, as expected from the student Latemida. The girl from the ball looks ahead and says that who knows, and asks if the interlocutor knows how long it took the baby to pass the first test. The mentor, without taking his eyes off the questionnaire, thoughtfully says that it barely passed, and it seems that it wandered around Wilhelm for 3 months. The girl with red hair put her hands to the golden energy ball and said that it was not so, and that this child had arrived in Wilhelm this afternoon. The man looks at the profile again and says that it means that it took only half a day to find the management office. He holds the sheet with both hands and asks that the fastest result was 4 hours, and adds that this was when Rebecca Duncan used 20 clones, raising the city's ears. The teacher looks away and thinks that the average time to find an office is 1 week. He sits at his desk and muses that even Garen Edward von Theobald, a high-ranking expert, took an entire day to find the office. The mentor picks up the questionnaire again and realizes that this little Riley is number 1. The lady leaned on her arm and asked, because she was right, that there would be something to see this year. The man looks at the interlocutor from the golden ball and replies that in many ways. The lady looks at the magic mark on her wrist in amazement, and the lady says that there is 1 week left until the next test, and now she can rest. She clenches her fist in anticipation and says that they will have a good rest, and the grimoire answers, because they have been running all the time. Riley brings her fork of food to her mouth, and she leads a lazier life than anyone, waking up and eating breakfast when the sun was already high. A girl is sitting at the dining table with cutlery in her hands. She reaches for a plate of food while lying on the bed. The girl holds a fork with food in her hand and, after 3 days, says that she is bored, tired of rest. Grimoire looks at the girl and suggests that they go for a walk. The young sorceress examines herself in the mirror. She, beautifully dressed, walks forward, and the guy says that she looks good. The main character carefully holds the book and reflects that despite buying expensive clothes, she still has a lot of money left, and the young man says that he knows that she is still using what she received from Letimes. Riley shifts her wary gaze from the second. At the entrance to the Central Library of Arcady, people are crowded. The young man says that this building is hundreds of years old. The girl looks at the building with delight, and the grimoire reveals that if she looks at the size, it is probably the second largest after Letimes, and that this is the place where most of the books related to magic are kept. The guy turned his head to the girl and asked that she wanted to come in. He crossed his arms over his chest, and the main character thought that they had nothing to do anyway, And what was more, they said that it was possible to use this place without any problems, and the grimoire added that for the test participants, it was definitely an attractive advantage. Books shrouded in golden manna are hovering in the air. Visiting the academy will be a rewarding experience. There are many good books and rare magical collections. The guy looks down uncertainly and thinks that he is still doubtful. The book glows with magic, and the protagonist remembers that he was stuck in a similar cursed place for 300 years. A girl with blonde hair looks forward. Books are on the shelves. Hundreds of books are piled on shelves. Riley clutches the grimoire to her chest and asks that you can't avoid libraries forever. The young man shifts his worried gaze and agrees, unlike the land of the 21st century, that in this world you have to use books to gain knowledge. He stares into the darkness and thinks that, as the lady said, he can't go around libraries forever, and that at some point he will have to overcome fear. The protagonist closes his eyes and says, "Why not enter with his eyes closed?" The girl looks intently at her companion. He resolutely walks forward, waving his arms, and says that if you come in and don't like something, you can safely leave. The young sorceress enthusiastically examines the library. She looks around and admires that it is incredibly beautiful. The protagonist relaxed puts his hand on his belt and assures that there is no feeling that books are scattered everywhere like in Letimes. So everything is fine, and adds that the ceiling is a little pompous. His companion asks what it means pompous. The girl holds a pass in his hand and says that it is platinum, and the boy says that this is the highest level, and that he thinks that you can go anywhere with it. The girl looks at him in bewilderment, and does not understand that anywhere when there is only one destination. The guys are standing on the threshold of a closed area with forbidden books, and the girl says that she is excited. The main character clutches 2 magical books in her hands, and the young man says that these 2 books are from the general fund, but the forbidden topic is a completely different matter, and she lists the names of the literature she holds, that these are 100 great people who glorified the modern era of empire, and the understanding of the second awakening and the flowering of attributes. The boy holds his head and tells his companion to take the lamp from the floor and asks if there is a brightly lit place somewhere. Riley points her finger at the dancing lights and says there's a little light. The guy drags her forward and says that it's great, and you need to go there. A visitor to the library is sitting at a table with a book in his hands, and the girl says that someone is already there. The lady lifts the lamp higher. The man turns his head. He looks at the girl and asks how she got here. The girl holds out her hand with a glowing magic pass. Garen looks at her in amazement, and says that this is amazing, and asks what she wants to say that she passed the first test with such a terrible technique. A young sorceress looks at a man. The guy looks at him indignantly, and asks what is wrong with this old man again. The old man leans on his stick, and the protagonist states that he plans to pass the selection exam of the 5 great towers, and thinks that he is a terribly annoying type. The commander carefully examines the interlocutor and asks that he is going to certain death, and has not heard something about the tragedy, and adds, because a variety of wizards flock to the selection tests. Riley looks down at her hand and decides that she has received her certificate of passing the first test. The elder stands in front of the young people and tells the girl to surrender. He shifts his concentrated gaze forward and reveals that the test will be much tougher than she thinks, and that the moment the smell of blood spreads, the field of competition will turn into a field of carnage. The lady looks at Garen in amazement, and he continues to say that a wizard who has been practicing for years will still manage somehow, but it will be a very dangerous test for an inexperienced wizard like her, and persuades her that she should give up and try later. The commander of the magic squad stands in the middle of the bookstore. Riley looks at him confidently, and says that she has already said that she made a decision. The saddened man lowered his eyes and said that it was as stupid as befits a young age, and added that she was full of energy, and the young lady replied that some people liked her because they said that she was full of courage. The main character looks piercingly at the elder, and he tells her not to talk nonsense about courage, that it's all in vain, and she replies that she doesn't think so. The man looks thoughtfully at his interlocutor. The participant holds out a lamp and suggests that Garen let her show herself. The elder's eyes burn with fire and he invites the girl to a duel. He resolutely looks ahead and continues that if she wants to pass the test, then let her fight it. Magical streams surround the old man, confidently looking ahead. The lady shifts her bewildered gaze to the interlocutor and asks again what to fight, and he replies that this is, of course, an unusual competition. She looks up uncomprehendingly, and he continues that he will not attack and will give her only 3 attempts. The elder moves his neck to the side and continues that if he moves even a step, then the victory is for the girl. He stands firmly on his feet and finishes saying that then he will no longer interfere with her, and that if she can fight back well, she will be able to survive the test. The guy looks warily at the man and says that he is right. He looks forward and remembers that this old man is a high-ranking expert wizard. The man looks soulfully in front of him. The protagonist brings his hand to his chin and thoughtfully says that among those who pass the selection test, this old man must be the strongest, and that if Riley can land a good punch, she will show her abilities. And Riley asks what will happen if she fails to land a good punch. The wizard looks at her and calmly says that he doesn't want to, but he will have no choice but to stop her from taking the test, and she asks how. Garen points his finger forward menacingly, and replies that he will attack her with all his might. The young sorceress looks at the man with horror, and the guy is indignant that the same one said that he would not attack. The man looks up with a burning look and replies that she should not worry, he will not kill her, but will simply break her legs so that she cannot pass the test. The participant of the selection, shocked by what she heard, looks ahead and thinks that this old man is crazy. The girl looks at the interlocutor in amazement, and he asks why she has such a tense expression on her face. She answers, because her pride was hurt. Garen closes his eyes and asks that the girl wants to fight him on equal terms. Without restrictions, she agrees. The man bows his head with his eyes closed. He stares at the girl and asks that she could get the book out of her bag. The main character turns her head with apprehension. She holds in her hands a book of 100 great people who have glorified the modern era. The wizard takes this book in his hand, and the guy asks in disbelief what the books are for. Riley looks intently at the interlocutor, and he, flipping through the pages, says that the book is good, almost without distortion. The girl stretches out her hand up, and the elder tells her to read it. The girl looks at the open book in surprise, and the young man asks what these reading recommendations are all of a sudden, and says in surprise that on page 67 there is information about Garen Edward von Theobald. Powerful monsters surround the warrior, and the girl reads that Garen Theobald, the commander of a magical squad on the Western Front, and that he is known for his feat in the fight against 100 demons, and continues to read that this incident was called the Battle of the Hazelpart Mountains, and that His Majesty the Emperor highly appreciated the achievements of Edward von Theobald and inducted him into the Hall of Fame. The girl sees a portrait of the hero on the page of the book. The guys rounded their eyes in amazement. The competition administrator sits at the table with a feather in his hand. Not all high-ranking wizards have the same skills. Although there are wizards who train only to level up, there are still wizards who level up in the bloody fields. The young man directs his bloody hand forward towards the magical pictograms floating in the air. Garen placed his hands majestically on his cane, and the book says that even among such high-ranking wizards, the man who is truly called the influential Garen Theobald. Shocked, Riley looks at the wizard. She looks at the man in amazement, and asks the guy that the old man just said that, and he replied that it seems so, and the girl asks if he can increase the number of attacks to 5, because 3 is too little. The wizard looks dumbfounded at the lady and asks what conscience she has, and immediately says that he was joking. The girl turns her head to the guy and says that this is not the best place to fight, and he says that such obstacles are around. The man snaps his fingers in the air and tells the guys not to worry about it. A magical flow swirls in the library. The room is enveloped in energy mana. The wizard circles the empty room with his hand and asks that this space will be enough. He held up a thumbs up and said that Riley didn't need to worry about something being damaged by magic, and that there was no way her magic would go beyond that place. She shifts her incredulous gaze to the interlocutor and asks what if she does get out. She assures that this is normal, and that all objects are processed in such a way as to resist any forces. The protagonist confidently crossed his arms over his chest and said that it was okay then, and suggested that the girl pin this old man, and thought that how effective Riley's attack against the expert would be, and that now was a great opportunity to find out. The girl looks at her opponent hesitantly. The wizard watches the girl closely, and the protagonist thinks that if she does not land a good blow, then the young lady's legs will be broken, so broken that they will not be able to inflict a single blow, and asks what she can handle. The guy is reflected in the pupils of the man, and he thinks that usually a wizard who has reached the lowest rank before the age of 20 is called a genius. A magical rune appears. Each wizard goes through 2 awakenings in his life. His hands reach for the magical seed of the attribute, and Garen remembers that his first awakening was at the age of 10. That awakened are those who instinctively realize the truth about magic, mana, and sorcery, that as a novice apprentice, he underwent training to strengthen his skills. The glowing crystal hovered in the air between his palms, and the man continues that the attribute seed sleeping in the heart of mana blossoms, and the wizard is given his own attribute. Then it becomes possible to realize more complex, diverse, and powerful magic. The young man's leg rises to a step, and the old man thinks that from the moment of acquaintance with magical power, the wizard leaves the stage of apprentice and passes to a lower rank. The commander of the magic squad is intently looking ahead and thinking that this is why the skills of wizards who have reached adulthood are growing exponentially, that wizards who have reached adulthood have no choice but to naturally become stronger. Garen watches the girl intently and continues to think that, in other words, before passing the second test, wizards who have broken the barrier of the lowest rank are like monsters themselves until they come of age. Riley stares at the wizard with her arms outstretched. The elder lowers his head and realizes that he wants to see the future of this girl, and that this is why she should not participate in the test, because the magical world will lose the future. The wizard lowers his head and says that he will miss 3 attacks, and that if he moves even a step, then the victory will be for Riley. He puts one hand on the other and thinks that she will realize how big the difference is and refuse to be tested. Although it is a cruel method, there is nothing more he can do to save this child. The girl raised her palm, and the man offered to start the test. A magic ball appeared in her hand. Magic mana emits bright, luminous streams. A magic rocket approaches the elder. He stands with a straight back and says that it is fast. His eyes radiate calm, and he realizes that that's it, that heavy attacks filled with immense magical power are not so skillful, and that it involves rotation or a change in trajectory. The wizard puts up a magic shield and thinks that this is a fair attack, against which you don't even need to use attributes. The attacking mana pushes back the shield displayed by the old man. Garen watches what is happening and realizes that this is what he expected. He looks ahead in amazement. His hands are enveloped in paralysis, and he realizes that this is not magic, that fear has come up on the verge of death. Riley threw her hand forward confidently. The girl holds her palm in front of her, and the elder exclaims what she has done. The wizard raises his stick, emitting magical light, and remembers that he has crossed the line between life and death hundreds of times on the battlefield, and that it is the same tension as then. The main character looks forward hostilely, and the examiner does not believe that he really feels this way because of some baby magical attributes colliding, radiate magic around them, and the commander of the magic squad does not understand what is going on. He looks in front of him in bewilderment, and does not believe that the shield is disappearing. Garen stares intently at the orb and does not believe that it is a dissipation. He shifts his anxious gaze to the side. The magic rune soars upward, dissipating all magic. Riley quickly throws her hand forward. At her feet, a green crystal pierces the ground. She looks at her opponent with huge eyes, and the guy says that he noticed how she intercepted the missile before the shield disappeared. The elder breathed a sigh of relief. He furrowed his brows and wondered if this was intentional. The blue ball approaches the examiner, and he realizes that it is all because of the start of the attack. The magical shield restrains the girl's attacking energy, and her opponent analyzes that he was too smug. The man quickly turns his head to the side and thinks that he lacks confidence, like a young sorceress, and she decides that she will wait and see. The girl resolutely raises her hand up to attack. Her pupils are enlarged. The astonished Garen is surrounded by magical currents. He resolutely puts a protective block in front of him. The shocked wizard looks at the swirling beam of energy. The magic rune emits a bright light, and the wizard thinks that the girl is aiming at the most vulnerable part, and this is probably not something that a lower-ranking wizard can notice. He holds his stick firmly in front of him. His foot steps slightly back and he realizes that he has moved a little. The elder shifts his gaze to the side and realizes that it is a great proximity to mana to detect gaps in magic and understand techniques to immediately take advantage of weakness. The guy raised his hand, and the man decides that enough is enough. It seems that this girl is being helped by an experienced archmage. The wizard clasps his hand on a stick and reflects that this is not a skill that a young girl with little experience can possess, and that she easily overcomes differences in rank, and is sure that she is a genius. The main character, stretching her hand forward, forms a magic ball over her palm for the next attack. The man closes his eyes and is sure that he has no choice but to admit it. He takes a step back and already knows that this sorceress will survive the screening test. The leader of the magic squad leans on a stick. Riley holds an attacking ball of magic in his hand. She boldly approaches the wizard and asks that she has one more try, and the examiner asks her if there is a need to continue when the winner is already determined. His leg is moved back and he says that the lady's second attempt moved him, so this contest is her victory, and adds that as promised, he will not interfere anymore. The amazed girl looks at the elder. The latter, putting his hand to his chest, bows his head to the lady and says that he sincerely apologizes for his presumptuous interference. Garen shifts his gaze to the girl. She stands in front of the wizard. He raises his hand, and the girl declares that she knew that her second attack was effective, and the man asks why she wanted to use the next one. The elder throws his fingers up, and the opponent says that he said that she has 3 attacks. The main character supports the energy ball with her palm and calls on her opponent to take a defensive position. The commander raises his hand. Riley resolutely points the ball at the opponent, and says that he wants to check something else, and he asks her to wait a second. The man rolls his eyes indignantly and asks again what it means to check. He leans slightly at his defensive shield and thinks that this is the first time he has been caught off guard, that the second attack also demonstrated a skill uncharacteristic of a promising wizard. The warrior looks warily at the magic rune and cannot believe that this girl used him to warm up. He's a high-ranking wizard. He stands upright, waiting for an attack approaching him. The magic ball hovers in Garen's face, and he utters in amazement that he is crazy. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and decided that, as expected, there are different types of wizards of the highest rank. The elder thoughtfully brought his palm to his chin and said that it was a rather unusual attack. He held out his hand with the handkerchief to the girl and said that if she had more magical power at her disposal, then his life would be in danger. A tired Riley wipes the sweat from her face, and the guy says that in other words, the technology is good, but it still lacks power. The boy looks ahead enthusiastically and muses that the mania that the apprentice can use has not gone through the second awakening, and that there are only magic rockets, and realizes that all that needs to be done without attributes is to create anomalies with technology, and that this is normal. The guy resolutely looks ahead. The girl looks up trustingly at the man, and her companion continues that this method helps to deflect blows, and that he asks that even a high-ranking wizard was picky, and is sure that everything is going smoothly. Garen closes his eyes, hiding a grin. The door to the library opens. The man turns his head to the girl and asks if she can keep their contest a secret. She looks away and remembers the words of the competition administrator that you need to avoid contact with other participants until the next test, and she says that she does not understand what the interlocutor is talking about. The participant of the test turns her head to the man and says that she only remembers what she read in Arcadia, and he says that she is right. The elder turns to his companion and asks where she is staying. She replies that now in the hotel, on the recommendation of an acquaintance. The place is called the Sky Whale Rest Area. The man stops abruptly. He turns his head to Riley and says that it seems that the person who recommended this was not a very good acquaintance, and the girl does not understand why, and he thinks that a psycho killer is not the best friend for her, and continues to talk because there is a better place to live in Wilhelm, and asks if her things are in the hotel. The young sorceress looks at the old man in surprise and replies that she carries her things in a bag, and he tells the girl to follow him. Garen gives a thumbs up thoughtfully and states that he can guarantee that the place they're currently heading to is 100 times better than the Sky Whale's resting area, and the young man smirks. He turns his questioning glance to his companion and asks what all the dwelling is like, and that it seemed to him that there was not much difference. The lobby of the Arpel Stinwood Grand Resort welcomes visitors and the manager asks what guests would like to eat. Riley looks at the table with delight. The boy opens his mouth in amazement and exclaims that everything is so different here. The girl is holding cutlery in her hands and remembers that Rebecca advised her that she should definitely visit the Sky Whale Rest Area, and is not indignant why Rebecca said that it was the best place and realized that she had deceived her. The indignant student of the academy got up from the table and exclaimed that this would not work, and the boy asked why she was indignant again. Her eyes glow with rage and she thinks that she needs to go and take revenge right now. The young man turns his head to the girl and calmly says that it is their own fault that they believed, and she replies that everything is fine with her, and it is not their fault. The angry girl clenches her fists, and the guy says that they will take revenge at tomorrow's testing. Riley drops her shoulders and agrees with the young man. The elder looks at the girl in bewilderment and asks what happened, and she replies that she is dizzy. The man looks at the interlocutor incredulously and asks what she says that she met with Rebecca Duncan. The girl looks at Garen and says that he seems to know her, and he replies thoughtfully that it is strange not to know her. He stares at his companion and asks if she remembers his words that some people think the tests are a place for illegal murder. The distraught woman raises her bloody hand, and the old man continues to say that Rebecca Duncan is just such a wizard, and that last year she was disqualified for excessive murders, and adds that the year before last she killed the test administrator. The man looks ahead anxiously and says that she usually suppresses her madness, but she is crazy that she satisfies her desires by taking a test once a year. An amazed Riley shifts her gaze to the man, and the guy says that she is not called a homicidal maniac for nothing. The shocked young man looks at the girl, and she asks why then the 5 magic towers leave Rebecca alone. She translates, turns her head to the elder and continues to say that if a person is so dangerous, he can simply be blocked at the stage of a test application. The young man leans towards the main character and says that the intentions of the 5 magic towers are simple, that they are only using her as a test. A cruel woman stands surrounded by the bodies she has defeated with clenched fists. She stretches out her hand, and the protagonist continues that the lady has encountered a notorious homicidal maniac and asks how she is going to act now. Rebecca holds out her hand with a distraught look. The elder and his companion are walking along the pavement. The little sorceress stretches out her hand with the glowing rune forward, and the man says that this is the place where the seal points. They stand in front of a building with closed doors, and the wizard says that the second test will be here, and the young man says that it looks just like the management office. The commander of the magic squad turns his head and invites him to enter. He brings his hand to the door. Magical streams burst out of the open door. Riley closes her eyes. The protagonist opens his eyes and feels a familiar feeling, experienced 1,000 times. The magic grimoire is surrounded by magical mana. Energy flows are circling in the air. The girl squints her eye at the bright glow. She stands in a huge hall surrounded by people. A gilded chandelier hangs from the ceiling, and the young man says that it is magnificent here, and that they are like inside the imperial palace. A candle is burning in a candelabra. A throne stands majestically against the wall, and the guy says in amazement that this is the imperial palace. A shocked Riley looks ahead, and the protagonist says that this is not the palace he knows, and that everything is somewhat different from the great hall. Scuffs are visible on the floor. The young lady looks around and realizes that this is a historical place. Magical golden mana illuminates the treasury. It is a place where artifacts, treasures, and books are stored. Warriors in armor stand guard over the dungeon. Relics guard traps and guards. Among dungeons, this is often referred to as the highest level of difficulty. The girl turns her head around, and the main character asks how the examiners dared to choose such a dangerous place as a testing area, and adds, because this is just a test. The young lady turns her thoughtful gaze and realizes that Sir Garen Theobald has disappeared. A male figure stands in the crowd of people. Riley walks up to the man and calls out to him. She looks at Rebecca approaching her in bewilderment. The girl shifts her anxious gaze to the sorceress, and she says that she is glad to meet her, and asks why they met so quickly. The woman grabs the girl's jacket with her hands and asks how she is doing, and if she liked the Sky Whale Recreation Area. She replies that she does not. She, feigning surprise, puts her hand to her mouth and asks why, and if everything turned out to be much worse. The main character holds her interlocutor's hand and asks her if she herself has been to the Sky Whale Recreation Area. Rebecca's eyes widened at the unexpected question. The blonde girl looks at the interlocutor and says that she stayed elsewhere, the Stinwood Grand Hotel, and that she spent 3 great days there. The guy closes his eyes and thinks that the girl is a liar, that Rebecca deceived her, and she stayed at the hotel for 2 days, and that she doesn't give up an inch. Riley looks ahead. Her gaze clings to the 8-pointed star. Mentors stand in front of the test participants, and a girl with red hair greets the candidates and says that she will inform everyone about the second stage. Disgruntled, Rebecca put her hand on her belt. She leaned ominously towards her rival and told her to just wait, that she would be the first when the exam began, and said that she would make the girl regret the audacious provocation she had committed last time, and ominously asked if she really thought that someone like the one would be able to whitewash her, and the main character replied that she would be looking forward to it. The aggressive woman stands with her back to the girl and is angry that she is a mean girl, and adds out loud that her rival will see later, and the young man provokes Rebecca to show now that there are only promises for the future forever. The competition administrator stretched out her hand and said that the second challenge is a team competition, and continued that it is a test in which 42 test takers form a team of 3 people in a group and compete with others, that team members appointed by the management must randomly cooperate through the test gate. The girl looks ahead with concentration. Rebecca looked away indignantly. Olivia greets her team with her arms crossed, and the receptionist finishes saying that the participants are given 30 minutes to say hello to the team members. Test participants stand on the carpet. The girl looks at the embittered woman and asks what she heard and says that they will have to be friends next time. The protagonist covers his face with his hand in bewilderment and asks that it is a dream, and Riley asks why she ended up on the same team with the killer, and that it is sad, and the guy doomly said that there is nothing left, and that now they are on the same team with the homicidal maniac. The young sorceress brings her glowing hand to her chest and says that Rebecca screwed up. The woman put her hand to her head in fury, and the young man thought that she looked like a lunatic and that he had no idea what she could do, and the young sorceress anxiously asked that she wouldn't attack her during the test. The young man replied that it was unlikely. The administrator raised her hand in her head and asked if the participants had any questions. The indignant woman raised her hand and said that she had a question. The girl with red hair paid attention to her, and she asked what would happen if members of the same team quarreled. The administrator shifted her thoughtful gaze and replied that it is natural when people who meet for the first time can have disagreements, but if they try to agree for the sake of the same goal. Rebecca raised her hand and said she wasn't talking about it. She looks ahead excitedly and asks what would happen if members of the same team started fighting each other. The girl thoughtfully raised her hand to her chest. Garen stands with 2 children. The protagonist shifts his anxious gaze to the side. The girl put her hand to her mouth and said that team competitions are a method of testing that evaluates mutual cooperation. Therefore, if at least one team member dies, then the whole team will be disqualified, and noted that let everyone keep this in mind. Rebecca raised his left hand with an open palm. A girl with red hair stuck out the index finger of her left hand. The lady in the red dress spread her hands in different directions in surprise. She opened her mouth wide and shouted furiously that this could not be, it was absurd. She asked again that if one member of the team died, then the rest would also be disqualified, and remarked that how not to look, it was too cruel. Those present in the hall opened their mouths wide in surprise. The girl put her hand to her face and said that she hated more than anything in the world when someone pulled her down. Mademoiselle narrowed her eyes arrogantly. She opened her mouth slightly and ordered everyone to be quiet. All those present in the hall paid their attention to her. The protagonist lightly held his hands behind the back of his head and noted that with the aura of a high-level magus, silencing a dozen people was a mere trifle. Red locks of hair hung from her head. She said that they could only be treated well because they were mages until now. After all, mages were priceless beings. After all, no one would dare to say a word, no matter how much trouble they caused. The girl with the scythe held out her right hand in front of her. The 3 dark silhouettes in the hat opened their mouths, and she concluded that as a result of such conditions that had persisted for decades, their personalities had naturally become distorted, suggesting that their personalities had become destructive and their social skills had deteriorated. She stuck out the index finger of her left hand and added that this would no longer be allowed, so in order to get into the magic tower, they did not have to act as an individual, namely as a member of the group. Garen stood next to the rest of the people present. She continued that this is why the second test is a team competition, in order to see how they cooperate with people they meet for the first time, and noted that if they are not ready for this, then they can give up right now. Rebecca opened her mouth wide at what she heard. A vein swelled on her face. She exclaimed that she hated it. She shook Riley's hand and said that she really didn't want to do it, but if it came to it, she agreed with her words. The main character supported his head by the back of his head with both hands and noted to himself that he noticed how she was restraining herself, since she really wanted to pass the test. Besides, she could have exploded, but, it turns out, she has brakes. She slightly embarrassed averted her eyes to the side and said that she did not want to be disqualified again. He added that she was against expulsion even at the first meeting. The protagonist closed his eyes and concluded that she was not just a psychopath who took pleasure in killing. Riley suggested that it was impossible to know everything, maybe it was a pretense. He raised an eyebrow and said that in any case, what was more important? Olivia awkwardly folded her hands together and greeted the protagonist's company. She stood away from them. Rebecca gave her a bewildered look and couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. She couldn't hear anything. Riley wondered if they hadn't been together just a minute ago. The girl with red hair came closer to them and told them that she liked ancient magic, and noticed that she did not know what else to say. She suggested that she start with a name, and her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She introduced herself as Olivia from the Lasso School of Flames. The lady opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked her again about the Lasso School of Flames. She stared at the girl menacingly and exclaimed that she was just a bunch of idiots who only knew ancient magic, and wondered why they put such a fool on her team. Riley clarified that ancient magic was so bad. The guy replied that she really had a bad reputation. There were books and bottles of potions on the table. He explained that starting with the name, ancient magic is a magic system that was used in the past, and is almost not used now. If you say soft, then it is traditional, but to put it bluntly, it is old-fashioned. The girl looked at her companion and realized that people who study such ancient magic. The young man interrupted her and added that they were just fools chasing romanticized performances. Red energy swirled around the knob of the staff. He noticed that fairy tales like wiping a mountain off the face of the earth with magic, or splitting the sea in two. Besides, people who believe in such nonsense are called mythical idiots, and they are perceived as such. The young man looked ahead and couldn't figure out how they still existed. He assumed that they would disappear in 300 years. Enraged, Rebecca's mouth went wide. He concluded that one thing was for sure: they had an illusionist killer with anger management problems, a socially incompetent fan of ancient magic, and Riley. Olivia folded her hands together, frightened. Earlier, she pointed at herself with the index finger of her right hand. The girl threw both hands up above her. He added that this is a very fantastic team. The girl turned her head at Garen's voice. The man approached her and asked her how she was feeling, because some people feel nauseous at the first teleportation. She looked at him kindly and replied that she was perfectly fine and asked if he had assembled a good team. He put his fingers to his chin and said that he was quite satisfied, because thanks to the first test, there were first-class magi here. The gray-haired man looked at her and clarified how about her. He heard that she was on her team. He narrowed his eyes contemptuously. Rebecca exclaimed that she was going crazy. They were all doomed. She was standing in front of Olivia and couldn't understand why an idiot who knew only ancient magic had come to take the selection test. Riley said that she kept her distance because it was too noisy. Garen looked at her and thought that Rebecca and the warlock from the Arcana School of Flames on the same team were more of a bad luck or luck. Drops of sweat slid down the protagonist's cheek. He replied that whatever her reputation was, she was indeed a powerful magician. The girl's eyes widened. He explained that the whole problem lay in the fact that they didn't know what she would do when the test began. It could be betrayal and sudden outbursts of anger, or maybe something even worse. Therefore, they had to be on their guard. Olivia pulled her hands to her chest in embarrassment. He reasoned about her that it was difficult to expect anything useful from ancient magic, which had no practical use, and besides, she had no practical experience. The young man put his fingers to his chin and concluded that the only reliable forces were Riley and Rebecca. So while the other three of them were fighting, they had only two people. Riley noticed that when she heard this, it seemed that there was no hope. She looked at him. He couldn't figure out what to do. They had chosen this selection test, and they had to pass it with perseverance and determination. The girl looked suspiciously to the side. He assumed that they were the only ones who were dissatisfied, and realized that of course not. Others thought the same thing as them. The girl looked contemptuously at the guys standing in front of her. The guy looked arrogantly at his teammate. They both discussed their team in a negative way. The young man put his fingers to his chin and concluded that they had to overcome such thoughts. They had to find the strengths of their members and cooperate with each other, as a whole, as a team, because that was the essence of the second trial. The three hands clasped together. Rebecca put her hand to her ear and angrily wondered how it was possible to spend 1 minute to say one sentence. She was probably deliberately trying to drive her crazy. Olivia tried to justify that she was not used to talking, because she did not communicate with people. The guy realized that it was ridiculous to expect teamwork from such people. Garen leaned over to Riley and informed her that he had to go. He was glad to see her not nervous, despite his worries. She looked up at him and thanked him. The black-robed man walked away from them. The guy looked after him. Riley couldn't figure out what it was. He just left. Her eyes widened with insight. The man with the most serious face was walking towards the exit. She realized that they were now rivals. The young man looked at him lightly and confirmed her words. Riley stretched out her hand in front of her with stubbornness in her eyes. He noticed that he had no worries, because 6 months of training in the Lich's hideout were significant. The girl looked at him. He concluded that he was sure that through this selection test they would be able to achieve the desired results. He was sure of it. The boy and the girl looked at each other. Several mages in hats stood next to each other. Riley stood in front of her companion. He stared at her out of the corner of his eye. The red-haired girl raised her hand in front of her face and clarified if they were done with the greetings. She pointed to the portal and explained that it was a passage to the ruins, the place where the second trial would take place, and added that she should be allowed to explain the rules of the trial. The girl held her right hand in front of her and added that inside the ruins, a labyrinth, They must find treasures hidden throughout this labyrinth. She shifted her gaze to the sphere and noted that the treasure looked like this. The ball studied the bright light. The girl looked up. Rebecca looked up in bewilderment and didn't know what it was. A hologram of a golden golem projected into the air, which assumed that it was a golem. The presenter announced that the duration of the test is 24 hours, and they have 2 conditions for successful completion. Those present in the hall opened their eyes wide from what they heard. She held a small ball in her hands, and explained that the first condition was that at the end of the trial, they must possess a golden golem core. She held it up to her face. The lady narrowed her eyes slightly and continued that the second condition was that all members of the team must be alive until that moment. Rebecca leaned her hands on her hips in displeasure. The main character put his fingers on his chin and summed up that it all boils down to the following. He protruded the index finger of his right hand and named out all the conditions of the trial, namely, first, to find the golden golem, second, to get a core from it, third, to go through all this with a team, fourth, to survive for 24 hours, and added that all this was a treasure hunt in the ruins. Moreover, provided that they were careful with traps and guards, it doesn't seem too dangerous. One of the teams stood next to each other and discussed the test. The girl with the long red hair put her hand to her cheek and remembered that there were only 3 golden golems. She said that there are only 42 applicants that add up to 14 teams. It turns out that only 3 teams will be able to pass the test. The main character folded his arms on his chest and clarified which second test has a pass rate of only 20%. He looked away and realized that there was also no guarantee that all 3 golems would be found. Limited resources and excessive demand, they wanted to see fierce competition. Riley noticed that this was cruel. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said that the 5 great magic towers encouraged competition among magicians, and remarked that, to put it mildly, it was a meritocracy, and to put it bluntly, they liked to pit people against each other. The lady with red hair put her hand to her chin. She touched the sphere and added that the most dangerous of them was the chimera. An image of the monster projected in the air, and she continued that this chimera, which the administration had a hard time obtaining for testing, was a high-risk creature created solely for destruction. The protagonist gave the hologram a blank look and wondered why it looked familiar. The monster opened its mouth wide, and she assumed that some people already knew the creature, because 5 years ago there had been an incident when a lich invaded the Eastern Empire. The young man's eyes widened at what he heard. She added that it was the chimeras that attacked the citizens then. The vein on his face was swollen. He cursed that skeleton. Mademoiselle held her right hand over the sphere and said that after they passed those gates, they would be teleported to a random location with the crew. It wouldn't be easy, but if they passed the test, they would be able to enjoy the glory of the 5 great magic towers. She looked around at everyone in the room. The girl pointed to the gate and invited them in. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of the main character. His team was standing somewhere in the middle of the second test dimension. He wondered why this palace was so big. Riley added that it was excessively large. He put his fingers on his chin and assumed that they were dwarfs visiting the giant's palace. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise. Someone's foot with chains stepped on the ground. Rebecca kept her hands on her belt and couldn't figure out what was happening. At a distance from them stood the enemy with a huge weapon. Riley looked up at him in fright and asked if they had mentioned such a thing. The guy noticed that they said that there would be obstacles. He revealed that it was a statue that was supposed to be one of those obstacles, and hoped that it wasn't something they released for them to fight. The steel-chained opponent looked at them. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's cheek. She noticed that it was like a moving forbidden zone, and clarified that she needed to find the golden golem, but avoid these monsters. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and confirmed her words. This statue is like a red zone. He looked at his opponent and noted that his instincts, which had been honed over thousands of years, were screaming at them not to touch the statue, and it would take at least 3 or 4 Garans to even try to fight him. He averted his eyes to the side and asked who in the right place they were provoking this thing. Rebecca turned to Riley. With enthusiasm in her eyes, she pointed her finger at the enemy and offered to fight him right away. He realized that this place was definitely full of madmen. The young man exclaimed to stop her immediately. She grabbed her teammate's hand. She looked at her in surprise and couldn't understand why she was holding her, because when else would she be able to fight such a magnificent monster? Riley turned her gaze to Olivia and asked for help in holding her down. The girl held Rebecca's hand and noted that they didn't even know how strong this monster was. She exclaimed that they would find out in a fight with it. She looked at her condescendingly and stated that if they recklessly flew in, they would die. Even if they won by some miracle, they would gain nothing from it. The girl with purple eyes turned back and retorted that it was excitement. The main character opened his eyes wide at her. He opened his mouth slightly and clarified what kind of nonsense she was talking about, animatedly told that this was a tough battle with a strong enemy, hitting his special place with a critical hit, and finally, a well-deserved victory, this feeling that every mage should experience. She turned to him and shouted that he even understood. He was not even a magician. Riley wondered if this was how wizards should behave. He replied that no, she was just crazy, because no sane magician would tease such a monster. However, if it was not a fighting maniac like Rebecca. The girl closed her eyes and agreed with his words. A huge monster stood in front of them. Rebecca admired it. She opened her mouth wide and ordered her to let her go, because they would miss their chance. Riley lowered her eyes. She pointed her finger in the direction and asked me to look there. She reluctantly looked in that direction. Green lightning bolts burst out of the magician's hands. He offered to turn the stone into dust. A huge charge of energy burst out of his hands. He rushed into a huge enemy. The charge completely dissipated against his chain. He looked at him in shock and wondered that he didn't even flinch after his best punch. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The monster with chains on his legs raised his leg. Drops of blood flew in the air. Traces of blood appeared on the monster's leg. The members of that mage's team rushed away from the monster. The monster with chains in his arms swung his weapon. Rebecca watched him coolly. She closed her eyes and suggested that we just look for the golden golem. Riley remarked that it sounded good. Riley put her hands on the ground. Her palms emitted a blue glow. She noticed that it was really difficult to distribute her mana, and asked what all dungeons were like this. The guy put his fingers to his chin and replied that this place was quite unusual. He looked up and said that the ruins are one of the most dangerous dungeons, which means that the difficulty level here is naturally high. A drop of sweat slipped down his cheek, and he concluded that no matter how she looked at it, it was too much. He floated in the air next to his company and explained that there were all sorts of obstacles to mana and obstacles to perception, and also ancient spells that had been forgotten in their time, cast here, and each of them was difficult to overcome. The young man put his hands on the back of his head and noted that it was almost impossible to use pathfinding here, and asked how much more time she needed. Natasha opened her palms wide and replied that at least 5 minutes, but there was a possibility of finishing in 3 if she hurried. Riley held out her hand in front of her. The magus girl in the witch's hat slightly opened her mouth in surprise. Limiting the dissipation of mana for a magus is like being blindfolded. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and thought that it was impossible not to get angry, although she was still calm as always. He rolled his eyes and added that unlike the others, Rebecca resented the difficulty of the dungeon. She looked at Olivia in displeasure and asked why she didn't come up with some way. They needed to find the golden golem, but they couldn't use Pathfinder. What should they do? She looked down in embarrassment and replied that there was nothing useful for this in the ancient magic she used. She clarified that she could not even use a simple pathfinding spell. She stood in front of the red-haired girl and explained that even without combat experience, she should be useful, at least with utilitarian magic, but it turns out that she is completely useless now. Olivia, at Rebecca's command, raised her right hand up. Her eyes filled with tears. She told her to use her hand to hit herself on the head, and hard. The main character watched their relationship and noticed that she was forcing them to do it again. Tears flowed from Olivia's eyes. She suggested that they could use Rebecca's clones. Just like she did in the first trial, she could spread her clones everywhere. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and remembered Garen's words about the girl's adventures at the last test. She leaned her hands on her hips in displeasure. The young man mused that it was a reasonable idea. If they explored the ruins with the help of numerous clones, then finding the golden golem was just a matter of time. The golden golem was rushing past the clones. He added that it allows extensive exploration of the space where the search for the path is limited. He leaned his head on his fist and noticed that this was only in theory. Rebecca raised her left hand in front of her and asked to look at her clone. The clone looked ahead in front of her. She revealed that she could send them to all the ruins, just like she suggested. In the end, they would be able to gather a lot of information since they share her sight and senses. It's like she would have observation crystals all over the dungeon. The girl raised her hands in front of her. Olivia watched her with fright in her eyes. She noticed that this was only if her clones remained intact. She abruptly began to strangle her clone. The lady looked at her companion and wondered if she could avoid the traps of the dungeon if she controlled a dozen clones. Besides, some of them could encounter monsters. She looked at Olivia and concluded that controlling the clones consumes a huge amount of mana. Let her imagine that all the clones are destroyed. Her mana is depleted, which will eventually happen if they encounter such a situation. She added that when a clone is destroyed, a lot more mana is lost. Now she understands why she doesn't use clones for reconnaissance. Olivia looked down in embarrassment. Riley was standing away from them. Rebecca looked at her and asked if she had any good ideas. Besides, she was already annoyed by her actions. She replied that she was finished. The girl opened her eyes wide from what she heard. The blonde girl held her hands in front of her. She stretched out her left hand above her. Fishing opened her mouth wide and wondered what it was, and noted that this was not the search for the path that she knew. She replied that what difference did it make? In the end, it was a search for a way. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and told him that it was worth spending half a year on constant modification, and now it should be called a completely different spell, and asked if she was good at coming up with names. She asked him not to doubt her. He asked if she wanted to try. She looked at him and agreed to his suggestion. She stood next to him and suggested her name for the spell. He noted that he was deeply mistaken because he trusted her. The whole squad marched forward in unison. Riley looked ahead and suggested that they stop for a minute. Arrows flew through the labyrinth. Olivia's mouth opened wide in fright, and Olivia explained that it was a local trap. The blonde girl threw a stone and offered to throw them into traps. A huge cobblestone fell near the squad. Rebecca clarified how this was happening once again, and wondered how she was so good at avoiding traps, and noticed that as she looked at a member of the Thieves' Guild, Riley held out her hand in front of the system screen. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that her features were harmoniously combined, namely a high affinity for mana and pathfinding skills. Besides, experience with the Thieves' Guild. She asked if she had ever seen members of the Thieves' Guild. She replied that no, it was just an expression. The young man looked away and thought that other magi would use defensive magic every time, or surround themselves with a permanently activated mana shield. But ultimately, it would drain their mana, and if they encountered monsters in this state, they would face a horrible death. Olivia held on to the straps of her backpack with her hands. She opened her mouth wide in fright. Rebecca told her not to fuss, they all saw it. The corpse of the mage lay on the ground. She reasoned that he was attacked by monsters like a hound. Most likely, they used up all their mana, passing through the area that was filled with traps, just like them. She looked at Riley and thanked her for completing all the trap areas without wasting mana, and stated that she recognized her skills. The girl looked up at her and wondered why she just couldn't say thank you. She sarcastically thanked her and clarified that she would definitely ruin the moment. She replied that yes, she wanted to ruin the moment because she had murderous intentions when they first met, promised to feed her, but took her to a free restaurant, and advised a place like the Sky Whale Hotel, when she asked for a recommendation of a good hotel. They stood opposite each other. Rebecca retorted that she was the first to start, calling her a bad mage. She remarked that it was true. Rebecca exclaimed that she was very inflamed just because she disarmed a couple of traps, and suggested that she attack her. She refused, because then one of the team members would die and they would fail. Olivia stood alone on the sidelines. She turned on them and in a trembling voice asked them to stop. They looked at her in surprise. She bent over the corpse and said that it was necessary to at least close everyone's eyes so that they could rest in peace. The girl approached her and asked why she was climbing where she shouldn't. She looked at her and exclaimed that she did not feel sorry for them. She held her hand in front of her and remarked, "That's why inexperienced people are so annoying." She thinks that she told her not to touch these corpses for no reason, because they have shiny slime, the saliva of hounds, that is, the saliva of a monster. A bloody corpse lay on the ground. Rebecca pointed her finger at it, and told him that they had a great sense of smell like wild dogs, could track their own footprints incredibly well, so it was obvious what could happen if she touched a corpse. Olivia's eyes widened in shock and apologized for her behavior. She asked her to be careful since they were in the dungeon. She looked at Riley and asked why she looked at her like that. She replied that she assumed that she would let Olivia touch the tracks of the hound. She remarked that she was crazy. She also valued her life. The guy replied that after all, she was ready to fight the stone giant. Rebecca raised her left hand up and replied that it was different. The stone giant was strong and cool. There was excitement in this battle. She looked ahead and added that hounds were just worthless monsters, and she only fought opponents of her level. That was the principle. The entire squad stood in front of the other two magi. The girl put her hand out to the side and exclaimed that this was their first battle. As expected, they should at least be magicians. A drop of sweat rolled down Olivia's cheek. The two magi turned back in shock. They opened their eyes wide in shock. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's cheek. She shouted that she could not see anything, and did not understand what had attacked them. Drops of blood flew in the air. A hand rested on Olivia's mouth. The entire squad hid around the corner from the monster. The protagonist peeked around the corner and remarked that in any case, this ordeal is really cruel. Just looking at it makes him sick. Rebecca kept her hand on Olivia's face and told her not to even think about vomiting. If she spit out, she would kill her. Riley assumed that she would vomit before him. The protagonist looked at her and asked if she wanted to fight the invisible chimera. The girl was standing around the corner from the monster. Drops of blood dripped down his paste. She looked at him resolutely. She asked him again about trying. He looked at her and suggested that it looked possible. She added that no one would interfere. Riley looked up and noticed that the more this monster ate, the more it was noticeable. The monster opened its mouth wide. The young man smiled slyly and said that it was time to warm up. She looked at him. Riley held the bag strap in her hands and said that Rebecca could stop hiding and come out. She turned to her and remembered that she had said that she wanted to feel the excitement of the battle, so now was a great opportunity. She folded her arms over her chest. She raised her hand in front of her and exclaimed that this was another matter. In front of the girls was a chimera. The young man stuck out the index finger of his left hand and offered to go forward. The monster opened its mouth wide. A huge charge of energy appeared in his mouth. Riley held out her hand in front of her with an open palm and noticed something coming. The magic ball glowed powerfully with a blue color. The girl was watching the monster. A huge stream of energy burst out of her hands. The chimera opened its mouth wide. She looked at him in surprise and noticed that this thing looked a little pathetic. The guy wondered what was so pitiful about it, that its attack was desperately blocked by one dispel. Riley reminded him not to disturb the dog while he was eating. The main character was standing behind him and remarked that he was going to die soon, so there was no difference. Rebecca leaned her hands on her hips and turned to the girl. She stood behind the monster and asked if she was doing well, impressing for a child. At home, she looked at her teammate and noted that there was not a drop of doubt in her movements. The monster slammed its mouth shut. she stepped on his head. She put her hand out and said that she was still far from her level. Riley looked up at her and asked what she had to add such a childish comment. Rebecca was standing on the monster's head. She put her hand on her grip and teased that she couldn't even handle it. The girl quickly moved from place to place and provoked the monster to attack. Riley held out his hand in front of him and offered to finish him off right away. She closed her eyes and finally agreed with her. Above her hand, a red energy sphere hovered. A blue orb flew out of Riley's hand. They both rushed at the monster. He opened his eyes wide from his impending death. Both shells pierced through him. Olivia clasped her hands together lonely. Rebecca said that it was over, she could get up. She shuddered slightly at her voice. She clutched her head and exclaimed that she had said it was over. Riley watched their dialogue in silence. The guy noticed that she took good care of Olivia. The girl put her hand on her thigh. He reasoned that judging by what he saw, she was showing her care. The red-haired girl opened her mouth in shock. Rebecca covered her mouth with her hand. Riley rolled her eyes and added that she wasn't a villainess by nature. He agreed with her that she wasn't the mad killer they thought. The girl in the red hood held out her hand in front of her. He reasoned that, of course, she was still eccentric and aggressive enough to start a fight at the first meeting, even doing crazy things without hesitation. Rebecca opened her mouth wide. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek. He assumed that if you think about it, isn't she acting the same way as Riley? The girl gave them an uncomprehending look, which concluded that she was not someone who killed for pleasure. The guarantor looked ahead and said that she was a maniac who released her wishes through selection tests. The guy remembered that warning from Garen and could not understand what it meant. He looked away and realized that this was bothering him. But since they were sticking together during the second test, they would find out the whole truth behind the rumors. Olivia clasped her hands together and said that let the great mother of magic look after the souls of the dead, and let the goddess of duty gather their spirits. She sat on her knees in front of the corpses of mages. She smugly opened her mouth and stated that she was done. Rebecca couldn't understand why she would bother with the ritual so much. She looked at her and answered, to honor the dead. She wondered why the dead should be honored. The girl with a spark in her eyes said that in ancient magic, there is a concept of a great mother who directs the souls of deceased magicians to the afterlife, and in order to make it easier for the guide to come, there should be no remaining grudges on the part of the dead, and so on. Riley looked at her and concluded that it was just a superstition. She stood behind Olivia and expressed her desire to ask her a question. Rebecca looked at her with displeasure and clarified that she couldn't use basic pathfinding magic. She replied that there was no pathfinding magic in the ancient magic she knew. She looked down and remembered that she had said that there was no pathfinding in ancient magic. A girl in a red dress was standing next to her. Olivia sat on her lap, Riley wondering how she passed the first test, not knowing the magic of pathfinding. She leaned over to her and remembered that she had said that she couldn't use pathfinding magic, and asked how she had found the administrative office and passed the first test. Rebecca put her hand on the back of her head and noted that it was true. Indeed, as she passed the test, the protagonist realized that all Olivia could do was show her modest knowledge of ancient magic. A drop of sweat slipped down the girl's cheek. She pursed her lips in fright. Olivia folded her hands together and stated that there was no rule that she had to find an administrative office herself, so she asked a mage from the guild who specialized in finding the way to find an administrative office for her. The whole squad looked at her in shock. She sat on her lap and said that she hated to say that about herself, but she was a genius who knew ancient magic better than anyone else in her school, so she had to go to the 5 great magic towers, and they had to revere her. She opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that no one in this world had anyone like her. The girl was standing next to the magician in the hat, who added that she simply could not find the administrative office on her own, and when she asked others, they said that they did not know either. Olivia put her hand on her chest and remarked that she simply couldn't use pathfinding magic. Wasn't it fair for a genius like her to fail the selection test? So she desperately asked the magus who had just passed the first test for help. The protagonist placed his hand on Riley's head and concluded that trying to borrow another person's power on a trial to prove their abilities was definitely counterintuitive. She folded her hands together and hysterically objected that she had asked for them, but they did not help. She remembered how she had politely asked for help, and she had been treated like crazy and refused to help. They had called her a fool for not being able to pass the selection tests, and relying on the strength of another. The Robanhat magus pointed his finger at the girl. The guy looked at her and noticed that he would have said the same thing. Besides, the more he listened, the less he understood how someone like her had gotten through. She closed her eyes and said that she was reluctant to use torture magic. Olivia looked at the young man and noted that there are some terrible spells among ancient magic, and the one that she is most powerful at is torture magic. The chain mage held out his hands in front of him and exclaimed that he would do it. A girl with the face of a maniac stood in front of him. He asked her to stop. Rebecca opened her mouth and clarified that the administrator had allowed this to happen. The red-haired girl took Olivia's hand and congratulated her on the passage. She noticed that she had indeed found the administrative office. The girl with a sly smile on her face put her finger to her chin. The entire squad stood next to each other, and she asked to remind Olivia that she was talking about respect for the dead and others. She threw a bewildered look at her and asked what it had to do with it. Rebecca exclaimed that this girl was a real psychopath. Riley and the guy silently watched their conversations. She fell to the ground with her hands on her stomach because of the laughter, which clarified that there was not a single sane person here. Riley noticed that she also wanted to talk about it. The main character's squad walked along the street tiles. A system window appeared in front of the blonde girl. He realized that 12 hours of the second trial had passed, and the golem core had not yet been obtained. He turned his head back and asked that he was still running away. The girl confirmed his words. The red-haired girl brought the orb to her face, which thought that the conditions for passing the second test were to find the core of the golden golem, and to get it, you had to catch the golden golem, and the problem was that it ran away avoiding traps. The golden golem moved from one place to another with lightning speed. He ran away from the protagonist group, who noted that this was why they had not been able to catch the golden golem during the afternoon. Rebecca crossed her arms over her chest and noticed that catching even one golem was incredibly difficult. Riley glanced at the system screens and reported that there was good news, namely that 2 golems had stopped moving altogether. Someone's hand was holding a sphere in his hand. A young man in a green coat was holding a golem core in his hand. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He realized that Garen had done almost everything himself. He added that he was a living legend, someone who single-handedly held back hundreds of demons in the mountains. It was a great blessing that they were able to unite, and he would have a very hard time if they met as enemies. The gray-haired man looked down. A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. He closed his eyes and realized that it was pointless to assume something that did not happen. The guy walked over to the city and asked if they should take a break after catching the golden golem core, as he had been using the magic of searching non-stop for half a day. The latter turned to him and replied that even if he wanted to rest, they did not have time for it. He expressed his desire to ask him something. The guy pointed his finger at himself in shock. He put his hand on his cane and asked if he hadn't had any questions since he had entered the place. The latter gave him an uncomprehending look. Garen asked him to give him the golem core. He glanced at the sphere and noticed that he had an unusual magical power. He had never seen a power of this kind in his life, and guessed it was probably a special core that was created by the 5 great magic towers for testing. He narrowed his eyes and added why they had spent half a day searching for a core with such magical power. The young man's eyes widened at him. He said that even if all the ruins were covered in magical interference, how did it make sense that they couldn't detect such a unique magical power? A drop of sweat rolled down the young man's cheek. He agreed that it was really strange. The bespectacled man held out his left hand in front of him. Arpel, a skilled magician who had reached the middle level of the upper category at the age of 29, as the second son of the prestigious Stingwood family, he had been following the elite path since childhood. The young man lowered his head and reasoned that it couldn't be that he couldn't detect such a strong magic power, especially if even Garen could barely trace the core magic. He held a core in his hands and concluded that it was just one of the tricks that the 5 great magic towers were up to. Let him take a look at it. An incomprehensible one oozed from the golden golem's head. It explained that it was dragon skin, and judging by the engravings, it was also enchanted. It had excellent anti-magic properties, so it became inaccessible to most detection methods, hence it was so problematic to find it. The golden golem ran forward. Arpel held out his hands in front of him, and wondered why the 5 great magic towers were using such a valuable skin just for a selection test. Garen looked at him and asked him that he didn't understand what this test meant in the world of magic. He stood not far from him and added that in any case, there was one more thing he wanted to ask him. Those present in the hall shifted their gaze to the woman with red hair, who said that as he knew there were 42 candidates in total, it was impossible to say how many were left, but since they had all passed the first test, they were most likely finding a way. He stretched out his hand with the orb and continued that now that the core hidden under the dragon's skin had become clear, from his point of view, how the situation would develop. His eyes widened from the insight. The guarantor got down on one knee and explained that from the very beginning, this test was not about finding the cores. They had to be either found or collected, one of the two. The enemy team was watching them from around the corner. The team that finds the golden golem first will be relatively strong, but the moment that team takes out the core, they become a public enemy for the other teams. The young man gritted his teeth and realized that in this way, many against one, this was the entire plan of the 5 great magic towers. But what would the team that faced multiple enemies do in such a situation? The gray-haired man was holding a sphere in his hand. Arpy squeezed his eyes shut and added that all this was designed to observe the possible outcomes of the event in this situation. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He stretched out his hand in front of Mount Nam and asked him if he knew all about it. Why then he took out the cannonball. He could have left the corpse and taken it out right before the end of the test. The latter looked at him slyly and replied that since they would fight anyway, wouldn't it be better to destroy them all at once? He was holding a sphere in his hand. Members of the other teams attacked Garen's team at once. He clutched his cane with his left hand all over. Streams of energy burst out from under her. He stood unwavering in the middle of the battlefield. The attacker grabbed his throat from suffocation. Members of the man's team watched in shock. The attackers fell to the ground. A vein on the man's face was swollen from suffocation. Under the influence of Garen's magical power, the attackers flew upwards. April opened his mouth wide in surprise, the girl admiring that he had used the trap that had been set by the 5 great magic towers against them. He turned to them and asked them to get ready. He stood behind them and stated that if they united, they could easily deal with a dozen small enemies. Rebecca opened her mouth wide and turned to Riley. She wondered if she had exactly the same feeling as her. At the moment, the blonde girl raised her head up. She put her fingers on her chin and noticed that it was a magic power definitely from the Golden Golem Core, so they needed to get there quickly. She grabbed the strap of her bag with her right hand and abandoned the idea. Rebecca opened her mouth furiously and exclaimed why she had refused. While they were getting there, the situation could be resolved and they could sneak up and attack the team that had taken the cannonball. She turned her head on her and clarified that she thought that only their team was thinking about it. By the time they arrived, the other teams would already be there. Filled with anger, Rebecca spread her arms in different directions and could not understand what to do. They had to hurry there. Riley stuck out the index finger of her left hand and said that as long as everyone was focused there, they would just take another Golden Golem Core, because there was actually another golem in the area. She turned to Rebecca. She held out the index finger of her left hand and asked if she had ever regretted following her advice. She lowered her head and said that she could do what she wanted. The protagonist looked to the side and mused that the other candidates weren't as good at seeking magic as Riley, unless they had a high magical predisposition to overcome magical interferences. But there were no more than 3 or 4 of them who were capable of doing so. The protagonist was standing next to a blonde girl. She looked at him out of the corner of her eye and noted that the other candidates could only find the Golden Golem by luck. He said that he thought the exam administrator had gone crazy by including luck in the test. Several hands reached out to the Golden Golem Core, but at this moment, the core that had been silent all this time suddenly began to emit powerful energy. Naturally, all the candidates rushed towards it. The whole team looked in the same direction. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and noticed that chaos had begun to develop. The girl couldn't understand why the core magic had suddenly intensified. He suggested that it could be a device that had been prepared by the 5 great magic towers to make the candidates fight. Riley stared at the floor in silence. She shifted her gaze to the protagonist and wondered if someone had done it intentionally, and added that if someone had enhanced core magic to reduce the competition at the same time. The protagonists held their hands on their chests. He pointed his finger at Riley and asked a leading question. Who would be crazy enough to do this? She replied that in her opinion, no one. Garen waved his cane and noted that his ears were itching. The main character's squad was walking along the long street. Rebecca pressed her hands to her chest and assumed that while some of them were fighting and casting spells, their team was just walking peacefully. She was dying of boredom. Olivia walked beside him and assured them that they would find him soon. They just had to be patient a little longer. She looked at her out of the corner of her eye. She raised her hand and wondered why she had chosen ancient magic out of all directions. She put her hands together and couldn't understand why she was asking her about it. She replied that she was dying of boredom, so let her talk about something. She turned to her and remarked that ancient magic was almost the most unpopular branch. It had no practical use, so other magicians looked down on her, and repeated her question as to why she had chosen ancient magic. She, full of enthusiasm, folded her hands together. Riley retorted that she was also part of the narrow Dolores school, which specializes in illusory magic. Dolores furrowed her brows and couldn't understand what she was talking about. She thought their situations were the same. Rebecca snapped her finger and stated that she could handle other basic magic, while Olivia only knew ancient magic, making her an underdeveloped magician. The protagonist closed his eyes and agreed with her words, and noted to himself that Olivia was focused exclusively on ancient magic. A drop of sweat slipped down Olivia's cheek. She apologized for the fact that there was nothing useful about the ancient magic she knew. Rebecca clarified that she couldn't even use basic search magic. The girl pressed her hands to herself in fright. He concluded that as a result, she hadn't even been able to properly deploy the basic mana detection. At home, she held out her hand in front of her and suggested that there must be a reason why she was focusing solely on ancient magic. Olivia's cheeks turned red. She said she just thought the stories she had heard as a child were cool, like the legends of forgotten great mages. Riley looked at her from behind the protagonist. She closed her eyes and assumed that Rebecca must know how cool the forgotten great archmages are, because she had read these stories too, and she agreed with her words that they were really cool. There was an image of a flash, a story from fairy tales, like moving a mountain with the help of magic. The flow of blue energy rushed to the heavens, or the division of the sea into 2 parts. The girl dejectedly lowered her head down and noted that these were just fairy tales. Olivia looked at her in surprise. She stood in front of her and explained that all her legends were complete nonsense in reality. She stood in front of her and objected that this was not just a fairy tale, but what really happened, because there are historical records and academic materials. Rebecca asked why no one at her school had ever done such a thing, and Olivia pressed her hands to herself. She continued, if what she was saying was true, then she must be able to demonstrate it using ancient magic and no one would look down on her. Why wouldn't she do that? The girl desperately looked down and replied that if they just continued their research a little longer. Rebecca stood across from her and clarified that she was saying this because she was genuinely worried about her. She stuck out the index finger of her right hand and added that the path of magic that others wanted to follow but couldn't, and asked what she was going to spend on studying just illusory tales, and besides, to repeat the knowledge of ancient magic, what practical spells she could use. She had something other than this ridiculous torture magic. Olivia shyly averted her eyes and apologized. Rebecca looked at her, and I noted that she just wanted her to face reality. Young Rebecca sat at the table by the plate. She remembered that she was once like her. There was a time when she thought that wielding illusory magic would make her strong, so she spent years doing it. The girl involuntarily glanced at the ground. She looked up and asked me not to take it too personally. She was saying it for her own good. Olivia looked at her in fright and thanked her. Riley stared away purposefully. The main character put his hands on the back of his head. He looked away, and she asked him if he knew if ancient magic from fairy tales really existed. Olivia and Rebecca were standing next to each other, and Rebecca added who was right after all. He looked somewhere ahead and replied that Olivia was right, ancient magic really existed. Thunderbolts struck in different directions. With one spell the mountains were wiped out, the seas were divided into two parts, and the armies of the enemies were destroyed. The main character stretched out his hand and said that ancient magic was not just a fairy tale, it was actually a part of history. All this was achieved by him and his students, and now it all remained in legends. The main character kept dozens of books in the air with magic, saying that ancient magic is a legacy that he and his students have achieved, and this is a collection of legends. Looking up, the girl asked why people had forgotten about them. The crowd, gesticulating, communicates. Spreading his arms to the sides, the brunette told her that this is how time works, and asked her interlocutor that she hadn't been taught this at the academy, that magic was closely connected with the flow of history. Torn sheets of paper fly down, and the protagonist said that time passes, hundreds of years. People were surrounded by various spells, and the hero told that the era of war had long ended, explaining that the Empire, supported by powerful archmages, had united the continents. Girls in hats circled everywhere. The man in the crown stood in profile, and the protagonist said that the emperor who united the continents called the state Ritas and declared an era of peace throughout the continent, and added that at this time, destructive power lost its value. Riley looked back, saying that there was no need for battle mages in this era. Opening his mouth, the brunette confirmed, saying that this was the reason why the mages were sent to the research labs, as it was better to research magical engineering for the benefit of the Empire, and added that it was also important to deal with the dungeons that had been abandoned due to the war. There are many different inventions and artifacts on the table. The mages stood in front of the goblins, and the main character continued to explain that in order to effectively conquer the dungeon, it was necessary to develop new magic, and added that magic with powerful firepower was ideal for destroying enemies. But there was a minus. The use of such magic in the dungeon was fraught with the fact that the ceiling would collapse on everyone. The mages began to activate the spell. One of the guys shouted that let everyone come to him, he would sweep everyone away. Opening his eyes, the brunette spoke an insult and repeated the phrase so that they stopped. A pile of stones flew down. The mage's hand twitched from under the rubble. The magician put his hand on the floor, and the book asked if he was heard, and asked for an answer. Gray-haired looked down. The guy opened the bag, showing the contents, and explained that therefore, for the sake of safety and efficiency, magic had changed, and gave examples that navigation was created to help in conquering dungeons, that magic with a narrow destructive power and high accuracy became dominant, so modern magic became fast and accurate. Riley activated a huge card. A man in a warm idea attacks with a fiery spear. A group of people are in the library, and the grimoire went on to tell them that destructive magic was obsolete for this reason, and added that no one was looking for it. The materials were lost, and the scientists were in distress because they could not find work. The hostess turned to look at the girls, and the book said that after the restoration of the Empire, few people were interested in ancient magic, but the gap in history was too great, and added that legends became myths, myths turned into fairy tales, and fairy tales became illusions. The guy flew over the team, explaining that no one remembers the legends that really existed, and added that when you say it out loud, bitterness arises. Opening her mouth, the gray-haired woman asked that the grimoire still remembered how to use ancient magic. Looking up, the brunette replied that, of course, he remembered, but there was no need for that. The girl took the book in her hands. After looking at the grimoire, Riley said that she could learn this magic. The guy flew up to the hostess, saying that she wasn't listening to him at all, repeating that ancient magic didn't matter, because there was no more war. Smiling, the yellow-eyed woman explained that everything was fine, because if a war broke out, then ancient magic would be needed again. The brunette said not to talk nonsense. The girl answered in the affirmative. Exhaling, the grimoire said that this magic cannot be used just by studying it. To use it effectively, you will need to learn ancient runes and memorize many spells. The girl looks ahead, and the guy continues to explain that the most important thing is that she will have to change the magical contours by engrave them on her body, and Riley will also have to reset everything she has accumulated at the moment, and start over. Flying closer, the brunette said that of course she would not be able to use the magic she had studied before, and added that the gray-haired man would have to give up his advantage in the form of man affinity. Opening her mouth, the hostess replied that she did not like it. Closing her eyes, the magician said that it seemed that the girl had managed to learn ancient magic. Only in the next life, the brunette supported such a decision. The guy smiled. Grimoire flew up to the lady in red, thinking about what if, of course, there was another life. The trio sat on the floor. The golem lies, imprisoned under the net. Rebecca, frowning, said that it was wonderful that the team had found him. The hostess added that there was still a team there. The two men were breathing heavily, and the protagonist noted that apparently their task of capturing the target was difficult. The lady looked ahead and asked that they had neutralized the golem, but had not taken out the core. Turning, the yellow man began to scream. The man in warm clothes raised his hand, saying that he would calm the target. Opening her mouth, Riley asked why the team didn't just kill the golem and take the core. The grimoire replied that who knows, and also asked if there was a reason not to kill the beast at all. The guy opened his eyes wide. Yellow closed his eyes, and the brunette noticed that it was a dragon's skin. Yellow Eye, looking ahead, said that this is why the magic power of the core is so weak, although it is nearby. The grimoire explained that as soon as they take out the core, it will immediately reveal its presence. Riley reasoned that in this case, the other teams will feel it and run here, then the battle will begin as before, and added, so they will take out the core before the end of the test. The guy took out a plate with a digital service station, confirming the words of the hostess. Crossing his arms, the brunette warned the girl to be careful, because these guys did not fall into any trap, so they were quite skillful. The lady in red put her hand forward, asking that, simply put, you need to be careful when the teams are fighting. The student of the academy replied that a lot was missing, but yes, Rebecca spread her hands to the sides, saying that in this case, it was nothing. The lady took a step, saying that the team was used to fighting strong enemies. The girl in red ran to the center of the room. Facing her rivals, the long-haired woman shouted for them to start. The men looked at each other. A ball of magic appeared in the girl's hand. One of the wizards ran forward. Smiling, Rebecca burst out laughing. The man fell to the floor, shouting that he was giving up. The attacker froze in place. The lady, opening her mouth, began to be indignant, telling them to start fighting immediately. The remaining teammates asked why the head was doing this. He only lay face down on the floor and apologized. Raising his head, the man shouted for the team to immediately lie down like him, otherwise they would all die. Two began to sit on the floor. The faces of the team members froze. The guy asked what was going on here, and Rebecca wondered what the opponents had to be strong, how they gave up without a fight. Turning around, the gray-haired woman assumed that maybe it was because of the lady in red, since she was notorious even in the world of magic, so they gave up when she first appeared. The brunette, closing his eyes, begged for mercy. The man called Olivia's name. The team turned in the direction of the girl. The surrendered man continued to say that the team would give them the golem so as not to be tortured by magic. Raising her hand to her face, the red-haired woman replied that it must be the same person. The magus smiled, explaining that this person was the one who helped her pass the first test. The girl stands over the victim in chains, who begs for mercy and promises to fulfill everything. A tear flowed from the man's eyes. The golden golem sleeps peacefully. The creature lies on Riley's lap, who states that it looks like a puppy. The grimoire adds that it looks more like a sphinx. White-haired looks at Rebecca, who asks for a stroke. A golem bites a black-haired girl who screams in pain. Long-haired looks at her hand. Riley wonders if it's okay, to which she replies that it isn't. White-haired woman strokes the creature and says that the team is very chaotic, but adds that they captured the golden golem without a fight. Rebecca squints at the bandaged fingers. Grimoire says that avoiding battles is better. Even if the brunette is dissatisfied, she turns to Olivia. Red-haired scratches her head awkwardly. Rebecca remarks on her obvious talent for torture magic, to which the bespectacled girl replies that it's the only ancient magic she knows. The brunette makes a surprised face and asks to wait a minute. She rests her hands on her hips and asks why Olivia was trembling and didn't use this magic. Red-haired raises her finger with a smile and tells her that her magic has a 1-month rollback. Rebecca indignantly adds that ancient magic always has some flaws. Grimoire props up her chin. The black-haired woman calls the girl in glasses crazy. The guy says that he does not know who calls whom that. Brunette smiles at Olivia and asks if she's from the southern area, to which Olivia wonders how she knew. The long-haired woman points her finger at the interlocutor and replies that this is obvious because of the accent, then adds that even when she mumbled, it was in dialect. The young man comments that Olivia really does look like a southerner. Riley asks why. Grimoire frowns and reveals that there are a lot of crazy people in the south. The hero abruptly turns his head to the girl, who claims that this looks like discrimination on a regional basis. The protagonist excitedly raises his hands and says that this is data he has collected over thousands of years and adds that the Southern Empire is full of eccentrics. The white-haired woman states that it is definitely discrimination, then adds that she is disappointed. Grimoire awkwardly looks at the girl with the voice. Rebecca says it's interesting. The brunette puts her hand on her chest with a smile and declares that she is also from the south. Riley and the guy silently look at the couple. Olivia claims that it is nice to meet her, because they are from the same place. The white-haired woman frowns and tells the guy that there are a lot of crazy people in the southern region, to which he assures that he just said this, and she asks not to discriminate. Riley's eyes shine. She wonders when she said this, to which the young man states that she is really shameless and adds that she was touched by the tales of Pinocchio. The girl opens her eyes in surprise and asks how the grimoire knew about this, to which he is surprised aloud that such a work exists. Riley puts her hand on her chest and replies that she was just joking. She strokes the golem and talks about the only fairy tales she has read. The guy assures that he has never heard such a name, to which she replies that it is obvious. A young man looks at a girl who says that Uncle Robert wrote them especially for her. The guy asks who it is. The girl frowns. A man stands in the middle of the fire and asks him to run faster. Grimoire sits next to the white-haired woman, who says that the man was from the Thieves' Guild, and the guy wonders if the stories are true. Riley raises her hand and says that they teach great lessons. The young man claims that he understands, and adds to himself that it is not surprising that she grew up crazy while reading this. Rebecca and Olivia are asleep. The grimoire reveals that it has been 20 hours since they entered the ruins. Riley looks at the map and notes to himself that the candidates are approaching this corner. She knows in her hand and says that the day was very long, to which the guy says that there is very little left to be patient, and adds to herself that in 4 hours everything will be over. He crosses his arms smugly and mentally claims that the test will finally be completed and they will pass this test without any problems. He opens his eyes sharply. Riley repeats after him. The purple sphere rushes forward. The projectile flies at the hero's group. The white-haired woman raises her hand. It blocks the blow. The girl frowns. Rebecca and Olivia make surprised eyes. They stand up abruptly. The brunette reveals that Riley didn't say that anyone was coming. White-haired looks at her shining hand and reveals that the search magic has not detected anyone. The brunette makes a surprised face and asks not to say stupid things. The three girls look at the arrows in the wall. The hero mentally explains that Riley's mana is incomparable, because this is how she could identify traps that are hidden by 5 magical towers. White-haired holds out her hand with the hologram of the card, the grimoire silently adding that she could even use magic in the ruins, which are full of interference. The hero squints at Rebecca and says to himself that she knew everything, so it seemed nonsense, unless they were wearing dragon skin. Someone is standing over the violet dust. 3 people in blue cloaks hide their faces. The hero says to himself that this cannot be. The purple aura comes from the trio. The protagonist claims that they really go to great lengths. Riley holds out a shining hand and claims that since they got the skin, it means they found a golden golem, to which Riley agrees, and asks why such people are attacking them. Grimoire frowns and says to himself that he does not know, because there are many hypotheses. The man hides his face behind a blue hood. The hero mentally notes that they are very dangerous. The girl blocks the projectile. The protagonist, the guy, notes that she is weaker in many aspects. The girl's palm trembles. She notes the familiar Manu. Grimoire crosses his arms with a nervous smile and agrees, then adds that this is a very disturbing hypothesis. The protagonist group stands with blue in their hands. 2 people in hoods repeat the actions of their rivals. One of them forms a blue sphere. The white-haired woman repeats after him. A multitude of rays surround those present. The young man squints at the line and says to himself that this is reconnaissance, and adds to himself that this is the Cold War in order to assess the enemy's strength with subtle mana manipulations. A musical violin is shown. The hero thinks that manas, like Kim's instruments, remember the sound of their owners. Riley raises his hand tensely. The agonist adds to himself that, depending on the type of magic, mana forms a unique wave. The protagonist tells himself that for a mage who strives for fast energy, the flow moves faster. Rebecca frowns. The hero mentally says that for a wizard, the protagonist mentally notes that for destructive mages, mana is filled with violence. Olivia holds on to the bag on her back. The guy claims to himself that for accuracy, a magician must be ordered. The unknown touches his hood. The grimoire mentally notes that for those who bring death, the mana is filled with a thick killing intent. The purple and blue rays collide. The young man tells himself that this is the only way to predict the enemy's next move, as well as assess their compatibility with himself and plan each path of the battle, then adds that this is reconnaissance. The man wears boots. He says that we have not seen each other for a long time. Riley frowns and says she didn't expect to meet like this. The old man has adjusted his cloak, the grimoire thinking that it is a familiar mana and voice. The guy strains his face and asks himself why this one of all people. Sharon lifts his hood and says that he is sorry that everything turned out this way. The hero thinks that they stood up against him like enemies. The golden golem stands at the feet of the white-haired woman, who wonders if the old man has come to take the core. An elderly man holds a bright bead in his hand and reports that this is not so, because he already has it. He closes his eyes, and Riley asks what his goal is, to which Riley replies that he has told her before. The 2 groups stand opposite each other in front of mad magicians. Sharon reveals that the selection test attracts magicians with a variety of goals, then adds that some people see it as a legitimate killing field, then adds that he also has a goal for participating in it. Riley strains her eyes. The old man's eyes glow red. He reveals that his task is to kill Rebecca. The girl makes a serious look. The old man reports that he has a personal dislike for this maniac. The trio in blue cloaks stand in front of the hero's group. Garen reveals that if they let her live, it will lead to even greater disasters in the world of magic. The girl in the white cloak raises her finger with a smile, and says that if at least one person dies, the entire team will be disqualified. Riley furrows her brows and says that if he kills Rebecca, she'll fall out too. The elderly man opens his red eyes and tells that this is why he is very sorry that it turned out this way. The white-haired woman frowns. Brunette looks at Riley and says that he will deal with the old man, as they have some unresolved issues. White-haired raises a shining hand and tries to argue. The grimoire tells her that Rebecca is right because they can't handle Garen. The hero flies up to the old man and adds that this is because of the girl's compatibility. Riley stands with her hand raised. The protagonist mentally reveals that she has an unconventional fighting style, as she uses a magical rocket, changing its speed and trajectory as her primary weapon. The girl smirks, the grimoire silently adding that she is exploiting her opponent's weaknesses by breaking spells. The man points his staff towards the monsters. The hero notes to himself that, on the other hand, Garen uses defensive magic. The gray-haired man makes a piercing look. The hero thinks that he maintains an impenetrable defense and never shows any weaknesses. Green Eyes look straight and the grimoire informs them that the old man is their worst opponent and they should meet his partners. A girl with white hair and a blue robe touches her cheek. Riley silently moves her glowing hand. She stands next to Rebecca and tells her that it will be hard, to which Rebecca replies that she is aware of it. The brunette smirks and reveals that she is only fighting with equal opponents. She smiles happily and says that there is an ideal opponent there, and there is no point in her refusing the battle. Garen silently looks straight ahead. He stands next to the two children and asks them to be careful, because the mage they are fighting is a serious opponent. Dorothy hums. Blue Eyes brings her hand to her head and notes to herself that you shouldn't worry about the one who knows only ancient magic, then adds that the second one is beautiful. Dorothy furrows her brows slightly and asks the old man to wait a minute. Garen looks straight ahead. The blonde wonders if she is being deceived, and if Riley is really a low-level magician. The man replies that she is. Dorothy raises her finger in shock and says that this is impudence, that she is participating in this test. The older man says that she should not judge only by rank, to which she replies that it does not make sense. The white-haired girl clutches her head in shock. Garen asks April to take care of the girl, to which he replies that he understands. Blue-Eyed scratches her head with her finger and says that they just need to remove those two. She lifts her heel. Garen asks her to be careful and not to let her guard down, to which Garen replies that she understands. She knocks her foot on the ground. Many shadow paths are directed towards the hero's group. Grimoire looks at the black energy and reveals that it is dark magic. The old man and his companions stand silently. A purple funnel, dark magic, a shadow shift are shown. The blackness dissipates from the man's feet. Garen stands in front of Rebecca and reveals that they are the only ones left. The girl smiles. She bows and informs her that it is an honor for her to fight him. A girl stands in front of a man and talks about Sharon. The yellow-eyed girl smiles happily and calls out to Rebecca. The brunette reveals that she has talked a lot about him. She turns around with her eyes closed and says that this is the first time she's seen Sharon in person, but adds that Sharon has talked so much about him that she even feels familiar. An elderly man opens his mouth and turns to Rebecca. He looks at her piercingly and demands not to pronounce his granddaughter's name with her dirty lips. Sharon looks up in fear. The yellow-eyed blonde begins to cry and begs for mercy. Blood splatters are visible. Black shackles are circling around Riley. Grimoire and the girl look back at the garden. The girl notes that it seems to be for giants. The hero leans over and says that this place has clearly not been cared for and wonders if the two of them are here. The protagonist looks frightened at Olivia crying and states that she scared him. Zota's golem emerges from the foliage. Toby touches Riley's leg, who notes that he is also there. Grimoire reveals that it is a great relief, because if they lost him, it would be terrible. He looks at the flowers and adds that it makes him wonder why they were moved here. A memory of a purple funnel is shown. The hero tells himself that this is shadow shift magic, which forcibly moves targets, but has many limitations. Dorothy and April's eyes glow. Grimoire mentally notes that they wouldn't risk separating them in such a way, then adds that there must be another reason. An overgrown garden is shown. The hero says to himself that this place may have an advantage for them. Riley examines the plants and reveals that they block vision even if they use mana detection, then adds that such a place doesn't seem like a good battlefield. The protagonist touches his chin thoughtfully and says that this is true, but in such a situation, they must take into account all the circumstances, because the opponents are magic, just like them. They are surrounded by plants. Grimoire notes to himself that there must be a reason why they chose this place despite the sacrifices in appearance. The guy opens his eyes in surprise. April and Dorothy are coming. Grimoire and Riley look at them, the dark warlock declaring that she still doesn't understand. Blue Eyes clutches her head and says that she can't guess why the old man missed the opportunity for an ambush. Because everything could have ended in one accurate blow. The guy next to her tells her that this is not a noble act. Blue Eyes wipes her eye and says that they are not knights and most of all does not understand why she has to fight the coward with all her might. Olivia trembles in fright. The dark mage looks at Riley and claims that she is a low-level girl, then asks what Sharon meant when he said to be careful with them. April leans over to the girl and asks her not to let her guard down. Dorothy asks Riley if she thinks it's unfair. Grimoire and short-haired woman frown. Blue-Eyed says that it's 2 against 1, because the trembling partner will not help her. The guy notes that this is a rather unprofitable fight. Sharon's eyes glow red. Dorothy reveals that Rebecca is already dead, Because the old man is fighting seriously, Grimoire mentally notes that no matter how good the girl is, it will be difficult for her to resist a high-level warlock alone. Riley and Rebecca stand in the middle of many watches. The hero claims to himself that this is, in fact, a race against time, because either the white-haired woman will break through these two, or the brunette will die and they will fail the test. Riley looks at the grimoire and asks if they can do it, to which Riley replies that the odds are slim since their opponents are mid-level veterans. The girl lowers her head. April holds out a radiant hand. Dorothy says that they don't want to engage in a pointless battle either. The floor is cracked. Vines burst out of the ground. Dark energy and many terrible plants surround the two magicians. The blue-eyed one informs them that they, as the old man advised, will not hold back. Carnivorous plants surround Riley, who says that's why they were moved here. April touches the leaves with a smile and reveals that it is his ability, then adds that he inherited the arcane magic of his ancestor's great archmage. A dark probe approaches a short-haired girl who pronounces the name of the guy's ancestor. A black spot approaches her leg. Riley looks down in surprise. She dodges the attack. The girl in the air examines dark energy and predatory plants, and notes to herself that she is being attacked from both above and below. It lands on the ground. April stands next to Dorothy with outstretched arms, Blue-Eye telling her that they don't want to fight, because it hurts their pride. She frowns and adds that the threats end here and demands to surrender. Riley looks straight ahead. Dorothy adds that she is still young and will have many opportunities even if it is not an exam. The grimoire notes, with an awkward smile, that this is a fantastic duet. A short slim girl makes a serious face and asks the hero what he thinks. The Mage of Darkness and Earth stand nearby near huge shadows and plants. Riley wonders if he can defeat them. April and Dorothy look straight ahead. The hero says to himself that defeat seems inevitable, because her partner must fight two mages who are as prepared as possible for the average level. The short-haired girl looks at the grimoire, who reveals that he has faced countless enemies, then adds that anything is possible. He smiles and adds a book in his hometown that describes strategies to the infallible, then says a proverb about knowing yourself and the enemy. April looks straight with a calm face. The grimoire asks Riley which of them is the priority target. She replies that first you need to deal with the man who controls the plants. The hero asks why. The Earth Mage holds out a shining hand. The girl replies that he is the core of this combo, because if all the plants disappear, then their shadow clones will also disappear. Riley looks happily at the protagonist, who praises her for answering correctly. A variety of dangerous plants and mushrooms appear. Grimoire reveals that this man is a formidable opponent who can tie up thorny vines and paralyze poisonous mushrooms, as well as directly attack with plants, making him quite cunning. The hero raises his finger and says that there is one question. He smiles and wonders who raised the Grand Archmagister who created this plant magic. Many magicians appear. The protagonist calls their names. Riley looks up in a flashback and talks about the 5 archmages and how they were geniuses as well as exceptionally talented. Grimoire smiles and calls those people a bunch of idiots. The short-haired girl looks at the guy in surprise, who adds that they weren't the type to give up. She exhales with a smile and says that she has already heard enough about the protagonist's students, to which he agrees and adds that she must know the story of Arpel's ancestor. Grimoire flies in front of the mage and asks what he likes. The hero opens his eyes in surprise from behind the pot in front of him. The guy with a happy smile shows a green sprout and says that he loves plants. The young man stands in front of the hero and adds that he likes to take care of them, to which he replies that he understands. The protagonist touches his chin with a smirk and asks how about such magic. Riley smiles next to the grimoire of the OS, who reveals that they know their opponent too well. Dorothy furrows her brows and asks if the girl has made up her mind. Blue Eyes sends the shadow shackles forward and asks her rival to make her choice whether she will fight them or not. Grimoire crosses his arms. The girl tells him how one fairy tale made a huge impression on her, then adds that she is called the fraudster Amy. Riley looks at Riley and asks if it's the same book that her uncle from the Thieves Guild wrote for her, to which she agrees. Little Riley flips through a picture book and declares that she will show the hero how Amy carried out her deceptions in the story. The protagonist is surprised aloud. A short-haired girl opens her mouth and offers to take something. Dorothy and April make surprised faces. Riley sadly points to the golden golem and offers to take it. Blue Eyes opens her eyes in amazement at the girl's words that they no longer need Toby, and claims that this is surprising, since Garen warned them that they would fight back. The short-haired girl averts her red eyes. Dorothy says with a smile that if she decided to fight here, she must be crazy. The Earth and Darkness mage stands in front of Riley. The blue-eyed one says that it would be nice for them to have an extra core and demands to hand over the golden golem. Toby makes sad eyes at Riley, who asks him to stop crying and just go there. Dorothy happily kneels down in front of Toby and asks him to come over and says that she will take care of him. Grimoire makes a blank face and asks his partner what this method of deception is. He crosses his arms, and Riley explains that humans don't defend themselves against creatures that are weaker than they are, and adds that he's going to use this psychology, and asks him to look closer. Toby stops because of the hostess's voice. She smirks and gives the order to bite. The golem prepares to jump. Blue Eyes looks into the beast's mouth in surprise. She moves away from the creature in fright. Toby bites her arm and screams loudly that she is in pain. April looks excitedly at the screaming girl. Riley creates a blue magic projectile. A blue ball flies into Dorothy's face. The Earth Mage makes a frightened face. He summons a shield of mana. Grimoire looks at this in surprise and says that he only made one barrier. The projectile goes through the defense. The hero adds that it was careless. Riley's eyes are glowing blue, dissolved. The Earth Mage stiffens his face and curses. He pulls his partner away from the attack. Grimoire touches his chin thoughtfully and says that it was a cunning and quick answer. Dorothy lies in blood on the ground and screams that Riley is crazy because she attacked cowardly. Her face is distorted by the words of the short-haired girl that they are not knights and do not strive for fair duels. Riley stands in front of the warlocks and reminds them of their question about whether she will fight or surrender. April looks straight intensely. The white-haired woman adds that she will choose the first option. Blue Eyes cries in anger. Riley adds that she will win. Olivia hides among the bushes. The owner of the grimoire points her finger forward and offers to attack her and calls the enemies losers. A stone wall is revealed, while Rebecca confronts Garen. The man looks angrily at the woman and demands that she not call his granddaughter's name with her dirty lips. Brunette touches her chin thoughtfully and says that these are hurtful words, then asks if it is true that her lips are dirty because of the titles, like a psychopathic killer. She walks closer to the old man and says that even if the others say so, Garen shouldn't insult her like that. Sharon looks up in shock. Multiple sheets are shown stating that Rebecca was disqualified for killing half of the exam participants. The brunette smiles madly and says that she has avenged the girl. People are running. 2 years ago at the selection test, the leg crosses the line. Rebecca finished first and happily exclaimed that she had won the test with the highest score. The girl put her fist to her chest and declared that this time she had won. The girl turned around and asked where Sharon was and what her result was, and the participant said that his head would soon burst from the number of doubles. The girl opened her eyes questioningly. The ground shook. The girl glows and runs. The monster catches up with the girl. The girl narrowed her eyes and cried out for help. The girl covered her lips with her palm, and Rebecca called Sharon. Her pupils dilated with fear. The man laughed, and Sharon shouted for help. The monster's footsteps on the girl. The wind blows through Rebecca's hair. The girl twisted her face. The eye glowed red. The girl pointed her finger up and stated that she avenged Sharon and they left her to die, and added that the others abandoned her and they could have helped, but instead stood and even mocked her. The participants laughed, and the girl went on to say that they killed Sharon, and she killed them, avenging her. Garen's shadow fell to the floor, and he stated that this was only an excuse for the murder, and added that Rebecca was defaming his granddaughter's name, covering up the murders as revenge for her. A foot stepped on a body. 2 years ago, the elder of the 5 magic towers died while performing the duties of an administrator. The girl emits red light. A year ago, dozens of magicians from various schools were killed. Rebecca smiled madly. Since that day, she has been known as a homicidal maniac. The girl took the hem of her dress. The girl smirked smugly, and the man said that everyone believed that the reason for her change was the death of his granddaughter, and then clarified that her actions would not bring Sharon back and would only disgrace her memory. Garen clenched his fingers and declared that today he would kill her with his own hands and clear his granddaughter's name. A hand covered the girl's head. Rebecca's eyes lit up, and she asked again if the interlocutor was talking about honor. Sharon touched the top of her head, and the girl asked the interlocutor if he really thought about honor after his granddaughter died. The staff stood at the feet of the interlocutors, and Garen said that they could not understand each other. The grandfather put his hand to the forehead of the interlocutor. The man pulled his hand away and said that he had been tormented by the question for a long time, and asked how a man like Rebecca could be close to his granddaughter. The girl insolently looked at the interlocutor, and clarified that how could such a pure and bright person as Sharon arise from someone like him. The old man clutched his head, and the girl asked why he was talking so much. The girl's eyes were in shadow. Rebecca's pupils filled with red light, and she said that the warlock spoke through magic. Garen was sitting at the table, and the damsel asked if he had not always told his granddaughter so. The old man raised his head. A magical glow fills everything around. The man touched his head with his fingers and said that this was his last warning. If she mentioned Sharon again, then she was finished. The girl lowered her gaze. The girl opened her eyes wide, and Rebecca said that Sharon was her best friend and his only granddaughter. The fist clenched. The glow came from the old man's palm, the storm field. Stones fly to the sides. A blue glow surrounded the girl. The cobblestones fell on the girl. A rush of energy rushes down. The wreckage lies on the floor. The hand is surrounded by magic. The old man is holding on to his staff. The man grimaced and thought it was a clone. The girl put her hand to her chest, and then said that the interlocutor should not insult her. Garen took the bundle of energy in his palm and mentally stated that it was a very funny trick. Piles of stones ended up on the ground. The opening in the ceiling is in the shade. Grandpa looked up. Rebecca took off, and the man thought he could see her, and she was behind him now. The girl grinned. Garen opened his eyes in horror. The girl put a knife to the neck of the interlocutor. The old man reached for the knife and said in his mind that he had to defend himself. The man grabbed a weapon. The knife touched his neck. The girl smiled smugly. Rebecca pointed the blade sideways. Blood gushed out of the wound, and the mage thought that in an instant, time slowed down, and the world turned upside down. Garen grimaced in pain. The monsters were approaching the silhouette, and the old man realized that this was what the fighters had felt hundreds of times on the battlefield. Skulls are shaking. The old man fell to the floor. Sweat appeared on the man's face. The mage placed the staff at his feet, and Rebecca reported that he was slower than Riley, having fallen into the illusion. The wind blew the girl's hair. The girl crossed her hands in fright, and the girl said that it took her a second, and he needed two. Rebecca bit her fingers. The girl came close to the interlocutor and asked with surprise whether he had seen death. The girl stood close to the old man, asking if he had seen death. The commander opened his eyes wide in surprise. In his memories there was a lady who stretched out her hand. Garen lay on the floor with his eyes open. Drops of sweat dripped down his hands. The man reached for his throat, feeling something. He looked at the girl, saying that he had seen her cheap tricks. Rebecca touched his chin, saying that they were as cheap as the old man's, and at least she hadn't started a fight like he had. People reached out to the man with their hands. The girl asked if he started this battle on purpose. Rebecca closed her eyes, wondering if he wanted to lure her out. The lady looked away. She smiled, saying that the old man thought that if such a mass fight began, she would definitely come. Garen was holding the orb in his hand. The girl noticed that he had deliberately activated the core magic. The commander lowered his head, saying that in the end there was no one worse than her. Rebecca put her hand on her chest, saying that she really wanted to go. She was just stopped by Riley. Garen waved his staff, telling her that she had not come. The old man pointed his weapon at her throat. The man frowned, saying that he himself decided to come to her. The end of the stick lit up with magic when he added that Rebecca was a homicidal maniac. The girl reached for the weapon with her hands. She began to applaud in front of his face. The lady smiled, saying that the old man was impressive. He fought with the candidates to kill her, but did he cope with everyone? In a flashback, the young guy clutched his throat in tears. Rebecca put a stick to her neck, asking that he calls her a maniac, and therefore quite contradictory. Blood poured from Garen's mouth. A current of air swept between them as the man clarified that she had asked if he had seen death. The old man looked ahead, answering that he had seen it. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he had seen her death and would show it to the lady. Rebecca smiled silently. She closed her eyes, saying what her mother had once told her. A rock in the forest was shown. The girl said that 9 out of 10 herbalists die in the mountains. They fall from the rocks collecting herbs. A blow from the enemy blew off the head of a warrior. A poisonous liquid spilled from bottles when it was said that a knight fought with a sword and died by a sword. An alchemist died during the production of an elixir. A wizard in a hood was conjuring. It was said that they were magicians. A whirlwind of energy swirled around the characters. She added that they were dying of magic. After the lady asked the old man to show the death he had seen in his memories, she lay on the ground covered in blood, saying that she hoped her death would be worthy of a magician. Rebecca held out her hand, saying that her 27 years of magic would not lose its meaning. She would look forward to it. The girl reached for the man's face. She clenched her fist, through which the energy passed. Garen opened his eyes wider, sensing something. The young girl took a step forward, calling to her. Riley was furious, pointing her finger at the fact that they were losers. The guys asked them to shut up. The hero touched his chin, noticing that the reaction was even better than Rebecca's. The interlocutor called the student in anger. She understood what low provocations. The boy tried to calm Dorothy, who was shaking as she said if she thought she could belittle them just because she had succeeded in one spell. The girl clenched her fists, growling. She released powerful energy as she carried out an attack. Grimoire rose into the air, reasoning that self-awareness is the basis of becoming a mage. The language of dark energy was pushing forward. Riley dodged the blow, thinking that emotion-based magic made attacks too obvious. The student dodged another attack of her opponent by ducking. The boy was excited, shouting at Dorothy to calm down. The main character narrowed his eyes, realizing that this battle was much more interesting than winning it. Toothy plants stretched forward. Riley jumped, dodging another blow to her. The girl was able to dodge the plants in a jump. She opened her eyes wide as she moved from place to place. The student looked away, clutching her head. Dorothy was furious, asking the guy to continue, but he replied that he had already squeezed it out. Arpel held out his hand as the young man began to say that he appreciated that he had inherited Cromwell's magic. The hero crossed his arms, adding that in the 300 years that he had not existed, they had not advanced in it at all. They could not defeat them. The sphere was shrouded in black magic. The guy grabbed the injured girl. It was said that the ashen-haired girl no longer had enough magic due to the use of shadow shift, and the wound inflicted on her was still bleeding. Dorothy continued to conjure with screams of death wish, at a moment when the grimoire realized that she was exhausted both physically and mentally, and the shadow plants were slowing down. The young man raised his hand shrouded in energy. The protagonist watched from the sidelines, reasoning that in fact, the only one who could pose a danger was a descendant of Stingwood, but if he continued like this, they had the advantage. Riley looked up at the impending attack, thinking that it was dangerous. They were running out of time. The student stood in the room with the clock, realizing that even if they defeated these two, and didn't have time to join Rebecca before she died, they would lose. Grimoire turned around, saying that right now, the girl was looking ahead, adding that they had to make a move. Her eyes lit up blue as the protagonist explained that they needed to sever the connection between the mage and the summoned creature, and do it in one go, whether she could do it. Riley jumped, dodging another blow from the plant. She stepped on the stem. The student flew up, pushing off. Olivia was surprised, looking away. Arpel and Dorothy looked up, refusing to believe it. The girl jumped from plant to plant, moving, stretched out her palm shrouded in magic. The guys wondered how this was even possible, what kind of technique it was. Riley jumped up and down the stalk, approaching her opponents. She spread her arms to the sides, clenching her fists. The student was focused on looking ahead, controlling the situation. The stems of the plant were shown. The guy's eyes reflected Riley, who said that a way to break the connection between a mage and his creature in one go. The girl clenched her fist, swinging. She gathered all the energy in her fist, saying that she needed to deliver a direct blow to the mage. Clouds of dust and pieces of earth scattered to the sides. Arpel lay on the ground, not understanding what had happened. Disarmed, Dorothy lay beside her. Riley raised her fist as she looked at her defeated opponents. The student exhaled. Looking ahead, the main character clarified whether she was okay. In the memories of what happened, it was said that it was a short-lived flash of super concentration. The girl replayed the events of the attack in her head. The young man looked at her from behind, realizing that she must be very emaciated. Olivia was hiding behind the bushes, her fingers crossed. Riley looked away, wiping away her tears. Someone could be seen in the bushes. The girl was praying on the sidelines when the grimoire explained that Olivia was also safe. The hero was behind the girl's back, saying that she more or less managed to defend herself in the battle. There are, of course, small wounds, but these are trifles. On the ground under my feet, I heard some sound. The guys looked down when they saw the creature. The young man did not take his eyes off, realizing that there was a puncture wound. The golem, apparently, injured the plants. The student silently ran up to the monster. She touched it with her hand. The golem stared silently ahead. The girl held the sphere in her hands, silently looking at it. She put the ball in her bag, thinking about how to help Rebecca before it was too late. The girl stood in front of the old man as the grimoire reasoned about how they were done here. But there were other things to do. They still needed to help Rebecca, who was fighting Garen. Riley looked out the system window, telling her that she had already found her through pathfinding, and if they hurried. The target was marked on the screen with a red cross. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking at the dot. The guys watched through the window of the system when the student reported that Rebecca had disappeared. Behind them, someone appeared who tried to stop them. The heroes silently turned around to look. The old man was standing behind. It was Garen. He held his staff in his hand, telling him that Rebecca was dead. The man lowered his head, saying that this was the end of their test. The girl smiled when it was reported that her presence, which had been felt until that moment, was no longer detectable. Grimoire looked away, thinking that, to be honest, he could feel her, but very weakly. He had a sense of presence that is not considered alive. In other words, Rebecca is actually dead. He remembered the lady's words that therefore, if at least one of the team members died, the entire team would be disqualified. He had to keep in mind. Riley lowered her head, realizing that they were disqualified. Garen did not raise his eyes, saying that Rebecca had committed unforgivable atrocities. She had paid with her life for her sins. The student looked down, asking if he had lost a family member because of her. The man closed his eyes, replying that he had lost something more important. The old man stood at a distance, explaining that he had lost his honor. Riley was surprised to say nothing. Her eyes lit up red as she said that the man was very contradictory. The girl introduced him in a robe, saying that he despised mages who treated trials as a massacre, or as a playground. Garen folded his hands on his staff as she added that he had used the test himself, wondering why he was better than those he despised. The man lowered his head, saying that he was very sorry about this. He had nothing to say. Riley stared silently in his direction. The girl and the hero stood opposite when she reasoned that it all made no sense. She was even a little evil. The student looked down at her feet. She opened her eyes wide, which flashed with magic. The old man raised his head, not understanding what was happening. The man stood against him, asking if she was planning to fight him. Garen was surprised to hear a positive answer, asked why, since her test was over. The girl stared intently at her opponent, explaining that he had killed Rebecca. The old man was perplexed, wondering if he should not say that they had managed to get attached to her, whether it was necessary to avenge the girl. The legs of the student were shown, who asked again. Magic enveloped her from all sides when she clarified what kind of nonsense it was. Riley conjured a magic ball, saying that Rebecca's death had led to her disqualification. She was angry about it. The disciple looked at her opponent, adding that she didn't care what happened between them. What mattered was that she had wasted a year. The guy behind the girl's back crossed his arms, listening to the fact that the old man would also lose a year, like her, otherwise she would not sleep from injustice. Garen frowned, replying that she did cause a lot of trouble, and he recognized that her power had increased. Arpel and Dorothy were lying unconscious under the plants when the old man explained that he was drawing conclusions after seeing the members of his crew. He continued to speak as the girl rushed forward. She opened her eyes wide, heading to attack the commander. The old man was calm when his face already had a magic ball. He replied that he had no choice but to. A bright energy flashed between them. Riley gritted her teeth as she held the magic ball in her hand. She pointed her palm at her opponent using 5 magic rockets. The student was thrown aside. The girl looked menacingly at the old man. Garen stood behind the dome, asking if she felt it too. If it wasn't true, those rockets wouldn't be able to penetrate his defenses. The young man looked at what was happening from the sidelines, saying that he was right. She lacked firepower. This shield could not be broken through at one speed. Grimoire began to bite his nails, starting to think, said that they were inside the ruins. There must be something useful here. The guy clenched his teeth and turned to look at Olivia. He was furious, wondering if while he and Riley were fighting hard, this coward was still trembling with fear. She had never helped them. The hero understood something, looking away. The girl clenched her hands, saying in an incomprehensible language, when the young man wondered if she had been afraid all this time. Olivia continued to say something, sitting on her knees. The young man began to understand that this girl was not muttering out of fear. Drops of sweat rolled down her cheek as he reasoned that she had been preparing from the beginning. Grimoire called out to Riley behind him. Olivia closed her eyes, fingers crossed. The guy talked about how the decisive element they were missing so much was right under their noses. He realized that it was ancient magic. The forest was full of flowers. The old man was under the dome, saying that the test was over, even if everything continued like this, suggesting not to waste energy and accept the outcome. The hero flew behind the girl's back, offering to just stall for time until Olivia finished. The student began to talk about giving up. Garen was calm when he heard if he could think for a second, and replied as much as he liked. Riley lowered her eyes in anticipation. She opened her eyes wide, activating the acceleration of thinking. Grimoire turned his attention to the side, realizing that the world had slowed down. He flew up to Olivia, reasoning that he had to speed up the application of ancient magic. The main character got closer to the girl, saying that they are in the outer courtyard. Here they are not in danger of being buried under the rubble, as the great mother of magic points out. The guy watched her intently, thinking that there were no problems with either pronunciation or grammatical structure. For the first time he saw a magician who knew the ancient runes so well. The hero recalled how the girl did not agree with the fact that she failed the test, realizing that she had reasons to be confident. But there is one serious flaw. The young man smiled, looking at her, said that there was no prayer of dedication in the spell. Although this was the most important part of it, it happened quite often. Sheets of paper and books were drowning in the water. It was said that with the passage of time, many prayers and dedicatory hymns disappear. Riley was enveloped in magic, realizing that no matter how long she cast a spell, magic would not create or improve without the missing parts. When the girl sighed, the guy smiled. He put his hands on his belt, speaking of how the great mother of magic had instructed, let it burn, let it burn. The grimoire was kept here, untouched by the ravages of time, wondering if he hadn't created this prayer thousands of years ago. The hero looked down, calling out to Riley. The girl looked away, receiving advice that she should do it now. The girl looked away, hearing the apprentice in her thoughts, who asked to continue casting the spell and listening to her. Olivia herself should find out. The girl turned around, hearing that this spell was missing a very important part. Grimoire pointed his finger, telling her that he would tell her how it sounded. The student repeated word for word. Olivia was surprised to hear that there was no need to ask how the student found out. It was a secret that was difficult to explain. The girl opened her eyes wide when the girl asked what she thought and whether they would try. The main character looked to the side, saying that it was great. She nodded. Riley stared away. She raised her head, looking at the old man, reasoning that if they defeated him together, they would defeat Garen Theobald. The man looked inquiringly in front of him, saying that he thought they were ready to give up. The girl put her hand on her shoulder. A young man whispered something in Olivia's ear. Her eyes flashed red as she continued to cast spells. Garen looked away, realizing that they were not going to. Chunks of earth began to fall on his defense. The old man rushed forward to attack. A powerful energy blast dropped a large flower. Garen narrowed his eyes as he began to speak. He looked up. The hero reasoned about how the ruined complex was shaking with magical resonance, asking what they were doing. Riley raised her hands to the side, saying that who knows, let him ask her teammate. The girl pointed her finger at Olivia, who was ablaze with energy. The old man looked at her in surprise, realizing that she was from the secret flame school. Could it be? Garen leaned on his stick, asking if she was trying to use ancient magic. But how did she know the lost spells? The apprentice explained that it didn't matter now. Riley held out her hand as she began to cast the spell, saying that he would have to stop casting the spell, but if he didn't manage to get through it, he would lose his life. The old man clutched his head, asking if this was part of her revenge. The man noticed that she really had an unbearable character, to which the girl agreed. Garen raised his hand, being protected. A bright light came from the hands of the disciple who used the diffusion. She silently put her 2 hands forward, stiffening. Grimoire sat next to Olivia, saying that everything was fine. Now the next lines. The man closed one eye. Looking up, he realized that it was getting hotter under such circumstances. Riley jumped up suddenly. The old man was dumbfounded to see her fly up to the dome. The girl hit the defense with her knee. The defense was active, not letting the student near the man. Riley looked back, watching Olivia. She stretched her arms to the side, continuing to conjure. The energy lit up her face as she smiled. Garen stretched out his hand, thinking that it would not be long longer. The girl put her hand on her chest as she continued to cast spells. A large magic rune rose up behind her. The young man looked at the apprentice as he began to speak. As the great mother of magic points out, she was no longer a fool chasing illusions. Olivia tensed as she spoke of what the great mother of magic had pointed out. There was talk of a system of magic that had once been abandoned because of its overwhelming power. A bright red light spread in a circle. It was ancient magic, a forgotten legend. The girl was holding a weapon in her hand. She brought him closer to her, smiling. Riley was dumbfounded as she looked around at what was happening behind her. Olivia held out her staff, shouting to ignite and burn. The fire rushed forward when it was said that she had been reborn before their eyes. Grimoire lowered his head, grinning. The flames spread to the sides. The plants around him began to burn as he thought he couldn't have imagined that their first real battle would be so intense. Flowers turned to ashes. The young man flew away, thinking that she had an outstanding talent for ancient magic. The guy looked down at the girl, asking if she was alive. He crossed his arms, watching for at least no serious injuries. Olivia was horrified, wondering if she was okay, offering to heal her. The girl stumbled over a stone. Olivia lay on the ground after falling. The lady was trembling as she talked about her legs. The protagonist turned around, explaining that her body couldn't help but face the consequences of using so much mana. The guy looked back silently. The hero crossed his arms, watching the girl who was crying, reasoning that concentration, determination, exceptional talent in the field of ancient magic, she had the potential to lead her to the top. She could be useful later, even if she was not experienced enough now. Olivia was glad to see that her apprentice had woken up. The guy looked at her, asking if she could move, to which he received the answer that yes, everything was fine. Riley rose to her feet, reasoning that she needed to do something right now. The old man was sitting by Dorothy's body as the girl approached him. Grimoire flew up from the back, saying that their bodies were completely burned, and there was a reverse magical reaction. The internal injuries were also very serious. The heroine thought it was terrible. The guy closed his eyes, saying that they would have to go through long weeks of treatment in the temple in order to recover. Garen in the protective ball looked up. He held out his staff above him. The man was conjuring while raising his hand above him. The protagonist commented that fortunately, the old man had managed to cover them with a highest level protective spell at the last moment. Otherwise they wouldn't have survived. Riley touched her mouth with her hand, reasoning that he was indeed a high-level magus to be able to stop such a powerful explosion. The student looked away, wondering why. She looked at the man who had raised his staff. Riley opened her eyes wide. The girl looked at what was happening with surprise. Olivia was horrified when the student wondered why he would take such a risky step to protect them. Grimoire put his hands on his belt, saying that even if they weren't the target of ancient magic, it was thanks to Garen's barrier that they had managed to stay unscathed despite the explosion. The hero looked at her, adding that regarding his decision to protect his enemies, he clarified, "Isn't it easy to guess?" The wounded old man leaned on his weapon as the boy said that he didn't intend to hurt them in the first place. The apprentice opened her eyes wide, asking why he had attacked her with the intent to kill her. Grimoire pointed his finger, reminding him that she had struck first. She was silent when the young man touched her cheek with his finger. Riley put her hand on the old man's chest, healing, saying that she had returned their magic chains to their original state. The guys looked at how the student was doing magic, saying that this was enough for emergency help. The guy noticed that the rest could be solved in the temple or with the help of a potion. Riley took the ball in her hand, saying that she would take the ball with her. She stared at him, telling Garen not to take it personally. She would not be able to rest until she avenged what he had done to her. The girl offered to take the exam again next year. The heroine let go of the sphere from the cliff. The children watched the ball fall down. They were on the edge of the cliff as the girl thought about what must be. This cliff is incredibly high, and no one will find it in this depth, right? The hero raised his head up, replying, "Of course, the magic power of the core is barely perceptible, not to mention that time is short, it is impossible to find it." Riley held another ball in her hand. The guy asked what about the left. She replied that it was a pity to throw away what she tried so hard to get. The girl put it in her bag, saying that she would keep it for herself as a souvenir. The student turned her head, asking Olivia if they could walk until the exam was over. The area behind them resembled an outer garden. The girl agreed. The guys walked forward. They passed by large plants and flowers. The heroes looked up, when the guy noticed that they had been walking for quite a long time, and at the same time they did not stumble upon any monsters or traps. The girl replied, "It is surprising that there is such a peaceful place inside the ruins." Olivia called out to Riley. She held the staff in her hands, wondering how she had learned the last line of the ancient spell, and the girl rolled her eyes and said that she had promised that she would not ask about it. Olivia lowered her head, saying that it was true. The hero thought that it was really easy with her. The girl looked down silently. She was behind when she asked the student about Rebecca really dead. The heroine silently nodded her head. Olivia closed her eyes, shedding a tear. Riley exhaled, raised her head, thought that it was a pity. She thought that they would easily cope with this exam. She was also sad to lose a comrade to whom she was attached. The girl held a book in her hands, adding that it could be worse. Moments from the students' battles were shown, when it was said that although now they would have to live with regrets, they gained valuable experience, having survived a real battle, crisis, experience. In these difficult situations, Riley's skills developed rapidly. Grimoire in the form of a book in his hands reasoned that 1 year would be enough. They would pass the selection exam again, attract the attention of the 5 great magic towers, enter the magic tower of Orontes. The old man held a magical sphere in his hands when it was said that in the end, they would take revenge on the deceiver who imagined himself to be his apprentice's apprentice. Riley clutched the book, thinking that Jan Orontes, the head of the magic tower, was the one who stole Martha's dream of immortality. The hero in the embodiment of the book in his hands replied that immortality was his dream. He asked her to create it for him. The student asked again why this was necessary. The workplace was shown when the guy replied that if the contractor didn't die, there was no need to continue training new magi. They could research magic with one contractor for eternity. Grimoire pointed his finger, telling him that then he could find the bastard who had turned him into a scrap of paper faster, wouldn't he? The young man stretched out his hand forward, saying that even before Martha there were many attempts to achieve immortality. Many students helped him. The ritual of immortality is not just a failed study, it is the result of the work that he developed together with the students. Riley lowered her head, replying that then they had even more reason to get revenge on Ian, who had deceived his students. The hero crossed his arms, offering to work together, just 1 more year of training. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that it sounded good. They would be able to train at a more relaxed pace. A dark liquid fell on the student's cheek. A scream rang out from above. The ladies looked back where Rebecca was hanging, who said that if she saw her, let her untie her quickly. The guys were shocked to see a girl in front of them. Riley asked her if she was alive, to which the lady shouted what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The heroine did not take her eyes off, asked if Garen had killed her. The girl frowned, answering that the old man had simply lied. The man looked down thoughtfully. The student hugged the book, listening to him say this on purpose to make them give up. The hero touched his chin, noting that it was now clear why they thought Rebecca was dead. The girl was hanging upside down in a cocoon. When the guy noticed that the dragon scales in which she was wrapped hid her presence, the lady said, since they understood, let them untie it as soon as possible. Her blood rushed to her head. The girl stretched out, declaring that it was much better this way. Rebecca turned back, telling the girl how her spell-dispelling skills were amazing every time, wondering how she was able to remove spells so quickly. The lady remembered how she hung upside down, screaming, said that she could not get out. Riley looked away, answering that it was the result of hard efforts. The girl replied that in her opinion it was talent. The guys looked in her direction with a serious look. The student lowered her eyes, thinking that something was wrong. The guy began to whisper in her ear. They looked at the joyful lady, discussing that she did not have any serious injuries, as if she had not fought with Garen. They were standing behind Rebecca when the girl said that she realized that the old man had lied, but she was interested in something else. Riley looked up, wondering why he had spared her. The lady, putting her hand to her head, remained silent. She exhaled, answering that he said that if he killed her, it would be no better, so he forgave her. Garen left the chained lady, who said that in return he told her not to take the exam as a sign of repentance, and frankly, this is ridiculous. The student stared at her silently. The girl lowered her eyes, asking the young man, she wasn't going to tell the truth, was she? The guy replied that Garen forgave Rebecca just because he didn't want to be cruel. That's a stupid reason. The commander blazed with magic when the main character reasoned that the murderous intent could not come from simple dislike. The girl was in the huge hands of the old man when it was told that Rebecca must have inflicted an unforgivable injury on him, such that he could not help but kill her. The lady looked ahead. It was said that instead, she spread her arms to the sides in front of the guys. It was clear that Rebecca was standing in front of them safe and sound, hiding the reason with an obvious lie. Grimoire looked away, clarifying that she didn't seem ready to reveal the truth right then and there. Someone was watching the characters from the sidelines, when the guy reasoned that it was because the supreme mages of the 5 great towers were watching the course of the selection exam. The guy put his hands behind his head, reasoning that if she wanted to keep it a secret, they would play by her rules. The student noted that the main thing was that Rebecca was alive. The lady put her hand on her belt, saying that since they were alive too, it looked like they had given up on the test, wondering if the old man had told them to hand the core to him and surrender since she was dead herself. The girls looked at each other. Rebecca straightened her hair, realizing what it meant that she was going to take the test for the 4th time, showing that she was glad to take it for the 4th time. The girl sat down, lowering her head. The student noticed that she seemed upset. The lady looked down, saying that she secretly hoped that they would be able to escape from the old man, but it seemed impossible. The student showed her the orb, wondering what she thought it was. Rebecca was happy, screaming. She raised her hands, exclaiming how beautiful they were. The girl was pointing to the side, asking questions about whether the old man had taken him, how they managed to escape, asking Olivia to tell what happened and why she was stuttering. The student wondered if their team liked to make a fuss. Burnt plants turned into ashes. Dorothy held out her hand, apologizing for it. Arpel collected himself, asking the girl to calm down. He took the old man on his shoulders, telling him that Garen was fine. The guy looked down, spoke. Arpel dragged the commander behind his back, saying that he had underestimated the girl, and if he had made every effort right away, he would have been able to defeat her, so it was entirely his fault. The man looked down, listening to an apology, thinking that Arpel and Dorothy should have dealt with her. There were craters in the ground from explosions. It was said that there were so many traces that indicate that they gave everything. The events of that battle were shown, when the plot told that the guys lost to a girl who is just a low-level magician. Riley opened the book when the old man was talking about how she fought him on equal terms, and couldn't believe that there really was a genius who could surpass the levels. The commander put his hand on the guy's shoulder, thinking that he knew she was a monster, but did not think that to such an extent. He told Arpel that everything was fine and that he would go on his own. The guy tried to support him, saying that he needed more rest. He replied that he was fine. Dorothy looked attentively at Garen, who said that it was his fault. The man closed his eyes, remarking that it was a shame, because he had a reason to enter the 5 Great Towers this year. The guy replied that there would be an opportunity next year as well, to which he said that he was no longer as young as before, and did not know if his body would survive. The girl exclaimed that he would succeed. The guys led him forward when he thanked them for their kind words. The man looked up, noticing someone in front of him. 3 characters stood in front of him. The girl had red eyes. It was Pamela. The man thought about whether he should have faced her at the very moment when his powers and magic were exhausted. Dorothy tensed, stating that she was the leader of the Explorers Guild. Arpel added that he knew that the girl was one of the mages who had reached the top of the middle level. The old man lowered his head, realizing that it was better to avoid a battle now. To make it clear that they were not going to fight until there were misunderstandings, he began his address. The girl smiled maliciously in response. She fell face down to the ground, exclaiming that they were giving up. Pamela handed the ball to the old man, stating that she would hand over the ball, asking him to spare them. The man remembered what had happened, thought about the fact that the guild master was giving up again. Her friend pointed his finger, exclaiming that, to be honest, he did not understand why they were handing the cannonball to an old man who could barely stand on his feet. The girl pointed her finger, asking if he wanted to fight Garen. He did not believe that it was the commander himself. The man looked up, reasoning about what they thought. They were tracking the core, but they weren't. The guy raised his hand, clarifying what they should do if it goes like this. They will definitely be disqualified. The lady noted that everything is fine. They still have about 10 minutes in reserve. Pamela smiled, listened to whether it was possible to find another nucleus in 10 minutes, replied that yes, nothing is impossible. The woman was sitting at the table with a piece of paper. She smiled, realizing how interesting everything had turned out. It was written about the second test, the list of candidates who passed the selection. They were Rebecca, Riley, Olivia, Garen, Arpel, Dorothy, Pamela, Darren, Gilbert. The system said that the second qualifying exam was completed. The guys went forward. They looked up as Riley announced that they had finally come out into the air, and it was so good. The city of magicians Wilhelm. Rebecca closed her eyes, saying that the dedicated reapers had healed them well. She spent 2 days in the temple, but the fatigue never went away. The lady yawned, covering her mouth with her hand, noting about the last qualifying exam, that it was in a week, wasn't it? In her memoirs, the woman told the children about the timing of the final exam. She held a cannonball in her hand, telling them about the format of a one-on-one conversation with the masters of each tower, and the details would be communicated to them later. Grimoire looked away, thinking that one-on-one was not bad. This was a great opportunity for Riley to demonstrate his strength. The hero frowned, remembering his grandfather. He understood that Ian was more important, whom he would finally see live. Rebecca yawned, notifying that she would go to rest. The girl clarified where she would stay. The girl replied that she knew someone in this city and would stay with them. The lady rolled her eyes, wondering if she hadn't mentioned them. The student replied that she had recommended the Sky Whale Inn back then, and said that she would be staying with an acquaintance. Riley tensed as she heard her say that this time they should come in. It's really great there. Rebecca smiled as she turned around. The lady waved her hand, notifying that she was leaving and that they would see each other at the final exam. The guys waved back. Riley looked in the direction of her friend, asking where Olivia was. She replied that she would check into the Stigmag Grand Hotel. The girl replied that she did too. Olivia was happy, telling her that she would first look into the Arcadia Library. The girl clutched the book, thinking that she just wanted to get to the room as soon as possible and rest. The hero stood behind his back, listening to the student's thoughts that she would do nothing all day, eat ice cream and lie in a warm bath, replied that rest is very important. The guys came to the gate of the building. Riley grabbed the handle, knowing that a dream of rest awaited her outside the door. The characters looked inside where Garen and the guys were standing. Riley stared at them in silence. The old man paid attention to her, saying that she was also staying there. The student silently began to close the door. Someone's hand prevented this action. Dorothy's eyes glowed red as she came closer. She stared at the girl as she began to speak. Dorothy laughed, saying that she was pleased to meet her, and asked what her name was. The girl hugged Riley, saying that they had not yet introduced themselves to each other, offering to be friends. The heroine asked that they pass the test simply because someone gave the shot to Garen. The answer was that in general, yes. The main character was outraged, wondering that 10 minutes before the end of the exam, the one who did it was a huge fan of the commander, or that they gave the victory to the idol, it turns out. The man looked at the guys, noticing that they also passed in the end. Dorothy grabbed the girl's hand, asking if they were taking the final exam together, and since it was the approval of the Tower Masters, they didn't need to fight each other. Riley looked at her friend, asking why she liked her so much. Because a couple of days ago she had defeated her, she replied that it was necessary for the exam, and she also liked pretty and sweet girls. Arpel closed his eyes, asking Riley if she would go to eat with them, because they were just getting ready. The girl replied that she just wanted to order to the room. A lot of dishes were shown on the table. The guy said that in honor of passing the selection exam, perhaps special dishes from the former chef of the royal court. The student exclaimed that she was with them. There were ribs and chicken in the plates. The heroine ate, holding forks in each hand. Grimoire looked at her, remarking that she could not tell from her that she liked to eat. The student replied that it was because she was still growing. The guys looked up when asked if they knew where the last core was. Pamela stretched out her hand, telling her that at the foot of the cliff, and it seemed to be bottomless. Riley chewed her food, listening to the fact that the organizers of the exams are so careless. Who will even find the core on the plum cliff? The girl added that she wanted to ask this question to the person in charge who thought to put it there. The main character replied that she would rather not open her mouth. The old man wiped his face with a napkin, saying that they managed to find a cannonball on the rock, even 10 minutes before the end of the test. The student sat at the table, saying that the title of Wilhelm's best detective was well deserved. The lady denied. Pamela pointed her hand at the young man, saying that she had not found him, but it was Gilbert, the mage of Pam's guild. The young man closed his eyes as the girl introduced her precious disciple. The mage held out his hand in front of him, conjuring, when Pamela revealed that he was the one who had discovered almost all the golden golems in the ruins. The guy sliced the meat, saying that he would like to know more about him. Gilbert closed his eyes as he heard that he stood out so much, and that his mana affinity was incomparable. The young man exhaled, noticing that he didn't even bat an ear. The apprentice noticed that he was so arrogant. The grimoire said that he was really talented. If he made the proper effort, he would become a high-level magus before he died. Pamela gave a thumbs up, asking if they knew how quickly he found the administration office. The girl closed her eyes, noting that she was ready to bet that no one had passed the first exam faster than her Gilbert. Dorothy exclaimed how Rebecca had heard that she had done the first in 4 hours, if the guy had beaten her to it. The guild leader stiffened, answering that she had sent dozens of clones all over Wilhelm, didn't she, asking not to count the one who used such methods. The girl leaned on the table, saying as she said. Pamela spread her arms to the sides, asking that Garen had passed the exam in just a day, hadn't he? And to be precise, Gilbert was in second place. She showed 2 fingers, saying that the guy coped with it in 2 days. The commander frowned, noting that then he would come out. The man put his hands on the table, stating that unfortunately he was not in second place. The guild leader closed her eyes, saying that she didn't think it was fair to compare someone who used the pathfinding method to Rebecca, who simply created clones. Garen looked down, replying that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He wasn't talking about Rebecca. The man turned to the side, asking Riley how long it took her to pass the first exam. The young man grinned, saying that he was asking, although he knew everything perfectly. The girl silently chewed her food. The guys around were stunned after the student said that about half a day, 6.5 hours to be exact. The old man closed his eyes, noticing that they had found out. The hero looked at him, asking if Riley was his granddaughter. Where did so much pride come from? Pamela was dumbfounded, asking about 6.5 hours. The guy put his fork on the table, wondering if it was a joke. Gilbert jumped up from the table, asking how a low-level magus could find the administration office in just half a day, and to be honest, he had doubts about that. The young guy pointed his finger in front of him, saying whether this candidate deserved a place in the final exam at all. Stretching his hand forward, the young man asked that as a low-level magus, he could find the administration office in just half a day. Frowning, he added that it was not so easy to break through the magic barriers. Moreover, due to the amount of residual magic after countless attempts, the path spells did not work correctly. The hero pointed to the side after hearing the words that she was probably cheating for a low-level magus to go this far, to which he asked why he was so evil, and Riley replied that she didn't know. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked what was wrong. Let her ask one question. Holding the orb in her hands, she added that he would be able to defeat her in battle. The apprentice looked frightened and thought that Dorothy was Greyard's mage. She was an intermediate veteran mage. He gritted his teeth when he was asked that he couldn't answer. Hugging the student, Dorothy said that then let her just shut up. She defeated both Arpel and her at the same time, to which the guy asked what she was talking about. Leaning against the table, he asked if it was true, to which the young man replied that Miss Riley had passed the second test better than anyone else. The wizard clenched his teeth tightly and said that there was no point in it. The food was on the plate, and it was said that the girl was just a low-level magus. Looking at the guy, the man said that everyone understood his feelings. The lady looked away after hearing that yes, she was young and her level was low, and if a low-level magus of her age passed the second test, it would certainly arouse suspicion. A memory flashed through his mind that he had thought of Miss Riley as they had at first. The apprentice closed her eyes when she heard that Dorothy had underestimated her too, and she paid for it. Arpel grinned when he heard that he was the same. Looking ahead, the man said that they could doubt the skills of the opponent. Doubt was a basic quality of a magician. Then he added that nevertheless. Sitting at the table, Garen asked that he had not found a more suitable place to express his doubts. Let him think about it at a more appropriate time. The guy frowned when he heard these words. Watching him, the protagonist thought that this was the place of celebration of the second test. Was it really necessary to show hostility in the presence of other, more experienced magi? Putting her hand behind her head, the sorceress said that her student had made a big mistake. There were only training sessions in his head. She would take care of his upbringing a little later. Hitting the guy on the back, she shouted what he was doing. Let him apologize immediately. Bowing, the young man said that he apologized for his rudeness, to which Garen replied that everything was fine. Let him just not do it next time. Gilbert lifted his head when he said that if he doubted Riley's skills, he should just challenge her to a duel. He thought it would be a better decision. Holding the fork in her hands, the girl thought that she should not joke with it. She closed her eyes when she heard the question that it wasn't so, to which the lady replied that a duel was an excellent decision. Standing behind her, the MC asked that it was imperative to make such a facial expression at the end, to which Riley replied that it was infuriating that they continued to challenge her without knowing their place. At least everything went smoothly. Frowning, he said that she was right. Everything seemed to be fine. Someone knocked on the door. The words sounded that he had a bad feeling. Looking to the side, the magician asked if they seemed to have guests. Let him come in. Looking into the room, the girl greeted her and said that the staff had directed her here. The hero smiled when he heard cries for help, to which he said that he felt that something would happen, to which the lady replied that as she understood that it would not be possible to eat in silence. The teachers carried them in their arms. The student waved to the rest of the people. Riley stared at her hand in silence. As she walked forward, she asked if it was possible to hasten the second awakening. The protagonist looked at her and asked her how she felt her abilities, to which she replied approvingly. A crystal appeared between the hands. A phrase flashed through that the second awakening is a blessing that comes on the day when a magician becomes an adult, and the final stage of awakening, an attribute blossoms, and it is also a period when the level of a magician is skyrocketing. Crossing his arms, the MC said that of course, it was not so difficult to meet so many magicians on the second test, to which the girl replied that in terms of useful magic, she thought she had enough experience. However, memories from battles appeared. The thought arose that her offensive magic was quite limited. Finding a path and dissipating were only auxiliary tools. In truth, her only offensive spell was magic missiles. The lady froze, listening to the words that in order to move on, she needed to speed up the second awakening, as she had said. Flying forward, the hero said that well, it is possible, the only problem is that it is extremely difficult. A glow appeared around the crystal. The idea arose that what is usually called early awakening goes against the flow of magic, therefore it is a very complex gathering process. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist said that it would be painful, hard, exhausting. So far only a few of his students had been able to go through it. Turning his head, he added that moreover, her talent would not help here, it would all depend on perseverance and effort. The disciple opened her eyes wide when she heard that she would wake up in 5 years anyway, so why would she create problems for herself? Why shouldn't she spend this time training? But if she still wanted it. Stretching his hand forward, the MC said that then he would not stop her. Looking at him, Riley replied that she would do it. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that if she wanted something, then no one would help her, and then thought that in fact, even if she refused, he would force her to do it, but if she was provoked, she would do it out of spite. Holding the book in her hands, the girl said so. As she sat on the bed, she added that there was something called an attribute seed in the heart of her mana. When the amount of mana exceeded a certain level, the seed would naturally bloom. The apprentice buried her face in the book when she heard that the easiest way was to increase the amount of mana. The protagonist closed his eyes after hearing that she wouldn't understand. Waking up early was to compensate for the amount of mana, to which he replied that it was true. He looked at her when he heard that but he needed a large amount of mana to awaken, to which he replied that yes, it was. There was this contradiction in early awakening. Stretching his hand forward, the MC said that from now on, she just had to lie. Smiling, he added that then increase his mana, let him just cheat his mana heart. Riley's eyes widened as she heard her say that she should convince her heart that he had a lot of mana, let her deceive it, until the attribute seed naturally bloomed. Her mana capacity would increase without a second awakening. The disciple raised her hands up. A phrase flashed through her mind that when the seed bloomed, the body would perceive it as a second awakening, and would move into the stage of a magician who had completed the second awakening. She was holding her heart in her hands. She heard the words that the mana chains would expand, and the mana heart would also increase. Let her deceive her heart, and everything would work out. Looking at the hero, the lady asked what was actually possible, to which he replied that of course, nothing is impossible. If nothing happens, then it will take about 5 weeks. Turning the pages of the book, she asked again, to which the hero said that, well, in fact, with the amount of work that needs to be done, it will take much longer. Stretching his hand to the side, he continued that she needed to build a mana barrier inside her body, temporarily increase the amount of mana, Maintain it long enough for her heart to recognize the changes, and then many more processes, to which Riley replied that it was really hard. She looked to the side, hearing that he wasn't exaggerating when he said that it would be like death, maybe even the hardest thing they'd done so far. The protagonist raised his finger up and said that but the size of the reward is proportional to the pain, isn't it? The girl looked at him silently. Slamming the book shut, she said that she understood, they would try. A bright glow appeared in front of her. Frowning, the lady exclaimed. Watching her, the MC said that let him endure. The student gritted her teeth as she listened to the words that her next 5 weeks would be like hell. The man's eyes widened, a phrase flashed through his eyes that the process of waking up early would be quite painful, the pressure of mana acting on his entire body. The man stood in the midst of the flames, the thought arose that all his insides were burning with fire. Tears poured from the girl's eyes. It was said that there was pain that could not be described in words. Looking down, the hero said that let her prepare, her next 5 weeks would be like hell. The student looked at him angrily and repeated his phrase. Sitting on the floor, she asked why he had said that. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that he scared her, saying that it was so difficult, but she thinks it was just motivation, to which he replied that he didn't actually do so. He frowned when he heard that. Anyway, thanks to this, she had completed her early awakening much faster, to which he replied that he was saying it wasn't on purpose. Putting his hand to his head, the MC said that he should tell him how she came up with the idea of taking all the pain at once. The man wriggled out of pain. The words were heard that what should have lasted 5 weeks was completed in 5 days, which is 7 times faster than the usual early awakening. Stretching her hand forward, Riley said that well, it turned out that she could control it. So what was the point of stretching everything out for 5 weeks? To which the hero replied that she could. His other students fainted from the fact that they could not bear this pain. Lowering her head, she said that in the Thieves' Guild, the training was much tougher compared to them. This pain meant nothing. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that her crazy guild was again. What had they done to her, that she was in such pain, at such a young age? Looking at him, the lady replied that she had been subjected to horrible torture, under the guise of mental training. Looking up, she added that they tied her to a post and ate chicken legs right in front of her eyes. She asked for a piece, but no. The girl was chewing food, a phrase flashed by that, and then she was given only dry chicken breast for a whole week. Closing her eyes, she said that she had been given plain water, to which the MC asked what she wanted to say, that it was more painful than waking up early. Looking ahead, Riley replied approvingly, to which the hero thought she was crazy. Looking to the side, he said that well, anyway, good work. Lightning flew around the arm. The words were heard that her attribute was lightning, to which the girl asked that it was good, to which the protagonist replied that yes, it was good. The lady stretched out her hand in front of her. A phrase flashed through her that it carries the destructive power of fire, and the agility of the wind. This attribute has no flaws. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that of course he would teach her how to use it to its full potential. Smiling broadly, he added that he would cultivate all the aspects of her attribute in her, a lightning mage with no weaknesses. Frowning, the MC asked that by the way, she had never been struck by lightning. A view of the room opened up. A question was heard what he had to do with her. Sitting on the floor, the hero asked what this power was. Looking forward, he said that the nature of mana is not determined by chance, it is influenced by the wizard's entire life path, his personality, memories, environment, and traumas, which further develops into an attribute in the second awakening. The girl stretched out her hands in front of her. The words sounded that, for example, a magician who almost drowned could receive the attribute of water. A person was standing on a ledge of a mountain. It was said that a wizard who grew up in a windy area could get the wind attribute. Her attribute is quite strong, so he wondered if it had any connection with lightning or electricity. The protagonist looked at the sphere, hearing that she had never even seen lightning in her life, let alone an electric shock, to which he replied that well, maybe this is a reflection of her nature. Watching the girl, he thought that after all, such a force could not come out of thin air. It was quite strange. Smirking, Riley said that she was satisfied. It felt like she had more mana. She wanted to test the new ability, to which the MC thought that so far she was satisfied, she thought everything was fine, and then said that he also thought that practice would not hurt. They had been sitting here for a long time, maybe they would come out. Putting his hands behind his head, he added that the problem was that he had to find a target on which he could test his abilities. Maybe he would go to the city, find another fake guide, like then, but it would be quite difficult. MC looked away and said that he was a little surprised. Looking at the guy, he asked again. The young man looked down and mumbled, and the grimoire asked that he was the idiot. Holding out his hand, Gilbert said that he was challenging her to a duel. They looked at him in surprise. With his eyes wide open, the guy wondered what was why. People were standing in the hall. They had fun at the event. Putting his hand on his side, the student thought that when it got out of control, the words were said that they should place protective barriers here, move it a little to the right. The seats for the spectators were ready. The girl smirked. The thought flashed through her mind that even the administrators of the test had come to see, it wouldn't affect the final test. Gritting his teeth tightly, the student wondered why she didn't just refuse. Lying in bed, he reflected on the fact that he had passed the first test with a good result, and in the second, he had found all the golem cores himself. Gritting the blanket between his teeth, Gilbert thought that he had no reason to be afraid of this child, no reason. As he walked down the corridor, he thought that she had said that she would be glad to have a duel, and that defeating her would relieve him of this unpleasant feeling. Looking at him, the man said that Riley lived in the room across the street, but she hadn't come out for days. He didn't know why. With his eyes wide open, the student wondered if it could be. He knocked on the door. The guy froze in front of entering the room. Grinning, he wondered if he realized she was hiding because she was afraid of a duel with a genius like him. Looking to the side, the young man thought that everything was still locked. Only a coward could hide behind a closed door. He had won. He opened his eyes in fright, thinking that he was sure that everything was going according to plan. Why he did not leave the feeling that he would lose. The girl was saying something to the man. The thought flashed through her mind that why they were looking at him, developing a duel strategy. And weren't they ready to tear each other apart at the second test? Where did this friendliness come from? Why was he so worried? What to do? Putting a hand on his shoulder, the teacher turned. Smiling, he said that she shouldn't worry. She was just a low-level magus. She had a limited mana reserve, and she hadn't even awakened an attribute. People were standing in the middle of the hall. Words were heard that the duel would be watched by the luminaries of the magical world and representatives of the 5 towers. But his opponent was weaker than him. Stretching out his hand, the mage said that this was his chance to prove his abilities. Smirking, the guy asked that he was a genius after all. Stretching out his hand to the side, the man said that he was grateful to everyone for waiting. The preparation for the duel was completed. Raising a finger up, he added that now let him introduce the participants in the duel. The woman looked away when she heard that the former was the secret protege of the greatest traveler. The young man crossed his arms when he heard his name. Garen stood still, listening to the fact that he was opposed by a rising star, recognized as the shield of the empire and the greatest mage. The student looked ahead. Her name was heard. The disciples stood in front of each other, and the words sounded that let the duel between the 2 magicians begin. Smirking, the guy thought that after hearing what the master said, he was no longer afraid of her. The lady raised her hand. The young man smiled and thought that so, it was time to show the difference between low-level magic and a promising mid-level talent. The rivals rushed towards each other. The wizard was breathing heavily. Stretching out her arms to the sides, the girl said that it was unbelievable. The apprentice held out his hand in front of him, and the question was heard that he had indeed defeated Riley. The lady was lying on the ground. A phrase flashed by that she could not believe it. She died in just 2 blows. Smiling, Gilbert said that as it turned out, the master was right. This duel turned out to be quite profitable for him. Looking at him, Arpel said that he had no idea of his exceptional talent, and Dorothy added that she apologized for what she said at dinner, to which the man said that he was impressed with how easily he was able to defeat her. Taking the guy by the hand, he turned to him. Standing in front of the mage, Garen asked that he might consider becoming his apprentice. He opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that the disciple of a living legend. What a tempting offer. The guy closed his eyes and shook his head. Raising his hands, he said that he was very flattered by his offer, but he was a disciple of Pamela. It was impossible to serve 2 masters under the same sky. Stretching out his hand, the teacher said that he was really a man of convictions. The fact that he was not his student did not mean that he would not support him in every way possible throughout his life. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that it seemed that the need for the last test had disappeared. They asked him to join one of the magic towers immediately. The young man took a step forward, listening to the exclamations that they should join their tower. He frowned and laughed loudly. Lowering her head, the lady turned. Looking at her opponent, she asked why he was laughing, to which the hero replied that maybe he was dreaming something funny. Looking ahead, he said that it was boring. He expected more from him, at least the level of a training mannequin. Lightning flew around the man's hand. The lady struck at her opponent. Gilbert fell to the floor. It was heard that he could not withstand even 1 blow. Looking away, Riley said that despite this, standing still, she added that it seemed that their goal of being noticed had been successful. People could be heard talking about how it had ended in 1 blow. She had just used attribute magic. Wasn't she a low-level magus? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that just let him look. They look at her as if she is a monster. This is what they need. Standing beside her, Garen said that he couldn't believe that her attribute had already blossomed, how she had managed to make it bloom. They stood silently in front of each other. Stretching his hand forward, the MC said that now that they were rehearsing, to which Riley replied that she had enlightenment. Stretching her arms to her sides, she added that in the second trial, during their duel, she had a sudden enlightenment. She did not want to miss it, and so she spent 5 days in meditation, during which her attribute blossomed. Looking at her, the teacher said that his instinct had not failed him. She was indeed a genius. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he should not stop there, not let laziness get the better of him. Let him continue in the same vein, and hone his talents. Smiling, the girl asked, and this was quite good. Yes, an attribute of lightning, and it suits her absent-minded, chaotic personality. Stretching her finger forward, she added that by the way, she wasn't going to thank her. The lady was talking to people. A phrase flashed by that she had gathered all these people here. Stretching her hand to the side, she said that thanks to her, the promotional company early awakening of the attribute was a success. Right, the path rather thanks her. Looking at her, Riley said that by her logic, she passed the test thanks to her, so she should thank her first. Taking her hands, Dorothy said that she was amazing. Her expectations were fully justified, such a beauty, and such a good magician, and the young man said that he congratulated, he was very interested in how she managed to awaken her characteristics. Closing his eyes, the hero said that their reactions were so predictable, what boredom. The man took a step forward. Smiling, the teacher said that it was just perfect, they had all gathered here together. The protagonist crossed his arms when asked if she could take advantage of this opportunity and make an additional announcement at the end of the test, to which he replied that they were finally noticed, she had to earn some points for this duel. Raising her hand up, the girl said that it was good, so. Smiling, she added that she would now make an additional announcement. Stretching her hand forward, the lady said that as previously said, the final test is an interview with each tower master. Holding the paper in her hands, she added that each of the towers has the right to nominate. People were sitting at the table, and it was said that the candidate who received the nomination would be interviewed in the corresponding tower. The wizard stood in front of a person. A phrase flashed by that if the candidate passes the interview, then all subsequent interviews are cancelled. Putting his hand to his face, the MC said that it turns out that the towers can choose the candidate they like, and the nomination can confirm their choice, to which Riley asked that the nominated mage was already accepted, and he replied that it was true. Raising her hand up, the student asked that if someone received more than one nomination, how to determine the order of the interview in this case, to which the teacher replied that in such cases, the right to choose remained with the candidate, and the hero said that the towers must have carefully thought out the strategy. He looked to the side, hearing an objection, to which he asked again. The words were heard that if the nominations were announced now, then most likely the lists were compiled a couple of days ago. Perhaps she was right, it was unlikely that they made it 10 minutes ago. The protagonist turned his head after hearing that this duel was pointless back then, to which he replied that damn, she was right, he should have pushed her to awaken the attribute much earlier. He sighed and added that well, what's done is done. The mage looked straight as she heard that it didn't matter if they got the nomination or not, they were only interested in the magic tower of Orontes. Stretching out her hand to the side, the lady said that now, he would announce the test candidates that each tower had chosen. Holding the list in her hands, she added that the first, the blue magic tower. A view of the castle opened. It was said that this was the first tower erected at the same time as the founding of the empire. Together with the school, it strengthened its status by training the archmage. The man froze when he heard the words that the candidate received the nomination from the blue tower of Garen. Looking at him, Riley said that it was expected, to which the MC replied that yes, he said, all towers are looking for perfect mages. A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that the candidate for the white magic tower was Garen. A tall building appeared, a phrase flashed by that the third, the purple magic tower, was the same candidate. Frowning, the girl asked that the old man would take all the nominations. Smiling, the lady said that the fourth nomination was from the red magic tower. Olivia's eyes widened in surprise when she heard her name. She suddenly exclaimed in fright. After hitting her, Rebecca asked why she was from a prestigious family. Well, then it was clear why she considered herself talented. Closing her eyes, she added that but she was really strange to practice ancient magic with such a bloodline, to which the man replied that Olivia had succeeded in losing ancient magic. Looking at her, he added that but how could she know, she wasn't there. The girl closed her eyes when she heard the question that he was trying to deceive whom, to which she said that they should forgive him for getting involved, but Garen was telling the truth. The magus smiled broadly, a phrase flashed by that Olivia had used ancient magic, which piqued the interest of the master of the red magic tower. Wide-eyed, Rebecca asked if it was true. Smiling, the hero said that the red tower is mainly engaged in fire magic. It is quite logical that they paid attention to it. They did the right thing while everyone was dividing Garen. Closing her eyes, the lady said that it was finally the fifth nomination, the colorless magic tower nomination. She stared at the list in silence. The protagonist looked at her in disbelief. The image of a man appeared. The words were heard that the master of the magic tower of Orontes, Yen. Standing in front of the student, the girl said that she used the right to nominate in favor of Riley. People were standing in the room. Olivia lowered her head and asked if it was true. She was impressed, to which she was told that of course she was surprised. The other elders also recommended her to the tower master. The guys were talking to each other. It was heard that they should not be nervous during the meeting with the master of the tower. Riley sat silently at the table. Taking the cookie in her hand, she said that there was a feeling that the attitude towards the candidates was as if they had already passed. Standing behind her, the hero replied that the last test would indeed be tomorrow, but the banquet had such a relaxed atmosphere. Based on what he had seen, the 5 magic towers had already chosen their candidates. Crossing his arms, he added that the meeting with the owner of the tower was most likely just a formality, and there might not be a final test as such. Holding the glass in her hands, Rebecca mumbled, to which the magician turned to her. While drinking wine, she asked what she had already talked to the heads of the towers, to which the girl replied that she was kind of so, and the protagonist added that she was drunk. Closing her eyes, the lady said that their tower was the best anyway, to which the student asked what was true, and she added that yes, the other towers avoided her. Reaching out to the side, Rebecca said that well, after what she was doing, it wasn't surprising, to which Riley asked what she was doing, and she replied that she still didn't know what she did in the previous selection tests. Holding the plate in his hands, the man said that he asked for forgiveness. Holding out the cookies, he asked that she was planning to go to the tower as well, to which the teacher replied that well, yes, she was just following her mother's path. Closing her eyes, the student asked that her mother was also a magician. The girl looked at the potion in surprise. The words sounded that she was more accurately an alchemist, and quite a famous one at that, and she was connected with the tower. The lady looked down after hearing that she was going to the tower to be with her mother, to which she replied that not really, they couldn't work together at all. She lowered her gaze after hearing a question about what it was because potions making and her magic were different fields, to which she replied that they weren't. Raising her head up, the girl said that her mother had died, but that was 11 years ago. Smiling, she added that usually everyone apologizes at this place. She was sorry, she didn't want to bring up painful memories, or something like that. Putting his hand on the glass, Rebecca said that she should forget how a child from an orphanage could know such things, to which Riley replied that she also lost her entire family as a child. People looked at her in surprise. Suddenly the lady snatched out her glass. She began to drink wine. Raising her glass above her head, the girl said that in any case, she had been going to the tower with her mother since childhood, and of course, she had become close to the master, to the point that her aunt called her, to which the student asked if it was possible for a candidate to have a close relationship with the highest ranks of the towers. Riley looked up after hearing that she had been staying with her aunt during the test. If the administration had a problem, they would have said it earlier, to which she asked that she lived in the tower master's house, was it fair? And Rebecca added that if you look at it from this side, many mages are playing foul. Stretching her hand forward, she said that, for example, the one who spoke to Arpel was his mentor. The guy smirked. The words were heard that he was also the administrator of the selection test. Looking at him, the student asked that he was Arpel's mentor, that he looked young. The young man closed his eyes. A phrase flashed through that it was because he was the administrator of the Orontes Tower. The administration of the Orontes Tower could maintain eternal youth thanks to the ritual of immortality. The hero silently looked ahead. Leaning her face on her hands, the lady said that she saw that she was not the only one connected with the great towers. Even the old man was a classmate of the master of the tower in Renomus. The magical world was quite small. The protagonist crossed his arms when asked that she was telling the truth, to which he replied that the wizarding world was indeed smaller than it might seem. Moreover, mages who had reached the final stage of the trial had many high-ranking acquaintances and connections. People communicated with each other. Words were heard that in this case, whether these connections affect the result of the selection test. Smiling, the MC said that no, of course not, she is a perfect example of this. Hanging in the air, he added that she was a sudden newcomer. However, many were already interested in her. They were all interested in which tower she would choose, and this was proof that the test was based strictly on merit. Putting his hand to his face, the man turned. Looking at the apprentice, he asked that she was planning to pay a visit to the magic tower of Orontes. Riley looked at him silently. She was standing in front of the girl. It was said that the master of the magic tower Jan had exercised the right of nomination in her favor. The magus looked at the teacher. He looked down silently. Watching him, the sorceress said that Sir had a strange expression on his face, to which the hero replied that indeed, and she added that yes, she planned to visit the tower. She also received a nomination. Garen looked away and said that perhaps she would want to watch it again. The girl touched the student's shoulder. Smiling, she said that it was a good choice. Rebecca froze when she heard that since the conversation was about the magic tower of Orontes. Stretching out her hand to the side, the lady asked if she could join them and clarify something. Holding the glass in her hands, she said that she apologized for the late introduction. She was the chief administrator of this screening test. Looking at her, the young lady said that she was from the Trivizard family, to which Isabella replied that yes, everything was correct. Closing her eyes, she said that she was Olivia's great-aunt. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked what she had said to her great-aunt, then she should be about the same age as Olivia's grandmother. Holding the glass in her hands, the elder heard that she was from the magic tower of Orontes. Looking ahead, she replied that yes, that's right. Smiling, the lady said that she was one of the 7 elders. If she chose their tower, she would not regret it. They sat in front of each other. A view of the tower opened up, and the thought flashed through her mind that Isabella had then told how in just 300 years they had become one of the 5 great towers, how they maintained their reputation, about the nature and appearance of the Tower of Orontes. It looked as if she had read a pre-prepared speech. Raising her finger up, the mage said that for starters, everyone knew what was in their magic tower. Stretching her hands forward, she added that she had perfected the immortality ritual inherited from the Archmage. The student put her hands on the book. A phrase flashed by that at the end this story became completely absurd. Closing her eyes, the administrator said that the master of the tower was very interested in her, to the point that he did not hesitate to nominate her. Looking at her, the protagonist listened to the words that the master also asked to convey a message. If she came to their tower, they would provide her with all possible support. Smiling, the administrator said that she would receive more detailed information tomorrow, during the interview, and now have a nice evening. As she sat on the bed, she pondered that as an elder, she must know that Yang was not her disciple. She put her hand on the book. Frowning, the protagonist said that it was also that she was lying so easily. Clenching his fists, he added that he was only talking about how they were all in cahoots with Ian. If he wasn't just a piece of paper, he would have punched this bastard in the face. Looking at him, Riley asked if she would do it for him next time, to which the MC replied that no, she didn't have to. Closing his eyes, he said that they would just focus on tomorrow's interview. The banquet was over, and she should also rest. They looked at them in surprise when they heard a knock. Someone knocked on the door. Turning his head, the hero asked what brought whom at such a late hour, and who was there. Smiling broadly, Rebecca said it was her. Grabbing her head, the man said that he should move away. Standing in the aisle, she asked what he was doing, to which he replied that he should go away, and then asked what he could let them in. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if it was them, and Riley asked why they had come. The teacher stretched out his hand to the door. Crossing his arms, the MC asked what the silence, tracking detection, and even the magic lead, and what kind of secret conversation they were planning. Turning around, Garen said that well, that should be enough. The girl looked at him when she heard the address. Standing beside her, the mage said that he should not go to the magic tower of Orontes. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that his reaction to the choice of the tower had been ambiguous before, but so directly, and the student asked what kind of reaction it was. Looking ahead, the man said that the war was about to begin. The mages fought each other. With wide eyes, the lady asked. Standing in front of her, the teacher said that yes, and this is not a metaphor, it is literally a real war, and he assures her that once the war is over, the magic tower will no longer be on the map. Raising a finger, the protagonist said that it was unexpected to state that the Tower of Orontes would soon fall, and Riley asked what he meant. Putting her hand to her face, Rebecca turned. Looking at her, Garen asked what had happened, to which she replied that he didn't seem to know. Stretching her hand forward, the lady shouted that the tower was not even now on the Empire map because it was in the demon world, and it was not on the classic maps, to which the man asked that if she was drunk, then she just shouldn't climb, didn't she understand metaphors? Frowning, she replied that she didn't even know what it was. Putting his hand on her head, the magician applied psychic cleansing. Sitting at the table, Riley asked what it was now that she could think clearly what she wanted to say, to which the girl replied that it was difficult to think soberly. Looking to the side, she shouted that okay, she would say it. Mischievous old man. The lady closed her eyes. Looking down, she asked if she had a positive attitude towards the Tower of Orontes, didn't she? The elder smiled. It was said that she had received a nomination from the Tower Master, and at the banquet, an offer from the elder, anyone would succumb to temptation. Looking at her, the student asked what she could tell her that she didn't like the magical Tower of Orontes, to which the hero replied that they would listen to what she had to say. Looking away, he added that maybe they would learn something interesting. Raising her hand, Rebecca said that the tower had risen rapidly over the past 300 years, a new force that had brought fresh influences to the world of magic. The lady lowered her gaze. She heard words about what and how one can judge from the elder. The inner mood of the tower is quite benevolent. There is no one who adheres to the old-fashioned rules and rejects the new trends. People communicated with each other. A phrase flashed by that this place adapts well to changes and does not reject new opinions developing at an alarming speed, which is why the tower is quite popular among the magicians of their time. They froze. It sounded that the reality was completely different. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl asked if she knew why the tower was able to become one of the 5 great towers in just 300 years. Sitting at the table, the mage asked if it was because the owner of the tower, Jan, called himself an archmage's apprentice. The old man smiled broadly as it was said that after the death of the archmage, no one had reached such a title in 300 years, and the title of sole disciple had had a significant impact on the magical world. Looking down, the lady said that well, it's not that it's wrong, but there is a more important reason for the greatness of the Tower of Orontes. MC frowned upon hearing this. Crossing his arms, he reflected on how what he and she had explored all their lives, but had ultimately failed. But Ian had managed to succeed in it, or rather, it was believed that he had succeeded, and then said that the ritual of immortality. Putting her hand to her face, Rebecca said that yes, it was a ritual of immortality. The old man cast a spell. A phrase flashed by that Jan had bestowed immortality on the 7 elders and other high-ranking officials, and for this, they swore eternal loyalty to him. In reality, this was a dictatorship. The man stretched out his hand in front of him. It sounded that thanks to the ritual of immortality, the only owner of the tower would never change. The mage stood still, saying that like any organization, the tower could not escape the influence of politics. But with one ruler, the tower always moved in the same direction. Smiling, the girl said that moreover, many of the nobles supported the tower, in the hope of gaining immortality, so they did not have any financial problems. Looking at her, Riley replied that so, the reason for the tower's prosperity, as she said, lies in the ritual of immortality. Looking down, she added that something was wrong. Creatures appeared. The thought arose that the undead, who defied death. The sorceress smiled broadly. It was said that necromancers who used dark magic, those who dared to defy death and betray the laws of heaven, are all marked with an indelible brand called demonic energy. Looking ahead, the disciple asked what but why magi using the ritual of immortality. Sitting next to the girl, she added that they did not radiate demonic energy. With a smirk, Rebecca replied that it was unknown. Even now there were ongoing discussions about the merits and demerits of the immortality ritual, which was why Ian was not yet an archmage. The hero put his hand to his face after hearing why didn't the members of the magic towers emit demonic energy. Raising his hands, he replied that he did not know either. Looking ahead, the apprentice asked what he didn't know, aka grimoire, to which the protagonist said that yes, he really didn't know why they weren't affected by demonic energy. Looking to the side, he added that since he didn't know about it, he was convinced that Yan was a fraud, this ritual that even he had failed to cope with for tens of thousands of years. As a common man was able to solve this problem, and the problem was how to expose him. Smirking, the MC said that it was good that in the 300 years that he had slept, not everyone had turned out to be idiots. She wouldn't have been able to gather so much information alone, which meant that there were others opposing the magic tower besides them. Looking down, the lady said that the tower was opposed by three main forces. Images of the nobility appeared. It was said that firstly, the imperial family, they feared that the nobles, using the ritual, would retain their power indefinitely, bypassing inheritance. As the people stood in the temple, the thought flashed through their minds that secondly, the great temple, they feared that breaking the cycle of life and death would affect the laws of heaven. A view of the buildings opened up, and it was said that finally, the five great towers, they feared the rapid growth of the Tower of Orontes, so they took measures to keep it under control. Sitting at the table, the girl said that it must have been a lot of pressure, to which she was told that it was, but even so, the tower was thriving. Looking down, Rebecca said that the Tower of Orontes would not hesitate to remove any obstacles that stood in its way. The man stood beside the pupil, and she added that both Sir Garen and she had lost dear people in their time. The girl was holding potions in her hands. The lady gritted her teeth tightly. Painted faces appeared. It was heard that these bastards had killed her mother. Looking ahead, the hero said that he was too familiar with their feelings. A red glow appeared around people. The thought appeared that there was a burning hatred towards a particular object. The old man sat on the throne. He silently stared ahead. It was said that they wanted to take revenge on the same person as him. A view of the sky opened up. Words were heard that therefore he should ask her. A window in the room appeared. Sitting at the table, the teacher said that he should not join the magic tower of Orontes. Looking at them, the student turned. Placing her hand on the table, she asked what they wanted to hear from her plan. A man was standing near the window. The guy silently looked ahead. Grinning, Isabella asked what he was doing here so late. The banquet was long over, to which he replied that he was just strolling. Raising her hand, she added that so, what did she think of her student? It had been so long since they had seen each other for the last time, to which he asked what she was about. Arpel, he had grown up, to which the girl asked what, and that was all he had to say. Closing his eyes, the young man replied that of course not. The apprentice smirked. A phrase flashed by that he was the second son of the Stingwood family, founded by the Archmage. His family magic was the magic of plants, in which he was helped by Aaron, and in which he showed his exceptional skill. Smiling, the master said that he thought he had grown a lot lately, was proud of him, believed that he would easily reach a high rank, to which Isabella asked that he was serious, and he replied that yes, at his rate of growth, he would become a high-level magus in 10 years. Stretching her hand to the side, the lady asked how old he was now, to which the guy replied that he was 29, and she added that he would reach a high level before he was even 40. The wine was poured into a glass, and it was said that he had reached a high level after 50. The image of a man appeared, and it sounded that even taking into account the fact that the greatest shield of the empire had become a high-level shield at 43. Holding the glass in her hands, Isabella asked what it meant that his student was a genius, didn't it? She looked to the side, hearing that indeed, not many people could achieve such a thing at such a young age. Stretching out her hand to the side, the girl asked what he would say about the fact that this genius lost to a 15-year-old child. The young man silently looked away. He looked at the magic ball. A phrase flashed through his mind that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes he would have thought it was nonsense. Looking down, the lady said that the Archmage was Martha. The image of a sorceress appeared, and she added that she had reached the middle rank at 21 and the highest at 30. He set an age record in the history of the empire, a genius among geniuses. With her eyes wide open, Isabella said that but today this record had been broken, to reach an average level of 15. Master looked at her after hearing that it was really impressive. The girl's gaze froze on the spot as she heard the question that she thought this child could become an Archmage. With her talent, if she could take a position that had been vacant for 300 years. Putting her hand to her face, she replied that who knows, in principle, she has every chance. But it will not be easy for her to become the successor to Martha's legacy. Raising the glass to her mouth, the lady added that as he knew, there was someone who would reach the rank of Archmage before this child. An image of an old man appeared in the wine. The words were heard that 3 months left. The glass fell to the floor. Aaron looked to the side and sighed. Standing at the window, he said that, and as always, he had to clean up after her when she disappeared like this, and she just came and went when she wanted. The guy began to wipe his glasses. Putting them on, he said that at least for now. Stretching out his hand, the young man said that he could enjoy the scenery again. A star appeared in the air. and the thought arose that the blue shadow painted in the sky were Wilhelm's 10 key positions, at the center of which was the selection control office, forming the boundary of magic. Looking ahead, Aaron mused that the inverted pentagram, the core and foundation of all magic circles, although it concentrated a huge amount of mana, had a high-level spell to hide its circulation. A pentagram appeared, and he added that how many decades it took to create something like this, a beautiful star. Taking a step forward, the man said that it seemed that everyone had gathered. Stretching out her arms to the sides, the elder said that so, they were starting the final test. The owners of the towers were waiting for them outside these gates. Pointing to the portal, the girl said that she asked to enter here. Riley held out her hand in front of the gate. Looking ahead, she asked that if she passed through the gate, what would she see Ian? It was true, to which the hero replied approvingly. The image of a man arose. The thought arose that Jan was a swindler posing as Martha's student, and their goal for revenge, this bastard right outside the gate. Flashbacks flashed through. A phrase flashed through his mind that it had taken him and Riley 6 months to stand here. Such a short time, too long for him. Wide-eyed, the protagonist wondered why he was pretending to be Martha's apprentice, how he had deceived everyone by appropriating the laurels of the ritual of immortality. Putting his hand to his face, he sighed. Holding the pen in his hands, the MC thought that they would not rush things. Today was the beginning, a small dot on a huge canvas. Frowning, he added that if they couldn't punish Yang today, they would have another opportunity to bring him to justice. Looking at the girl, the grimoire smiled. Taking a step forward, the student said that so. Stretching out her hand in front of her, she said that they would go. Riley stared ahead in silence. The hero stood behind her. Looking up, she said that it was a colorless world. The young lady began to walk forward. Suddenly her eyes widened. Stopping in front of the border, the lady asked what the line was. Standing at attention, she said that this line was not drawn on the floor. It was created by her anxious feeling. This is the line of death. The sorceress raised her head. They were standing in the middle of a huge hall. The sorceress opened her eyes in surprise. Grinning, the old man said that she was a very attentive child. Looking down, he added that if she had taken one more step, she would have lost her head. The hero frowned as he looked at him. Ian looked down. The words sounded that he should look at this bastard. His gaze froze in place. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Hearing the question what kind of book it was, the thought arose that his gaze was directed exactly at her. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that his gaze was too strange, so it was not his imagination. Looking to the side, he added that now. Suddenly the MC shuddered in surprise. The student froze in place. She froze with fright, and she heard the words that she was so nervous. Taking a step forward, Riley said that this book. The lady's hands trembled. A phrase flashed by that she should calm down. She must cope while she was saying these words. Holding out the book in front of her, the lady said that it was a memory of her mother. The old man looked at her in surprise. Putting his fingers to his face, he asked that it was her mother's diary that she had given her, and now it had become a magical item to ensure her psychological stability. Looking at him, the girl replied that yes. When she held this book in her hands, she felt much calmer. Frowning, she asked that she had managed to come up with an excuse, but if he could feel it, to which the hero replied that he did not think it was possible. The man stretched his hand forward. It was said that only his students could feel him, although there were a few exceptions, but they had taken a vow of silence, so it was impossible, to which the student asked what then he had asked about him, and the protagonist replied that it wasn't obvious. Memories appeared. A phrase flashed through that she had been carrying him during all the tests. He probably saw everything, and it would have been strange if he hadn't asked. Putting his hand to his face, the mage said that it made sense. Lowering his gaze, he offered to continue the test. Sitting in front of her, Ian asked what she could do with chess. Putting his hand behind his head, the MC asked why chess all of a sudden, who didn't know how to play it. He asked again in surprise when he heard that she did not know how to play chess. Raising his hands in the air, the hero asked that she was from Renelmus. Didn't they play chess during every break, and didn't they have tournaments during lunch? Looking up, the student replied that she didn't have any friends to play with, to which he wondered which was true. She didn't have any friends, and then said that well, then he would play instead of her. He was pretty good at it. The magician smiled when he heard that she could play chess, to which he replied that it was okay then. Then he snapped his finger. The cubes flew up. The protagonist looked up. Figures began to appear from the ground. Figures in the form of knights appeared. Riley's eyes widened. She froze in place. The man, sitting on the throne, asked that they could play. The knight swung his sword. He struck a blow to the figure. Looking to the side, the MC said that these figures looked like real soldiers. Looking ahead, the girl said that the one who had just died was theirs. The hero crossed his arms and smirked, to which she asked that he didn't say he was good at it, to which he replied that be quiet, he can't concentrate, they can still win. Lightning flew around his finger. The words were heard that the pawn was on g3, the knight on d2, the bishop on c7. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist said that finally everything was becoming more or less clear. The thought arose that he had barely managed to reach a draw. Putting his hand to his head, he thought that this young. The wizard was smiling, and the MC was thinking about how he offered to play chess, and he wasn't even following the game. He was just looking at Riley. The lady shuddered at the conversion. Putting his hand to his face, Ian asked if she knew what the colors associated with each magic tower meant. Looking at her, the grimoire asked what she knew, yes, to which the girl replied that of course she had studied it in Renelmus. Multicolored particles appeared, words were heard that the colors of the magic towers represent their characteristics. The man was on his knees, and the phrase sounded that Dwight's magic tower explores pure mana, and its color is white. The magician slammed her hand on the ground. It was said that the magic tower of Yadin is a gratin, which explores the power of destructive magic, has a red color. The lady was smiling. It was heard that the tower of Gaia of purple magic, which appreciates elegance and aesthetics, is purple in color. The man stood at attention. The words sounded that the magic tower of Eucria was also on the path of magic, which was following the path of magic with a resolute and principled mood. Raising her hand, the student said that it was blue. Smirking, the man replied that everything was true, but their magic tower had no color. Lowering his head, the old man said that it was colorless. Looking ahead, he added that, however, it also means that it can become any color when needed, sometimes pure as white, sometimes destructive as red, sometimes elegant as purple, and sometimes principled as blue. Looking at the chess pieces, Riley heard that they had been living like this for 300 years. She silently watched the fragments. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. The words sounded that adaptability. Yes, it's all about adaptability. People's faces were painted over. A phrase flashed by that this was the real secret of how they had achieved such heights in just 300 years. The lady's gaze froze in place, the thought that he was a liar. She stood still, listening to the fact that now it was her turn. Let her make her move. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that it was not just about their victory or the evaluation of the strategy he was trying to see with this game. Debris lay on the floor. Words were heard that every move was so aggressive and chaotic. The figure stood at attention. The man opened his eyes in fright. A phrase flashed through that as if both kings were in real danger. Looking ahead, Riley said that it was good that it was just a game, to which he replied that it was no different from the real battlefield. Memories from the imagination appeared, and MC said what if it were reality? They suddenly opened their eyes wide. Raising his finger, the old man said that the chessboard could take different shapes, depending on the point of view. The dice were lying on the ground, and he added that for some it was just a board game, for others a small battlefield. The girl looked up when she heard the question of what she was seeing. Taking a step forward, she replied that she saw ruins from the second test. Lowering his head, Ian said that this is how it seems to her. Good, then what does she think about the second test, which was 5 days ago? Looking at him, the lady heard that people reveal their true essence in extreme situations, and that's why he was able to open such a pearl as her, but dozens of magicians died for this. Smiling, the wizard asked what he thought, whether it was possible to assess the candidate's real abilities in a peaceful way, or if there was another way to show their skills in life and death situations. The student silently stared ahead. The man's eyes widened when he heard that she would like to know his opinion first, what he thought. Narrowing his eyes, he replied that he had asked her opinion, but she was brave. Stretching out his hand, the old man asked what she had answered to his question with another question. Watching him, the girl replied that yes, the reason why she asked for his opinion was quite simple. The hero raised his eyebrows when he heard the words that the purpose of the final test is to match the characters and values of the candidate and the tower, and the values that the magic tower of Arandas observes, which is the ability to adapt to any situation by changing its color. Stretching out her hand, the lady said that his answer would be her answer. Jan stood still. He sat back on the throne. The student's gaze froze in place. Smiling broadly, the mage said that this was something new. Putting his hand to his face, he added that some magic towers. Images of magicians appeared. Words were heard that they thought that they could assess the quality of a magician by a peaceful method, as in the first test. Crosses appeared on the faces of the disciples. A phrase flashed by, something out of the 42 magicians who had passed the first test. A lot of memories appeared. Looking ahead, Riley heard a question about how many of them survived to the end. Raising his hand up, Young asked that she asked for his opinion. He thinks that the second test was a real selection test. The true ability of a magician is only revealed on a battlefield filled with the fear of death. Smiling, he added that they had to conduct such tests to select a few more successful candidates, whether she thought such methods were unreasonable. The protagonist frowned, thinking that of course, he considers this unreasonable. There is a saying to sacrifice some, for the sake of saving many, but in this case, it is sacrificing all, for the sake of saving a few. People stretched their arms forward. He raised his eyebrows when he heard that, but this was the path of magic. This path was unreasonable from the start. A sphere appeared in front of the girl. It sounded that those who feel mana, and who have excellent mana control and a strong heart. People stood in the midst of a bright glow. A phrase flashed by that they are better known as the blessed ones of mana. Only a select few are given to walk the path of magic, and even then this unreasonableness continues. The guy raised his head up. He looked to the side, and it was said that a magician would inevitably encounter obstacles when walking the path of magic. The student looked at her hand. It was said that obstacles that could only be overcome with the help of innate talent. Lowering his gaze, the old man said that the path of magic is uneven. For some it is steep rocks, and for others it is a smooth plain. Looking at him, they listened to the words that for some it is the path of loner, for others it is teamwork. Leaning face to face, the mage said that all this was determined by talent, and if it was not an unwise way, then what was? Holding the book in her hands, the student said that he was right. Her arms stretched out in different directions, and she added that magic was a series of unfoundedness. The hero's corpse lay on the ground. Sitting on the steps, the girl heard that long before the empire was created and the 5 archmages appeared, a long time ago, she had her first contract with a man named Findall. The young man smirked. It was said that after he became a grimoire, he was broken and confused, and Findall was the one who brought him back to life. A blow flew to the guy's head. The hero opened his eyes wide. It was heard that he still remembers the moment of his death. With his eyes wide open, he said that someone should help. The protagonist opened his eyes in fright and shouted that he was dying. Please help me, there is someone here. People happily communicated with each other, and screams were heard from the book. The lady lowered her gaze as she listened to the words that he still remembered this day when no one could hear his voice. For thousands of years after that, he had no disciples, afraid of losing those to whom he was attached. People reached for the grimoire. It was heard that the contract soldier, he called them that, avoiding the word apprentice, he wanted revenge, and they wanted to get power from him. It was literally a contract formed on the basis of mutual interests. There was no such thing as attachment. Looking down, Riley heard that in the process, he was using the contractors for his own purposes, forcing them to risk themselves without thinking about safety. The corpses of people gathered in a circle. A phrase flashed by that he used their deaths to improve the next results, and this vicious bloody cycle continued again and again. The student's eyes widened as she heard that he hadn't met a special person yet. The man was holding a bloody book in his hands. The girl looked at her. She heard that this was the first archmage. Her name had already been erased from history, but it was still in his heart. The sorceress smiled. It was said that he had conducted all kinds of dangerous experiments on her, and she had been on the brink of death thousands of times. Her path of magic was nothing but pain, but she survived, and became an archmage. The man put his hand on the table, and the hero asked what he knew, what her last words were. Smiling, the woman said that she was grateful for raising her as an archmage, and that she was so grateful to him for not giving up on her. Purple particles appeared around the book. It was said that he did it for his own selfish reasons. He never thought about her life or safety. Sitting next to the student, the protagonist said that this was the last straw. He lay in a pool of blood. It was said that driven only by revenge, he had found himself turning into something terrible. The path of magic he had walked was filled with numerous victims. MC ran forward. It was heard that his foolish path of magic, indelible blood stains, his past could not be expiated. After that he changed his approach to the matter, tried to exclude any victims. Grimoire flew up and said that he should say his name. The book was opened, and it was heard that all right, he would remember. She wanted to know his name. The hero suddenly reincarnated. Smirking, he said that he was a great grimoire and would make her an archmage. Images of mages appeared, and it was said that thanks to a method of training created through trial and error, and the sacrifices of his past contractors, all of his students had been able to reach the rank of archmage. Stretching out his hand, the old man asked if it wasn't an unwise way, then what was? Looking straight ahead, the protagonist replied that yes, the path of magic is unreasonable. The girl looked at the book in surprise. The grimoire was lying on a tree branch. The apprentice's eyes widened. It was said that people who could become archmages if they met now would die because they met too early. Frowning, the MC said that, however, he wasn't the one to say that. The wizard smiled. It was said that Ian stole the results of these sacrifices. It wasn't just an insult to Martha. The hero stood at attention, saying that the path he was taking, all the contract soldiers who were sacrificed, and him, who remained on the verge of a mental breakdown, passing this path. Grimoire in hand, Riley listened to the fact that he, who had reached these heights through lies and deception, had dared to condemn the path of magic. She lowered her gaze when she heard that he couldn't listen to what he was saying. Sitting on the steps, the girl said that she understood how he felt when his path was ridiculed by someone else. Turning her head, she added that she did not care about anything. Clenching her fist, the student said that therefore they would swear to each other, he would help her with revenge. Closing her eyes, she added that she would take revenge on Jan for him, to which the protagonist replied approvingly. He smirked when he heard the words that she would hold the one who turned it into a book to justice, to which he replied that only after he took revenge on that bastard. Taking a step forward, MC said that he would definitely win against him. Looking straight ahead, he added that from within, of course. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. People's faces were painted over. The phrase sounded that he would make him pay for his dirty crimes. Sitting on the throne, the old man asked if she knew about the round table that would be held in 3 months. Looking at him, Riley replied that the royal family, the great temple and the 5 magic towers, the 3 great powers would gather for a conference. She understood that this round table conference would be held to discuss his rank as archmage. Putting his hand to his face, Ian replied that it was true. Standing in front of him, she heard that, but before it began, images of people appeared, and the man said that he planned to get rid of all 3 great powers. Wide-eyed, he added that before he himself fell at their hands. The student looked at him in surprise. Raising her eyebrows, she said that she didn't quite understand what he was talking about. The image of a magician appeared. The words were heard that even having established a veil of silence, the lady sat in front of Garen, and the question was asked that she did not think that he had not heard the conversation in that room. Riley looked frightened at this. Sitting at the table, Rebecca asked if she knew why the magical tower of Orontes had killed her mother. Looking straight ahead, she added that it was because she just had her own opinion. Grinning, the woman said that she should listen carefully. Putting her hand on her daughter's head, she added that let her live as fate has inscribed and meet a dignified end. This is the calling of a person. Stretching her hand forward, the mother said that at least so. People sat around the corpse. Words were heard saying that she hoped that her end would be worthy of a magician. Slamming her hand on the table, the mage said that mortals could not defy the flow of life and death. She could not accept the ritual of immortality. It was contrary to the natural order. The thought arose that she, having strong convictions, was the most opposed to the ritual of immortality. The girl opened her eyes in fright. It was said that one day, she went to get a rare ingredient, and a few months later she was found injured in the northeastern mountains. People were standing in the cemetery. A phrase flashed by that it was too late to take any measures, and so it met its tragic end. Holding an umbrella in his hands, the guy asked that, but wasn't it strange, she wasn't some kind of low-level magus. Rebecca looked up when she heard that she had nevertheless died in a gang attack. People were standing near the puddle. Words were heard that, well, what can they do? The investigation has already been completed. There was a snowstorm that day. Perhaps she ran out of mana when using trail and heat spells. The girl was standing in front of a crowd of people. The phrase sounded that she was just unlucky to stumble upon a group of bandits at such a moment. Kicking the puddle, the girl shouted that she was not. Stretching her hand forward, she added that her mother was an alchemist. She knew her limit and could calculate her strength. It was impossible for her to run out of mana. With her eyes wide open, Rebecca shouted about what they meant, saying that she was unlucky enough to stumble upon the bandits. They didn't see that it was strange. There was definitely someone behind her mother's death. Putting a hand on her shoulder, the woman said that she should stop. The girl looked at her in surprise. Tears appeared in her eyes. With a smirk, the lady said that even during the investigation, no evidence had been found and the case had been closed, leaving her with no choice but to think of her mother's death as an unfortunate tragedy. Sitting in front of her, the disciple listened to what she had been thinking like this for a very long time, and at that time, she opened her eyes in surprise when she heard the name. Placing her hands on the table, Riley asked if she was Sir Garen's granddaughter, to which she was told that she was. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that she had long noticed that she looked like her, to which she asked what was so. Smiling, she said that yes, she was the old man's granddaughter, and her best friend. A memory appeared. The words were heard that she had also died at the selection test 2 years ago. Putting her hand to her face, the magus said that the first testing back then was carried out in a large arena. People ran forward, and she added that it was a test, the essence of which was to reach the finish line in a certain time, avoiding prepared obstacles and monsters. The young lady raised her hand up. It was heard that it passed without any problems. Then she looked to the side. The student was frightened to run away from the giant. A phrase flashed by that her friend could not. She opened her eyes in amazement. The lady stopped abruptly, thinking that she had to hide. She was sitting behind a stone. The golem stared silently ahead. The man took a step forward. The guy fell to the ground. He looked at him in fright and thought, damn, he ran so much that he didn't even notice the golem. His gaze froze on the spot and the young man added that he would die. The creature turned its head to the side. Lying on the ground, the disciple asked that he had survived. Crossing her arms, the girl said that this golem was aimed exclusively at her. She made claims to the administration, but they were all ignored. Slamming her hands on the barrier, she shouted that this golem was behaving strangely. This was not the case in the trials of other groups, to which the mage replied that it should be quiet. Looking to the side, he said that it was up to them to decide. Frowning, Rebecca shouted that then at least they would remove the barrier, let her out, to which the guy replied that access was prohibited. People's eyes lit up. Words were heard that once she had crossed the finish line, she could not do anything. Some of them even laughed at her when she tried to escape. Looking down, the lady said that in the end, she collapsed from exhaustion, and that was her end. Memories appeared, and she added that then, of course, she took revenge, but emptiness remained in her heart. Life goals and the desire to do something disappeared. The girl was sitting on the bed. The thought arose that the longer a magician wandered aimlessly, the more prone he was to his inner demons. She silently looked down. It was said that Rebecca was already on the verge of being swallowed up by the inner demons. Lowering her gaze, the mage heard that she should wake up. Standing in front of her, the guy said that her mother, he had found the one who killed her. The thought arose that she had a new purpose. Sitting at the table, the master said that it seemed that they had come to the dark side of the tower. Looking at him, Rebecca heard that after a lengthy 11-year investigation, they had determined that her mother had been killed by assassins hired by the Tower of Orontes. She looked at her in surprise to hear that, but that's not all. There are also countless deaths disguised as accidents on the tower's conscience. Garen's eyes widened when he heard that his granddaughter was also one of these victims. The image of a golem appeared, and it was heard that the golem was under the spell of the Tower of Orontes. Sitting at the table, the magician said that they had wanted to kill her from the beginning. The man stood at attention, the words sounded that he would strike at the greatest shield of the empire from the western front. Garen closed his eyes when he heard that it was his turn, to which he said that he was guarding the front line not out of patriotism, but rather to ensure the safety of his family, including his granddaughter. A memory appeared, and he added that but after she left, he gave up a lot. People watched the magician. The thought flashed through his mind that he had to leave as soon as he felt that he was starting to give up, and as soon as he disappeared, the fear-driven Western nobles came to the ritual of immortality. A view of the tower opened, and it was said that everything was going according to the plan of the magical Tower of Orontes. Looking down, the old man said that he didn't know the whole story, he just wandered aimlessly until he heard the rumors about Rebecca, and at that moment, he had a goal. His eyes lit up and he added that to execute a maniac who discredited the honor of his granddaughter. The man was holding a weapon in his hands. It was heard that but at the moment when he was about to deal with her, his eyes widened. It was said that she had pulled him into the world of illusions. The magician frowned. The words sounded that in the world of illusions, where it was possible to avoid unnecessary ears, she told him the whole truth. Sitting at the table, Garen said that this also brought them to the current situation, to make public the atrocities of the magical Tower of Orontes and to name those who used the ritual of immortality as the forces of evil. A room appeared, and he added that in 3 months, at a round table. Standing behind the girl, the hero said that this is what a round table conference is all about, and she said that it was never about determining Ian's qualifications as an archmage. Looking at her, the man replied that yes, it was just a setup to deceive the Tower of Orontes and their supporters. The round table conference was the beginning of Ian's execution. Sitting on the throne, the old man asked that he would be executed at a round table conference by the hands of the 3 main forces, or that he was wrong. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked that he knew everything and tested them, to which Riley replied that it would be foolish to deny everything now, and then said that yes, everything would be as he said. Yang smiled when he heard that the 3 main powers were planning to declare him evil in a place where he would have no supporters, to which he replied that this already seemed to be true. The student looked at her in surprise when she heard that, so he would show her. Stretching out his hand, the mage asked that she wasn't curious about how he would be able to destroy all 3 major forces. She covered her face with her hand. The girl narrowed her eyes when she heard that she should open her eyes and look around. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the man said that this was his plan. Looking to the side, the MC said that Wilhelm was underneath them, to which she replied that there was something grandiose about Wilhelm. A pentagram appeared, and the question was heard that it was a magic circle. Wide-eyed, the grimoire asked. Riley lowered her gaze when she heard that this magic circle was the cornerstone. Let her expand her circle of vision. Closing his eyes, the magician said that this is a continent. They see them. Magic circles have spread throughout the empire, and compared to the hastily created plans of the 3 great powers over the course of several decades, the degree of their completion is at a completely different level. Looking down, the hero said that these magic circles are fields that transfer a certain gold to another world. A star appeared. It was said that the mana of the magic circles had already merged with the magic of the surrounding world over hundreds of years, which is why although it covers the entire empire, no one noticed anything. Frowning, the protagonist said that this bastard from the start. Stretching out his hands to the sides, Yang said that this was a plan that had taken 343 years to implement, the plan of his life. From the moment he completed the magic tower, he intended to take control of this continent. Images of people appeared, and he added that he would kill all 3 great powers before the round table conference. Looking at him, the student turned. Holding the book in her hands, she said that she had not yet decided whether or not to join the tower. Until the trial was over, she could choose another tower. Looking ahead, the girl asked why he was telling her all this. The old man looked down. They moved back to the tower. The hero crossed his arms when he heard that they instantly returned to the auditorium, to which he replied that yes, a pretty fast teleportation. The mage stretched out his finger forward. The figure suddenly moved. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that why he didn't start playing in his turn. He was a crazy old man, and Ian said that he should make the next move. The hand reached out towards the man. The thought arose that the move that violated the rules. Thanks to this, their king was blocked. Looking down, the mage said that this was his answer. Standing at attention, Riley heard that she was like a king on a chessboard. From the very beginning she had no choice. Flashbacks appeared, and Ian said that she was a born strategist. Even in battles where defeat seemed inevitable, she found a way out. Smiling, he added that but someone like her. The man took a step forward. It was heard that even though he knew that this magic tower would soon collapse at the round table conference in 3 months, she still came to him. The apprentice stretched out her hand in front of the portal, and the mage asked if she hadn't felt it too. Wide-eyed, the wizard said that the desire to dominate the continent with this magic tower, hadn't she come here with the same desire as him, to rule the continent together, and open up new horizons of magic? Wasn't that what she had come to him for? Stretching out his hand in front of him, he added that he should come and take his hand. Riley looked at her in surprise when she heard that if she joined this magic tower, the entire continent would fall at her feet, opening up new horizons of magic together. She began to move forward. Looking ahead, the skeleton asked that wouldn't it be better to go to another magic tower, and control them from there, The thought came to mind that the reason they were trying to get into the magic tower of Orontes. Frowning, Garen asked that even after she found out everything, she still wanted to enter the magic tower, and Rebecca added that she was really crazy. The student went up a step. It was said that, and the reason why they did not stop and listen to what was said to them. Riley took the mage's hand. Smiling, the hero said that they would destroy the magic tower of Orontes with their own hands. Looking down, Jan turned. A mark appeared on the girl's hand, and he said that he was welcome to his magic tower. The lady looked at her hand, hearing that it was a loyalty tooth, proof that she was a member of the magic tower. Raising his hand up, the wizard said that now they would finish the final test. Pointing to the portal, he added that she could return through this gate. Smirking, the protagonist said that he should wait. They would do one more thing before leaving. He began to whisper in her ear. The young lady grinned when she heard his words. Sitting on the throne, the master heard the question that she could make one last move before she left. The piece took a step forward. It was heard that it would make a move with a pawn on g8. Looking down, the man thought that a pawn that had reached the last row had no further moves, but it had a special privilege. A glow appeared around the legs of the figure. The girl was holding a staff in her hands. It was heard that she could turn into a queen, just like Ian did. She sent him a message through chess. She lifted her staff. The figure held out his staff to the king, and the words were said to be checkmate. As the student stood in front of the portal, the thought arose that by overcoming pain and hardship, Riley, who was just a pawn, would become queen and deliver the final blow. Smirking, she said that since the game was over, it was time for her to leave. The mage stretched out her hand to the portal. The old man chuckled and said that it was strong. Coming out of the gate, the girl said that as he said, she managed to checkmate him at the end. A room appeared, and she asked if it would look like she was just turning up her nose, to which the hero replied that it was more likely that he would like her even more. She had once again proved her spirit as a strategist, and even Ian would not understand that she would betray him. Turning her head, the lady asked what was why. Fireworks suddenly exploded above them. Looking up, the protagonist asked that it was a fireworks spell. Smiling, the elder asked that wasn't it magnificent. It was a fireworks display to celebrate the end of the final test. It was a pity that the others had missed this spectacle. Closing her eyes, she added that she was the last one to complete the test. Putting her hand to her face, the mage said that the mark on her hand seemed to have joined the magic tower of Orontes. Riley looked away as she heard the words of greeting. Giving her the stone in her hand, the teacher said that she should have a good rest for the next 2 weeks and use this returned stone to get into the magic tower. All her luggage would also be transferred, so she shouldn't worry about it, to which the MC said that at least it was convenient. Scrolls appeared, and it was said that the probationary period began from the moment she entered the magic tower. After completing 2 tasks, she would become an official member of the magic tower. Turning her head, Isabella said that it usually takes about 3 months. After that, she can do whatever she wants, as long as she doesn't tarnish the honor of the magic tower. Closing her eyes, she added that but after 3 months, that policy is likely to change. Looking to the side, the hero said that this will be around the time when the Roundtable Conference will take place. Not only politics will change when they try to subjugate the continent. There was a view of the room. It was heard that they will finish here. The moment they leave here, this year's selection test will be fully completed. Leaving the building, the student heard that "See you. Thank you for her work for 2 weeks." She paused, thinking that the selection test was complete. In other words, the relationship between the candidates and the chief administrator had changed in favor of the magic tower member and the elder. Riley turned when she heard that she was welcome to the tower. Standing outside, she said that she had disappeared so quickly. The protagonist put his hand to his face when he heard the question that it was similar to Rebecca's illusion magic, to which he replied that it was a mystical attribute. It seemed that he had seen it before. Turning her head, the lady turned to the people, to which Garen replied that he was worried. She had been gone for a long time, and the magician said that she tried to wait inside, but the administrator kicked her out. She snapped her fingers, and she found herself right in the middle of an alley in Wilhelm. Raising her hand, she added that, "Thank God, everything worked out." She returned. With wide eyes, the sorceress said that they must return. Holding the grimoire in her hands, the student heard that she should wait a minute. The girl looked frightened and asked how she could be okay after she had taken the oath of allegiance. Stretching out her hand to the side, she added that she had said that she would not go to the magic tower. She had said that she would come to the interview and then go to another tower. Riley, looking at her, heard the question that so this time. Raising her hand up, Rebecca shouted that not only had she been taken to Orontes, but that she had also survived after taking an oath of allegiance, as the heartworm had not harmed her. A heart appeared. A phrase flashed by that the heartworm is a spell that strikes enemies, engraved on the heart at the same time as the oath of loyalty. It devours the heart of the traitor. As soon as he thinks about betraying the spell, the masters of the 5 great magic towers grant this heartworm to all its members. In fact, a magician who is not killed by a heartworm is loyal to the tower to which it belongs. The girl raised her hand up. Suddenly she hit the student in the face. The mage's eyes widened. She lowered her head when asked how she could have done it. Rebecca began to cry and then asked what she could. Painted over people's faces appeared, and she added that even after she found out about everything. Waving her hand, the sorceress shouted as best she could. Grabbing her by the arm, Garen said that he should stop it. The lady froze, listening to the cries that he should not be an idiot, that he was going to just let her go, let go of this foul traitor. She could not do it, she herself would kill her right here. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the man said that this child's mind had already been twisted, now she was just a stranger. Turning around, the sorceress said that he should never approach her again. As she left, she added that if she did, she would do to her what she did to those bandits. Lowering her head, Riley offered to return to the hotel, to which the hero replied approvingly. Turning around, he thought that because of the bonds, he also felt the pain she was experiencing. He really didn't like the way things were starting to develop. The protagonist crossed his arms when asked that since they had a long way to go, they could take some jerky with them, to which he replied that yes, and let him grab some cookies, and if everything was ready, then it was time to leave. Olivia looked into the room and said that fortunately she was at home. Standing near the door, she asked what was wrong with her face, to which the magician replied that something had happened. Putting the cup on the saucer, the girl asked what she saw. They were going to leave, she did not interfere. Sitting in front of her, Riley replied that no, she was going to say goodbye anyway, to which she said that in that case, everything was fine. With her eyes wide open, she said that for some reason, Olivia looked strangely excited, to which the MC replied that come on, that stupid smile makes it obvious, she passed the final test. Holding the cup in her hands, the sorceress said that she was accepted into the magic tower of Orontes. Let him accept her congratulations. Her test was over before everyone else, so she knows the results of other people, but not about her. To which the lady asked how the tests went for everyone else, and she replied that she was interested, she would tell her everything. Images of students appeared, and it was heard that Arpel and Dorothy had joined the magical Tower of Gaia. Perhaps they planned to continue working together, thanks to their connection after the second level. Rebecca looked to the side. It was said that she and Garen had entered the blue magic tower of Eucria. The teacher looked away in fright, and it was said that while Miss Pamela and Sir Gilbert had joined Dwight's tower. Raising a finger up, Olivia said that finally, only one student, unfortunately, did not pass. The guy silently looked ahead. Putting his hand to his face, the MC said that he expected many to pass, but as the scarecrow Gilbert managed to do it, during their duel he could not do even basic things, to which Riley replied that even if he was bad in battle, perhaps he was useful in something else. She had heard that Gilbert's ability to find anything surpassed even Miss Pamela, to which he said that this guy was true, if you think about it. Flashbacks came to mind. Words were heard saying that he was the man who had found the core 10 minutes after they had thrown it off the cliff, right? Yes, he had to admit its connection to mana. Fingering, the girl said that as for her, with her eyes wide open, she shouted that she had hit the Yadong Red Magic Tower, to which the student replied that it was amazing, congratulations, she seemed to be perfect for it. She looked at her in surprise when she heard that without her, she wouldn't have passed the exam. Closing her eyes, Olivia said that no, even if it weren't for the test, her life would be just terrible. She would console herself with the fact that she could use torture spells, which took a whole month to recharge. People pointed their fingers at her, and she added that she had been called so often worthless and incapable, stuck in her fantasies, that she began to doubt herself. The young lady was trembling with fear. A phrase flashed through her mind that she was on the right path. Whether ancient magic existed, or it was all just her illusions, these questions constantly tormented her. The hero flew up next to her. Leaning against the table, the mage said that but then, she changed her life. The sorceress smiled broadly, saying that this one demonstration was enough to prove that her entire journey had not been in vain. Taking the girl's hands, she said that she too intended to continue her research on ancient magic. Relying on the initiation prayer she had shared that day, she would reveal more spells. Closing her eyes, Olivia said that she hoped that someday, when she became a confident mage, she would definitely help her. Riley smiled and replied that thank you, she would remember her words. A snow-covered road appeared, and the question was heard that they really needed to stop here. Closing his eyes, the man said that there were rumors that there had been a major massacre involving a maniac magician recently. Wouldn't it be better to pass this place quickly? To which she replied that she was also a magician, and if something happened, she would protect him. The young lady turned her head when she heard that. Well, judging by the fact that she was walking alone from Wilhelm, then she might also be a magician. Looking up, she asked if it was time for him to appear. She really didn't have much time. The man turned around when he heard that let her move. She was in a hurry, to which he thought that she was crazy. Why was she talking to herself? Suddenly he opened his eyes in fright. Rebecca stretched her hand out to the side and said come on. She smirked when she heard a shout that she should stay away from him, to which she replied that okay, now let her calm down. Looking at the student, the lady asked what her face was, to which Riley replied that it still hurts, and she added that she should forgive her, it was necessary. Smiling, the sorceress said that to deceive the eyes of the chief administrator. The magician stood still, the thought that Wilhelm was filled with those irritating eyes. Isabella raised her hand up. It was said that this was the magic created by the Tower of Orontes to control the candidates, the magic of shared vision. Sitting at the table, Garen said that it was very dangerous to be a spy in the magic tower, even if she knew how to bypass the heartworm. That wasn't all, and Rebecca added that she had a connection with them. It wouldn't be so easy to get rid of the surveillance. Looking at them, the student asked what, and as for this question, maybe they would do this. Closing her eyes, the girl said that, but given that she couldn't feel her eyes here, they bought into their performance. To which the hero replied that yes, she played perfectly, and Riley added that it was all thanks to her, she played very well. She stretched her hand forward after being asked why she had sent the clone instead of coming herself, to which she asked that she should spend money just to chat with her. Crossing her arms, the lady said that this was certainly not the main reason. Wilhelm was still watching Jan's eyes, and she would not want to draw unnecessary attention to herself, so she and the old man would stay in the city for now. Lowering his gaze, the man said that he thought she had hit too hard, to which she replied that it was too late to speculate about it now. The disciple looked to the side, hearing that, by the way, if you think about it, she is so good at dealing with heartworm, she has a certain method. A glow appeared around the grimoire, and the protagonist wondered that the reason she was not receptive to the heartworm was because of its existence, and in particular their connection. Riley put her finger to her head, and he added that the heartworm was originally designed to track the mind of only one person. However, the presence of the grimoire affects her consciousness, which prevents the heartworm from functioning properly. The people looked at them in surprise, the thought that both Rebecca and Garen were against joining the Tower of Orontes. But after realizing that it had not been affected by the heartworm, they calmed down a bit. Looking at the girl, the MC asked what and why she was looking at her like that. Frowning, the lady shouted that she didn't want to say what kind of method it was, and it was very suspicious. She was a double spy. Let her say that Yang was a bastard, to which the disciple repeated her words. Standing in front of the girl, the sorceress asked what it meant that the problem with the worms had been solved, to which she replied that not yet. Crossing his arms, the hero said that this was a temporary solution, and Riley said that as soon as she started spying, it would immediately pierce her heart. A glow appeared around the heart, and she added that so, until the round table meeting. Looking at the magician, the sorceress said that she needed to remove the heartworm within 3 months. Frowning, the lady asked that she understood that this was nonsense. A worm appeared, and it was heard that no matter how skilled the magician was, it took decades to completely get rid of a heartworm. Only the process of neutralization took 20 years. A man was lying on the floor. A phrase flashed by that most spies managed to give themselves away during this time. The 5 great magic towers do not approve of rash oaths. Smirking, the girl said that she shouldn't worry, she knew one expert who could help her. The skeleton held a glass in his hands. A glow appeared around him, and he asked who it was that had come to them. The coachman turned his head and asked that she was sure that she had not mistaken the address. He would probably wait until she was done with business. It was easy to get lost here, to which the sorceress replied that it was not worth it. She was perfectly oriented. The man left, and the thought appeared in his head that how could he find his way in such a place. A glow appeared in front of the magician's hands. Bright rays scattered around the area. The creature turned sharply. Smiling, the skeleton said that he heard someone enter. Such a surprise, it was the master and Riley, to which the hero asked how he was doing, and the student replied that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he added why they suddenly decided to return to his wilderness. The creature shuddered in surprise and asked if she would train for another year, due to the failure of the qualifying competition, to which the protagonist replied that no, she passed. Here is the oath of allegiance to Ian, and he added that it really worked. His congratulations. Then why did they come to him? Looking at him, the girl said that they wanted to ask him something, and the MC said that he could get rid of the heartworm. He looked frightened and thought that it was strange why he cringed at one glance at his face. It seemed to him that he had forgotten to say something important, something very important. A memory appeared, and a thought appeared in the hero's head that 5 years ago there was an incident during which a lich broke into the eastern lands of the Empire, and those chimeras were used for selection tests. They stood silently in front of each other. Stretching his hand forward, the hero shouted that he was a complete idiot, to which the skeleton asked that they had just met, and he was already cursing him, and the protagonist added that he tried to conquer the Empire while he was away. How then he differs from Ian? To which he replied that no, let him wait, everything is not like that at all. Holding the map in his hands, the lich asked why the Empire. He wanted to make one tiny city in the east his name, to which the MC shouted that he was an idiot. It was the same thing, and he added that but this outback was not even marked on the imperial map. What harm was there from taking an unowned piece of land for himself? The place marked on the map appeared. With a thumbs up, Riley said she should wait. Rebecca stretched her hand forward. The hero looked at the girl in bewilderment when he heard the question if this was the place where the magic tower stood. Frowning, he shouted that if he broke in, he had to take it after all. Couldn't someone like him conquer the tiny earth? And the skeleton asked if he was the one who was reproaching him for it. Rolling on the ground, the protagonist shouted that when it comes to such a place, the situation is completely different. If he captured it, they would not be sitting here, cornered, to which the lich replied that it had nothing to do with it, and in general, he sent his subordinates there, and if he went himself, there would be no stone unturned. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist said that okay, this would not work. Lying on the ground, he added that it was time to renew his mind. He wanted to say, it would have to be done soon anyway. The skeleton looked frightened when he heard that if he wanted, he would teach her this trick, to which he replied that they should not approach him. The creature opened its eyes wide, It was said that mind renewal is the process of cleansing the lich's mind of an overabundance of black magic. It is important to control the source of life force, a spiritual vessel that the lich cannot cope with alone. The mage stretched out her hands in front of her. A phrase flashed through her that this is why the grimoire often brings his students to help him. Holding the cup in his hands, the skeleton said that it was really terrible, necessary, but unbearably painful, far from the first time, and still not getting used to it, to which the MC replied that well, now he endured. Holding her heart in her hands, the mage said that she had finished. Words were heard saying that, by the way, her kinship with mana was really amazing. With a thumbs up, the lich said that she was the first to manage a mind refresh in just 30 minutes, to which the hero replied that well, now his mind was crystal clear, and now they would return to talking about the favor. Looking to the side, the undead asked what was coming out. They wanted to destroy the heartworm in her body, right? That's simple enough. Smiling, he added that it was great, then let him take off his clothes. Standing in the middle of the cave, the skeleton heard the question of what was why, to which he replied that he needed to inspect the paths of the mana current in her body. Only then would he understand the best recipe for the antidote for her. The protagonist looked surprised to hear that he knew it would be a little strange for a man of his age to see her like that. The lich opened his eyes wide and said that he was the same sex as her, to which the MC replied that yes, she was also a woman. Riley froze in bewilderment, hearing the words that she sees. No one recognizes her as a girl until she says, in her opinion, it is easy to determine the sex of a huge skeleton. The undead held the flask in their hands. Watching her, the hero asked who was her teacher, if she coped so wonderfully. Turning around, the creature replied that in general, the heartworm spell is overly complicated. He thinks he won't finish until tomorrow night, to which the protagonist replied that it was a long time, maybe he and Riley should practice for now. Closing his eyes, the skeleton replied that he couldn't, he had already extracted some of the mana from her body. Training would ruin all the progress, to which he asked what he would offer them to do. Putting his hand to his face, he asked that since they were so bored, they did not want to read a little. Raising his hands in the air, the lich said that he was welcome to his library. He had managed to collect many rare books in these 300 years of his absence. Raising his eyebrows, the MC asked what and how a man who had been secluded in a cave for 2,000 years was able to collect so many books, to which he replied that it was all with the help of his slaves, and the grimoire added that he should stop lying. A heart appeared. A question was heard that in fact his main body is a spiritual vessel, however, to which the hero replied that well, yes. Putting his hand behind his head, the creature said that his spirit vessel had been imprisoned for all 2,000 years, so no matter how many times he got out to the continent, in theory, he always stayed in the cave. That's right. To which the protagonist said that his hands were itching to break a couple of bones, and the girl asked what she should do for him. The magician was reading a book. They were picking a book from the shelf. Sitting on the ground, Riley said that he used to try not to go to the library, but now he spends the whole day reading. He liked to read before, to which the MC replied that he just needed to fill a 300-year-old gap in knowledge. The only thing he read with interest was novels and comics. Holding the grimoire in her hands, she heard a question about what erotic comics can sometimes do, to which the lady asked him what he really watched, and he replied approvingly. Clutching the book in her hands, the sorceress asked what he wanted to tell her, that there were madmen who drew books making love to other books, to which the hero shouted that he should calm down, he could take on a human form. Frowning, he added that and in general, why did she, who had seen him in this form many times, say such things, to which she replied that she wanted to say that there are many people with different tastes in the world. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that, for example, such stories were written about people and their spiritual weapons, so she was no longer surprised. Standing in front of her, he said that he should remind her how old she was, to which she replied that she was 15. Clutching his head, the MC shouted that why does a child read such a book at all? It's also the influence of the Thieves' Guild, to which Riley replied that she didn't say that she read such a book herself, she just saw it over there. Stretching out his hand, the skeleton shouted that the antidote was ready. Smiling, he added that he could drink it right away. Suddenly, the lich froze in shock. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he should not approach him, to which he shouted that he did not understand, it was not his. Pointing to the skeleton, the undead shouted that it was all a subordinate, to which the protagonist asked that he would just dump everything on his own assistant, and he added that seriously, let him just wait, he would explain everything. Holding the potion in her hands, the apprentice heard that she should drink it, to which she asked what he was, offended by her. Standing in front of her, the alchemist said that he had made it taste strawberry for her, let him try to take a sip, to which she asked again. The magician began to drink the elixir. She suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. Licking her lips, the lady said that it was delicious, to which the lich replied that he saw that he had put so much effort into it, now the heartworm would be greatly weakened. With a smirk, the MC said that the only thing left was to break the spell and the oath of allegiance if they started deleting now. Wide-eyed, the alchemist said that wait, there. Behind the mage, an image of a man appeared, and it sounded that there was a connection between the heartworm and its caster. Yang smiled. It was said that if the heartworm dissipated, the one who cast it would immediately feel it. Stretching his arms to the sides, the skeleton said that the heartworm was weak thanks to the potion, and would not betray a spy, but it could hurt if she directly attacked Ian. Sticking out his tongue, the hero said that to hell with this bastard. Frowning, he thought that it was better to avoid clashes with Ian for now, but they needed to be prepared for anything that might happen, and then said what to come up with. Putting her hand to her heart, Riley said that it wouldn't be difficult when the moment came to attack. Wouldn't it be possible to disperse the worm right there? Waving his arms, the lich replied that it was impossible. Even with its strength, it would take at least half a day to destroy it. She smirked when she heard this. The mage raised her hand and said that she thought she could do it.